What started off as 32 teams is now down to only 3. They all had hopes and dreams of making it into the Game Changers main event, but here we are. 3 teams, 2 slots up for grabs, and only 2 winners, with 2 best-of-3s determining who is going to be taking those. Welcome to Game Changers Contenders Finals. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk by Tom and Anne. Welcome to both of you. How are you doing, Tom?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm always happy to come along and find out who's going to be like the next big Game Changers teams. I feel like when you look at the sort of VCT, you get a lot of like recycled talent, like players like going between different teams, whereas in Game Changers, I feel like every time I'm back, someone fresh, some rising star is coming up, and well, I don't want to spoil anything, but we definitely have that today.
Not a fan of recycling?
No.
No.
I like new
stuff.
stuff.
Good to know, thanks. Yeah, don't save the environment. Take it from Tom. And welcome. How are you doing? It's lovely to be working with you on VALORANT today.
Exactly, yeah, I'm very excited. It is a really exciting day to begin with, right? We have a team, for example, that has 2 chances to make it into Game Changers. Today, we have 2 slots open for those teams for up for grabs. It's going to be a really exciting day because you have those new talents, those new players that haven't really had the most experience with Game Changers yet, and they might just make it into that big league.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, wow, there are 2 spots up for grabs, what happened? Well, unfortunately, Falcons and Focus Sakura from the Game Changers main event, they got the bottom of their teams, which means that they have dropped out. Now, we're gonna try to explain this. Have you ever seen the meme of the guy with the whiteboard behind him and like a couple of lights trying to explain stuff? That's gonna be me right now, okay? So looking at this, cross out VCT Game Changers, stage 1, we're done, we're dusted. Unique access qualifier, that's gone, we're done. 22 teams from the regional open qualifier, that's gone as well. Cross it out mentally, I know you can do it. Game Changers EMEA Emergence, we're also done with that. We're now focusing on Game Changers EMEA Contenders Series 1, which, surprise, if you're really good at following charts, has an arrow that goes into VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 2. And that's what we're focusing on. We're going to be sending 2 teams from that specific contenders into Game Changers EMEA Stage 2, which is pretty exciting because they had to fight tooth and nail to be here today. I mean, it was a double elimination bracket to get here, and everything was a best of 3. So that's a whole lot of games, Tom.
That is a lot of games. For anybody who wants to just try and ignore that graphic a little bit, because I'm not going to lie, it confused me. 2 teams win today, they go Game Changers. That's all you need to remember. The rest of it's just gobbledygook. Just ignore the rest. Very simple stuff.
Win is good.
Win is good. Win today, good. Lose today twice for the first teams, bad. Bad, very bad.
Yeah.
You get 2 chances. You know, we're going to be hammering that one down. But one of the really interesting facts as well that we're looking at here, Anne, is the regional qualifiers that some of these teams have come through. So we had a lot of them play in the regional qualifier. Most of the regions were able to send 2 teams towards contenders, but only 1 team remains, Anne, and that is FUT Esports.
Yeah, that's really exciting to see. I mean, if you look at all the open qualifiers and all the teams that were coming from that, it is indeed FUT to make it the farthest out of these regional qualifiers. There's also a team from the African region called Nasser Esports that made it, Nasser Ignite, that made it pretty far. They eventually fell short to Tiger Anonymo, who we'll be seeing later today. But the other 2 teams that are playing today have made it out of the open qualifiers, and that has been a lot of games for those teams.
Yeah, you need to really fight tooth and nail to be able to get this far. I know, Tom, from what I've seen just in the corner of my eye, there was this really specific team that you're rooting for. They've actually made it this far. Would you be so kind to share the name of that team?
I like both the teams that are playing in this first game, so you are going to have to be a little bit more. If you're talking about the jumper I was holding up, I am a FUT fan, always been a huge FUT fan. Love the organization. I think they're an organization that loves longevity, which is something I always respect in esports. I think, especially in Game Changers, it has been a huge thing for teams to just either drop their roster or make massive roster changes off of very, very little, whereas I have a lot of faith in the fact that FUT will sort of like go with this squad for the long run. I think that's always something to sort of relish when an organization has faith in their players.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen it throughout as well. And when it comes to the achievements that this organization specifically has been able to achieve, we're looking at the past and they've had quite a good run. Unfortunately, this time around, the last chance qualifier, the open qualifier to the Game Changers main event might not have gone in their favor. But if the history in the past is anything to go by, today is looking pretty solid.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Tommy mentioned it, a roster or a team that helps rosters with stability. They've played in the Champions Tour of 2021 where they eventually got 8. They went and played into EMEA Series 2 of the Game Changers where they got 4th, which is a pretty good performance if you may say so. And they obviously tried to qualify for Game Changers Series 1 as well, where they lost to Kerman Corp in the semifinals. They eventually got 15th, didn't make it to the final event. But hey, they're here today, they're playing the Contenders, and if they win this best of 1, they will be joining the other teams into Game Changers Series 2 or Stage 2.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the roster as well, it kind of still continues to feed into that same element, Tom, of the fact that they're nurturing talent over a longer period of time rather than swapping players in and out. Of course, there have been potentially a couple of changes coming through where you kind of try to make all the pieces of the puzzle fit together. But all in all, this roster has had a lot of experience playing together.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you can look through prior rosters within the Turkish team and you're going to find most of the members of this, be it Supermassive Blaze or Na'Vi, for example. Foot were one of those teams that have actually nurtured a lot of talent. Like, you go back to players like Ness, who we now sit and look at the very, very top up on Guild X. She used to be a part of this roster, was one of the reasons they had massive success in the past. So they are very good at sort of picking up players, finding talent, but this time the work was kind of done for them because they just went, oh, well, the core of Supermassive Blaze is somewhat fallen apart. We'll just yoink those, stick them in our roster, bring them back together, and put some of the pieces that were there before.
Yeah, that means that these players are no strangers to playing with each other. River, Daddy, and Lighter played together with Snell, for example, who now plays Game Changers for Ascent. They play with Supermassive Esports since 2021, really. And in Stage 2 of Game Changers, they got 4th. River then went to play with Na'Vi Celestials for a little bit, eventually came back when this team was picked up by Foot. They also have experience playing with Julius, so this team by themselves, A, have a lot of experience in Game Changers, and B, have a lot of experience playing together, which does help gelling with a newer roster.
Yeah, and it's the good old yoink and twist. And that's what we're looking at when we're looking at the Foot Esports roster. But if you're more of a visual learner like myself, you're like, okay, this super massive Blaze roster, what are you talking about? Let's bring it up. Let's have a look at the fact that you're going to be very familiar with the fact that the core members here, as we said it ourselves already, Tom, they're translating into Foot. I mean, 4 out of 5 players. Familiarity is absolutely the bread and butter of this team.
Yeah, and it's something that, again, I think just goes back to the organization itself. They know that ultimately they can pick up some very experienced players that have obviously come out of other teams. There have been big roster moves and even orgs, as I said, moving away in some cases from Game Changers. So I don't think that this is a bad roster to pick up whatsoever. Mix in that little bit of experience as well. I think they're clear favorites coming into today to be the team basically winning the entire thing.
Okay. Obviously, just have 4 players standing here. I want to highlight on the 5th player on this roster as well, Leon. She also has this Game Changers experience. She played for Fireflux Fierce in Stage 1 and 3 of Game Changers last year, where the most significant performance was 9th to 12th. So the experience definitely there on this roster.
Yeah, and we're looking to see that experience translate into their games today. But also, Tommy kind of brings the question of potentially what went wrong during the open qualifiers, during the last chance qualifiers, because we've seen they're dominant. They know what they're doing, but potentially falling a little bit short when it mattered most. And that could be maybe an issue translating into today's game as well, because the pressure is on.
I'd be surprised. I'll be honest. I think that mainly because they're playing up against not only an unsigned team that's been together for a fairly short amount of time, but also Anonymo, who, again, I don't think are necessarily on the same level as this Foot squad. I think they come in as clear favorites, so it's mainly on them. I think if they play their game, sure, at the beginning of the year when you've just sort of brought the roster back together, there could be a blip, things can go wrong, but ultimately I would be very surprised if someone manages to upset them today.
Yeah, and in the Contenders as well, they haven't really faced a real loss yet. They had the easiest route of these 2 teams in the upper bracket, having won their games quite comfortably, so they haven't really faced a real loss yet and haven't had to recover from that.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see if it does happen, how that's going to be going. But if you're wondering how the team is feeling, particularly about the match coming up, I mean, we can sit there and speculate, but we can also hear from Lyda herself. We are joined by Lyda from FUT Female Esports. You guys have had a phenomenal run so far in Contenders, but let's get down a little bit to the history. Yourself, River, and Dati, you've been on Supermassive Blaze together. Then River went to Navi Celestials, is now back on FUT with you guys. So how has the experience been of getting used to each other again and gelling together as a team? Because you also have 2 new joiners.
When Irmak left the team, we replaced her with Julius. We knew her before, it was quite easy to get used to. Also, our coaches and our manager were people we knew before, so the team chemistry was already pretty good. At the start, it wasn't hard at all. Our chemistry goes better and better every single day.
That's lovely. I mean, it shows you guys in the open qualifiers and the last round qualifiers might not really have had the outcomes that you wanted. So now in Contenders, you are going undefeated. You have lost only 1 map so far, and all the series have been won. So what is the secret behind the success, and where do you get the hunger to keep competing at such a high level?
We had a bad day at that time and we weren't happy with the results, but that made us work even harder and we are motivated more than ever to reach the place we deserve to be.
Well, when we're looking at the performance and at the strike that we've seen from FUT Female, it has been incredible. Turkish VALORANT in general here in 2023 has had such a good run. We're looking at the FUT main roster. They're going to be going to Tokyo. We're looking at BBL Queens. They had a really great performance in Game Changers Series 1. So what does it mean to you to be representing the FUT organization, but also representing Turkey here at Contenders?
Turkish VALORANT scene is getting better and better every single year. Being a part of it makes us feel great, but of course we want to represent them on the better stage and make our scene even better. We have a lot of passionate people who is in love with the game, so we hope we can get the results we want.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, the results so far have been incredible, and we're going to see you guys on the server as well. Enjoy the rest of your day, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks for the interview, Jenny. It was okay, I'll give you that. But let's have a look at the fact that passion and hard work, Tom, are things that continuously keep popping up from these rosters, especially when we're looking at even the fact that we're mentioning in the interview, maybe not getting the results that you wanted into the last chance qualifier and the open qualifier. But now that hunger, you can tell it's boiling. They want to go for it.
Oh, for sure. Like, I think it's always going to be the thing if you don't quite make it the first time. As said, they've got the people backing them to continue going forward. And the fact is they're basically playing the trump card. I mentioned this last time I was on the show. If you need to sign a good roster in VALORANT, look no further than Turkey. Yeah. That is where you're getting all of these players from. They're so good over in the Turkish scene, especially when it comes to game changers. I think there's so much talent there.
Don't say it too loud because America's going to yoink that. But when we're looking at the opposing team that they're going to be going up against, and it's Team A. And we said that every single time we're looking at game, or the A team, whichever one you want to call it. When we're looking every single time at Game Changers, there will always be a team that just comes out of nowhere and does incredible things.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, we mentioned this team. There's quite a few players on the roster that don't have that much experience yet. They do have Mizzy. She played for Pepe Esports during Game Changers Stage 1 last year. She's the only player that really has that experience. They played the open qualifiers for Game Changers Stage 1, and they lost out to BBL Queens. Now, that is okay. I mean, BBL Queens eventually got really far into Game Changers. That is, you know, you can understand losing from that. But they've had a really solid performance so far during Contenders into that upper bracket. They have players that can be really consistent on the scoreboard, and they might have a tough matchup today, but they do have an experience on the side of Mizzy to back up this roster.
Yeah, I think the fun thing with this team is I was sort of speaking to Salmon, who is their 6th, and sort of brought up the fact that basically towards the end of last year, it was Marwan, who's their coach, and Essie, who like basically went and looked to try and create a roster. And although there was one change since they competed in the initial Game Changers qualifiers, they came together and basically decided, okay, in March, we're going to have this team. And since then, they've managed to grind all the way through the upper bracket, not even the lower bracket, the upper bracket,
Yeah.
and now get to face off against Foot. Like, it's hype as hell.
Yeah, it is indeed. And also another thing, and that we're really focusing on here is both of these teams have incredible players on their roster. But when we're looking at the top 1 and 2 performance in general in Contenders, it's Lyda from Foot and Mads from the A team. So that is some pretty heavy hitting gameplay that we're going to be looking at.
Oh yeah, we're super lucky to be having the number 1 and the number 2 performing player of Contenders today in this matchup, both on the other sides of teams. I mean, Mads, for example, she's the duelist on Fracture, but she's mostly playing Initiator, and Lyda is playing Controller or Initiator as well. They're both really consistent factors for their teams, and as we mentioned, the best performing players ACS-wise. Lyda leading the charge in this, performing just a little bit better than Mads, but both really, really impressive. Mads also has the second highest kills per map, 20.1 on average of all the players that are participating in Game Changers Contenders.
I think the coolest thing as well for me is the fact that Mads is 16 years of age, comes in as one of the sort of youngest players in this tournament, and is currently ranked number 2 in the entirety of it. Clearly a future star, and repping a flag I quite like as well.
Yeah, and even on the bottom right side of your screen, you'll see the clutch percentage on the side of Mads. Mads, together with SE on that team, if those two are alive in the round, you really shouldn't be counting them out, because they can really turn around in their favor. SE, for example, had multiple 1v2s. Mads has had a 1v3, for example, as well. They really can turn a tide for their team.
Yeah, and if you're looking at some of these stats, you're like, that's really cool, I agree. But you know what's cooler? The fact that there seems to be this interesting theme with VALORANT and twins coming into play, Tom.
Can you name all the twins I named to you earlier? I'm curious. I want to see if you can do it.
No, I cannot. I have the brain of a goldfish.
Throw it back to me, yeah?
Stop putting me on the spot. Okay, we're going to be looking at this tweet. I am going to put you on the spot. I'm going to ask you, can you spot the 7 differences?
The 7 differences? Oh, damn. No. No, I can't. In fact, the way that they're standing, they almost look conjoined, which is... It's like they're wearing the same t-shirt. I didn't notice that before, but...
If you're wondering why we're bringing this up, I mean, Mizzy
yeah, this
and
is
Noya, they are twins.
One of them is Noya, obviously plays for version 1. Again, it's another case of the Americas teams having to import EMEA talent to actually be good. Like, they have Mel and maybe a few others, if you might have heard of them. But yeah, I think the fact that there's a real chance of having the twin sisters play together one day from Denmark as well.
Wow.
It'll be hype as hell if that happens. But yeah, I'm excited to see what Mizzy can do, because Noya is an absolute beast. There's no doubt about that.
I mean, if it's in the genes, and that picture just gives to me, like, the corporate wants you to find the difference between the 2 pictures, and there isn't really any difference, so I hope that the genes run through, and eventually we'll see similar performances today.
I mean, it does bring the question, right? Is it nature or nurture?
Oh,
is it the genetics? Is that what makes you better? Or is it just, I don't know, why are they feeding them?
I want to be adopted by Scream's parents, because that's you know, then I might be good at the game. Then I might be good.
I'm not going to go into that. But you know what we're going to go into instead? We're going to have a lovely interview with the coach from the A team, because just as you might have a couple of questions, we did too. We had one specific one, and that was, what made this roster so successful and how did they get together? Have a look. Hello, everyone. We're joined by 4EM from the A team. First of all, welcome. It is lovely to have you guys on the broadcast. But let's start off with the background behind the A team, because every single series from Game Changer, what it looks like is there's a team that just comes absolutely out of nowhere and blows the expectations out of the water. So what exactly made the A team come together and say, we're going to compete today?
Yeah, so it's actually a very long story, but it's I'm gonna try to make it short as much as possible. So I started coaching Game Changers teams since like 2 years back in Series 1. Then my first team disbanded. I came to coaching back in Series 3, and that team disbanded later. So I thought I have to start my own project to make sure like it's gonna be a very long-term project. And when the A team came together, the idea came together, and I started this project in October with Essie, who's our controller player, and it took us actually around 5 months to get the trials done and have a 5-man roster by March. Obviously, I was being very picky, and we had really high standards to make sure all the players were where we choose will actually commit to the long run, and and believe in the vision that we had. We really had high expectations from the start. We wanted to make sure that we are not going to settle for being the best free agent team. We want to compete with the very best. We don't want to just make a good run and then we end there. And then in the open qualifiers, we managed to make it to the second round. This is where we faced PPL, who almost ended up winning the whole thing in the stage one. So it was a very huge experience for us. And really, this was like the second time I actually missed out on the next stage of Game Changers because of PPL. Like even previously on Series 3 when I was coaching, with Contenders coming up, I've struck gold, obviously, when I managed to pick up all my players and they fully trusted my vision, despite my not so impressive past experience and in-game rank, I would say. I'm a very strategic coach, so trust was the most important factor for me when I found my players. For my IGL, for example, Ari, she's a very hardworking individual, especially on the macro part, which really helps me a lot. When I hear about the relationships between coaches and IGLs like Mini and Poster, for example, it really does make all the difference when you have two people cooking up and making all the ideas and helping shape up the decision making in game. Yeah, obviously, it's a really a lot of trust and a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and we have been scrimming a lot. We have been doing a lot of theory. We have doing a lot of assignments, a lot of stuff that I make my players work on in and out the server to make sure obviously the mental is up, the micro levels are up, the macro management are up, and we're able to anti-strat, we're able to read the enemy teams. It's not just like that we're diving head first into the games. I'm a very methodical person, and the team as well. We would like to operate in that way. We will do our research, and we will try to always make sure we know exactly what we're going to do against specific opponents.
Okay, well, thank you so much for going a very thorough and deep explanation of what we can be expecting from the A team. The cooking has definitely been working in your favor, and you guys so far are now in that upper bracket against Foot Esports. So I'm looking forward to see what you guys are going to be carrying out, and we'll see you on the server. We are now aware exactly of how the team got to be and what they have been focusing on. Coming into today's game, though, I mean, this is a completely different beast. Like, yes, they have had an incredible performance so far, but so did Foot Esports Female. So it's kind of, you're going up against a Titan here, and that's a different headspace to be in.
Exactly, yeah. And as we mentioned, they do have the experience on the side of Mizzy, who can kind of coach her teammates if there might be any anxiety, any stress going into such an important matchup that they have today. They have this consistent factor on the team in the form of Mads as well. And yeah, we talked about, you know, the Contenders might have these spots for players that we haven't really seen before, but they pop out of nowhere and they surprise everyone with really good performances.
Yeah, when we're looking at the surprise and the really good performances, I mean, looking at how they have been performing over the last couple of games here in Contenders, it's a pretty good scoreline, Tom. I'm impressed.
Well, yeah, Excel's the big one. Like, you're talking about players like Jupi, Samzi, who we know quite well within the Game Changers scene, who they managed to not even necessarily just beat. They beat them relatively convincingly. Strong attack sides coming out in most of the games as well, which is normally a sign of very good calling, which I think it was something that was mentioned in the interview about Areno sort of like taking on that role. And that's an important thing. If a coach comes out and says like the IGL is putting in a lot of work behind the scenes and sort of leading by example, that for me is a sign of a team that could actually do some real damage, because especially when you have a mixed team, that's normally where your major weakness is having a mixed team with a good IGL is rare.
All right, well, it seems like both of these teams are looking to dot the I's and cross the T's, but one of the important factors here is going to be the maps and the comfortability of both of these teams on each other's map picks, because at the end of the day, it is going to be a best of 3. So in that regards, do you have any expectations in terms of maps that are not going to be let through that ban phase?
Ooh. Oh, that's a good question. I mean, there are maps for certain teams that they haven't really played so far during the Contenders or during qualifiers previously. For example, on the side of Foot, that would be No Fracture and No Lotus we have seen from them. And on the side of the A team, they haven't played Haven, which is a bit odd because it is the second most played map during Contender. So if it was to be brought out today, there's no real information for the A team, but it is a very commonly played map in Contender, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Maybe That's their permaban. We're going to have a look at the map veto specifically, starting off with the maps that these teams are feeling comfortable banning. So we're going to do a little bit of broadcast magic and bring it up right down there. First map that's going to be taken out, Tom, is going to be Haven. I mean, and you hit...
I actually think this is very good. The fact that the A team are, as said, like more of a roster that's just been built over the last few months, and they play what I would call the fringe maps. Like I expect new teams and more mixed teams to come in and play Ascent, Haven, like more puggy maps, but they pick into Fracture, which is normally one of the most complex maps in terms of like your space taking and your timings and rotations. So the fact that the map pool we've got here is actually, I would say, more of the complex map within the pool actually gets me very excited for this team, because I don't think they'd be able to beat Foot in those middle maps, but I do think maybe they have a chance if they play a map like Fracture.
Does it maybe also get you a little worried though, Tom? Because as you said it yourself, those maps that have been in the pool for a very long time, everybody's had so much practice on them. You're going into a bit more of a complex map. Maybe you're shooting yourself in the foot?
Oh, they beat Excel there. I'd like, you've already beaten a decent team on that map. So no, I think that they're a good squad. I think they've got this.
I feel like my joke just went right over here.
No, I got it. I just decided to ignore it. As a Foot fan, all of these jokes have been made before, you know. And I have been bought as well, so, you know, I have to...
Okay. I heard you're not that cheap, but... And looking at the map pick specifically and how the teams have been performing, I think, you know, going back on what Tom has already highlighted a bit, is that we're not going to get this very classical maps that teams have played time and time again. This is potentially a curveball thrown Foot's way, and how are you expecting them to react to it?
I mean, yeah, it could be, considering that the first and the last map aren't really maps that are usually played by Foot. There isn't really info on how they play Fracture. There isn't really info on how they play Lotus, for example. On the side of the A team for Fracture, I do like that they usually play with a double duelist lineup. They bring out the Jet and the Raze. We see, in general, for all these teams, when they bring out a lineup and it seems to work for them, they generally tend to stick with it, not really doing a lot of experimenting with other sorts of lineups. And then on the other hand, Foot Pick and Split makes a lot of sense. It's probably their best map. They played it twice. They won it against Nasta Ignite. They won it against Tiger Anonymo as well, who we'll be seeing later today. So it does make sense that they picked that map, as it's probably one of the better ones.
Okay, it looks like we might be expecting this to go all the way to the third map, or Tom?
I'd like to believe. I think there's a chance for the A team on Fracture, but ultimately, I do just think that the sheer level that Foot are bringing in, the fact that they are a squad that's been together for a long time, the fact that they have so many experienced players, and the fact that they have blitzed their way through this upper bracket, I still would lean towards them taking a 2-0, but I'm hoping the A team can maybe steal a map here and there, because as I said, they've done basically the same thing, and they've already toppled some giants.
Yeah, I want to go back onto the point that you mentioned earlier, and in terms of the double duelists. I mean, how are you feeling about that? Because I know some people can have their opinions in terms of double duelists coming through. I
like it. Yeah, I mean, River is the usual duelist. She'll play on this map as well. Lyda usually plays controller initiator. I'm looking at the completely different side. I am very, very sorry. I was looking at the wrong team. Mats is actually a duelist on Fracture. Sure is the main duelist, but Mats will be joining that in this occasion as well. I kind of like it. Mats being a very consistent factor on that team, usually topping the scoreboard. Giving her that duelist role will, you know, set her free to get map control, to get those entry engagements, to go positive on that as well. Yeah, you don't really have any information on the side of Foot how they tend to play this map. So yeah, indeed, unless Foot throw out a curveball, we're hoping that the A team wins this first map, because that second map for them themselves, they played against BBL Queens during the open qualifiers of Game Changer Stage 1, and they lost it 0-13. They couldn't pick up a single round. Obviously, things may have changed, and yes, it was a very difficult opponent, but that second map might be really difficult for the A team, so they'll look in to get a good advantage on this first map.
Yeah, I kind of want to go back a little bit just to talking about Mads on Fracture, because it's like, it's her picking up that Raze and the secondary duelist. And normally you look at a secondary duelist and you'll say, okay, maybe they're going to be like doing a little bit more entry fragging or just taking the space. The fact is, her stats on Raze are unbelievable. Like, you're talking about Hersova, 255 ACS. That's very good. Sky, 220. That's her most played agent. Second most played agent is Raze with 315 ACS. Like, it's 211 ADR. Like, that's more than like a kill, almost a kill and a half, like, coming in per round. Like, that's utterly ridiculous. Now, obviously, a lot of the teams she's been up against have not been on the same level as Foot, so that has to be taken into consideration. But this first map is a map where she is allowed off the leash a little bit. She's not playing that sort of setup player, like looking for assists, looking to try and set up the team. And she's very good at as well. Like, you're looking at a 0.4 assist per round. That she's good at that. But her Raze is something else. So I'm hoping that she's going to come in confident and run away with this game, because otherwise it could be a little bit shaky.
All right, well, we're going to be heading over to our casters because the game is now ready and loaded. So we're going to be getting into the first game of the Contenders finals, Fracture, with Ash and Zach.
Oh, Zach, okay. Well, I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to this first matchup that we've got here, Zach, between Foot Female and the A team. Going over to Fracture, I was actually surprised that Foot Female let this slide through the map vetoes.
Yeah, I was muted, a little bit of a gap there, but I am very surprised as well because there's like almost no information about this map when it comes down to Foot. We have no idea what they're gonna play, but knowing Turkish players and how they like to do kind of perform on this map, I feel like it's going to be a really, really good game, like our analyst Des did bring up. This is a map that is kind of a must win for the A team because Split, it is not only football, it's
a lot of pressure here for the underdog, right? The dark horse to come through in this competition, realistically, for the A team. A lot to prove for this free agent team as well, but still a lot to prove here for Foot Female, too. A team that is looking to definitely make it back into the main scene there for stage 2. But already all locked in here, River's actually going with the Neon pick. I really, really like that, but at the same time, it does put a bit of pressure on River, I think. You're going to be expecting the Neon plays, kind of, so that explosivity, being able to make that space on site, helping with getting those entry frags down. And I feel like if a Neon falls flat, it does become very apparent. Yes.
Well, the nice thing for Foot is that they do have that double initiator to kind of try to set River up here. Also running the Cypher here, so that's like one side that they can completely anchor down on this defense setup. So I'm looking to see a little bit of aggression coming out of this team, even though they're starting off on defense. But talking about the A team here, they have gone for not one, but 2 duelists. So definitely it's going to come down to the synergy between Shura and Mads and how Mizzy is able to really set them up. We had a little bit of chit-chat about how Noya is arguably one of the most cracked players in NA right now. And if Mizzy is anything like her sister, I gotta say,
I'm genuinely just
I am so excited.
pumped.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Mizzy has to put out on there. I don't obviously want to put too much pressure on her on that in that kind of regard, but it does set a bit of a standard to look towards as well. But as we already get into this first round here, the pistol round, Stim's coming out, and the A team not slowing things down at all. Head first here into the B side.
Ooh. They're just going for it here, and it does seem like footballers are opting for kind of a retake setup. Nobody really trying to play on site. All 5 players in fact towards the spawn here. The tripwire does manage to catch out one player. A little bit of chip damage being taken, but ultimately the kill is not quite coming to. And now control has been taken over completely by the attackers here. They have so much to work with, and in the corner, unfortunately the kill's not coming through. 2 down though. Already numbers advantage in favor of the A team. Now though it's gonna be them striking back and almost flawless pistol coming through for them. Only 2 players being
pressure really on the A team right off the back of taking that site. You have the Cypher trip setup that you're kind of relying there on from Lion, but overall really nicely played. I'm curious to see if the A team will kind of continue on with this kind of tempo once we see full weapons come out and whatnot. You know, pistol rounds can always be honestly like the complete opposite of a showing of what a team normally looks like in the rifling rounds. But already going into this next buy, almost like an FPX buy kind of thing going out in here. Got the 2 Bulldogs. So for the A team, we're going to be looking towards having really, really nice bonuses coming through if they're able to secure these weapons. But we've already got a tech pause to start out our day.
Oh no. We could be the new pansy on Hypewalk when it comes to like these tech pauses if it keeps up. I think it happened like the last time we casted together as well. But I like that you brought up the points about the FPX buy. But you know, when it comes to this kind of a rifle buy, it's both a blessing and a curse because you really want to be able to take all 3 of those rifles into the next round to top up your economy. If you lose even one, it's gonna be quite damaging.
That's why you always got those pistol players to fall back on into the bonus round, right? But overall, I mean, Zach, the day's just started. The games have barely started, so we don't have too much to talk about. But how are you feeling so far? How's your day going?
My day is going really well. It's always nice to be able to cast some game changer action, and while I do wish that we had more streams for this particular one, I was going through like the backlog. I wasn't able to find too many of them, but still, I was really excited to go through the brackets and see how these teams are performing. Of course, I am a newly converted fan of Turkish VALORANT ever since this year, and after watching BBL in action, I'm really excited to see how far Food are gonna go. And the nice thing is that both of these teams, they have 2 chances to lock in their spots, right? Even if this
That's a really good point to make, but at the same time, Tom was talking a little bit about it on the desk. It's also a little bit of a disadvantage in that sense. You're playing a bit more of a marathon in that kind of way as well, where you're going to be the only team playing 2 best of 3s in one day. Meanwhile, that lower side of the bracket, Tiger Anonymo is just chilling, vibing, gets to watch that stream like the AD mentioned. So it's a bit of a give and take. I do wonder if maybe some of the pick bans that we saw come through here, which I would have expected to go a different way with some of these maps, maybe came through in a sense of like countering the risk of falling down to that lower bracket where Tiger Anonymo might be expecting something else if they were to face up against them. But luckily, Tech Pause here all wrapped up and we're ready to get into this next round.
Oh god, I'm very happy that none of the footballers players are pushing up that A site, because that would have been a very damaging thing to walk into. They've gone for a little bit of a stack, in fact, gonna be positioned all of them towards the site, and hopefully they can do quite a bit of damage in their as their way in. Yeah, all of them, literally. They look to go in. Already the first pistol kill comes through. The classic for Lian doing quite a bit of damage, and that's going to be the Bulldog dropped, Ghost dropped if I'm not wrong. I didn't know if A-Team have the information though. They spotted at least 3 players. The spike going to be dropped as well, finally being retrieved.
I feel like Foot is just making so much noise on that side that
in the meantime, Matt's finds a kill of her own.
Making that call to make the rotation over have definitely gambled that it was a full stack coming out from Foot over on that A side, and instead of rotating through spawn, Foot actually looking to run right behind them. The danger though is that you are going to have to worry about Arena's trips that are coming through, so this ruse is just about giving up.
Yeah, I think they already do have the information. Know that there's going to be at least 1 flank. I don't know if they're going to be expecting all 4 of them, though. Sure, they're already going for the peek. Gets that first one. 1-for-1 trade so far. And despite the stun, it's still going to be the kills coming through in favor of the A-Team here. The last kill gets cleaned up as well, and not too much damage done. They do lose 1 Bulldog, but all things considered, I think that it was a very favorable round.
Yeah,
only
sure,
that,
round
they
into
are
the favor
only 1
of
off of
the
that
A-Team right now,
now,
but Foot have got to feel pretty good about that eco, especially taking one of those Bulldogs out of the hands of the A-Team. We'll see what the A-Team decides to pull through there for the bonus round, but honestly, you know, you've got a pretty solid few picks there coming out from Foot. For now, all split up here. Bit of a slower approach coming out from the A-Team. Sure is going to be the one looking for this early information. Maybe try to secure one of those orbs, get the Blade Storm up if necessary, but based on the buy that we see coming through, unlikely to be the case as the A-Team fully forced into this bonus round.
Yeah, they have invested quite a bit, and they're taking a little bit more slowly. We kind of saw the past 2 rounds being like a blitzkrieg towards the site itself. Now, though, with this weapon advantage, ooh, that is a push that Light Up pays dearly for. Ashura goes for the double check here towards Arcade. Now it's just going to be the Cypher that is stacked up here. They try to get the orb, but the angle is perfect for Leon to be able to find that kill. Now, numbers advantage completely neutralized here. The A-Team themselves stacking up towards this Arcade area, looking to head into the site. Leon's head gets spotted out. just missing the wallbang shot, not quite able to get that final kill here as they look to advance on site. Tripwire is broken as well. That's gonna make getting these spam kills even more
that's
harder.
a lot of damage
Spike
incoming
is
from
still
Mads.
down.
Great blast pack though to get out scot-free now. Tower control maintained here by TAT. Flank incoming at the moment here from Foot with River there coming through B main, but overall retake time here for Foot and the A team just to hold on for dear life.
One enemy remaining.
The spike, it's going to be very important for them to hold on to tower here. Matt's finding 2 with that spray down, the 3rd on the round as well. And that is going to be the A team converting, not exactly their bonus, they did invest quite a bit,
That's
but
what the SPX
really good
allows you to
round
do, right?
nevertheless.
Really
So much damage
bolster that bonus round where it's not even a bonus anymore, it's just a full buy, ultimately, right? So, for Foot, starting off on the back foot, actually, a bit tough to kick off your eco in this kind of sense, not really have anything to go into this next round with. And it's the round that you would be expecting to win, a huge swing round there for Foot, right? Meanwhile, the A team, they're keeping an iron grip on this lead so far, and hearing the fast flank coming through here from River, that's going to be a mad dash from Arano over towards the north side of the map, and the A team, they just use that as the green light to speed right on up onto B.
Yeah, and you can see the placement of the smokes as well. It enables them to just take so much control already, holding down not just tower, but also that CT position here. It's going to be a very, very rough retake for Foot, not only with that weapon disadvantage, but also just the lack of control that they really have across the map. All 5 players now waiting towards this main area. I don't even know if they're going to be attempting to go for a retake here, rather just preventing these ults from really charging up for the A team, because if you look at it, they already have that showstopper, that rolling thunder, one off that orbital strike. They're going to have so much to work with in this next round. And Shura gonna be that person to try and make sure that the spike doesn't exactly get defused. Would finally make their way onto site. Shura finds that first kill, and between the team, it's going to be just the A team finding all of the frags. Light-Up finds just 1 kill, but that's gonna be it.
I like the idea of maybe going for some more exit frags there from the A team, just holding a little bit longer, maybe draw a bit of attention with some utility of rechargeables that you don't have to rebuy into the next round. But overall now, right? But this is a map that we haven't seen them on before, and we're going to need to start seeing some very quick adjustments for them. This is the team that is the top dog in this competition right now here for Contenders, one of the top teams that we're looking to essentially place the equivalent of first, right? To qualify first here for stage 2. And at the moment, it seems like the A team have just had every single response needed, but a great first blood to open up the rounds here, but just over peaking for too much more there from River.
Yeah, trying to get that second kill as well, not quite working out in their favor now. The SE gets that trade, has the orbital strike online off the back of that, and is looking to just stay alive and regroup with the rest of her team. Considering that she does have the spike, not exactly a very good idea for her to try and make the same overextension mistake that River exactly did. A team, they've kind of slowed
I like the shift coming out from Foot as well, to have Lion be the person playing towards that A site. There's trips a lot more respected there in that regard. Haven't been as effective here on B. A little jiggle. Julius could get caught out with some timing here. It looks like the team still looking to push here towards the B side. Great delay, though, coming out from Foot.
My ultimate. I know exactly where you are. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, despite the delay, though, it's still going to be these frags coming through on the A side. Enough kind of pandemonium and a distraction being created towards Arcade that on the other side, they're just able to walk in and find those kills. And now in this kind of 2v4 scenario, the call for Foot seems to be just to hold on to these rifles. They know that they have almost no chance considering the number disadvantage as well as the ult still on the side of the A team here. And for the A team, this is a great start. They are reading Foot perfectly. They're able to find the entries. It's almost like they know exactly what Foot is going to do, and they're just countering them, hard countering them round and round.
And the A team, the reads have been really great, the calls have been really great, and this is a largely untested team with these players, right? But now on the hunt for the Foot players, trying to catch them off guard, take these weapons out of their hands to make that eco just that much more difficult into the next round. The paint shells find one, Lyda gets one to go, but overall, the A team, man, a 5-0 lead over a team like Foot Female is just a feat to have in itself. And I feel like I'm really excited to see actually what this team is able to do with more time gelling together.
It's very, very impressive. If you consider that this is a free agent roster and they've made it so far almost flawlessly, it's really, really good to consider. And this is the thing, right? In Game Changers or in any VCT, honestly, you can never really count out these free agent rosters that go demon mode. Like we saw it from CBA, we saw like how they were able to just pop off and do a great job.
That is something. They're definitely popping off, and it's just crazy to see what these teams are able to do. That's why the Contenders League is so amazing, just this pipeline to be able to make it into the main game changer scene here in EMEA. But this next round is about to get probably pretty chaotic when you look at just the alt economy here on both sides. A lot of counter alts available to each other, just orbital strikes for days as well. Then you've almost got that Rolling Thunder up there for its AD as well there. But when it comes down to the money right now, Foot still definitely struggling at the moment. Might see a hero rifle actually come through for Lyda, but at the same time, a big risk to be taken considering that for the side of Foot, that means that they are going to be on and off by if things don't pan out. Lyda won't be able to afford that full weapon. So definitely going to throw everything in. Already overdrive to come through. Again, skirting away on this zip line, just trying to avoid River. And right now, at least for Foot, it's been the speed, I think, that they've been struggling with, just trying to really capitalize off of River's utility in that kind of sense. Hasn't really panned out. First blood into the hands of Lyda, though. Shura, though, with the backstab to come through. The showstopper all used up here as well for the A team. And oh, what a shot to come through. Still, 3v3 situation. Foot holding on. Fisher is just putting so much pressure into spawn right now, all divvied up. And River's still on this flank. No more overdrive available, so it's just the classic in hands here as we wait. Might have the backstab. The timing, the knife is out, but the trigger discipline is not there. River misses the first few shots. It costs them a potential tide turner for this round. And even though it was an eco, the A team, sure, they run away with a 6-0. Foot keep it very competitive, though, as we go into the next round. Not as many ultimates as you would think were sacrificed into it. Staggering those out a little bit here for Foot. But right now, it really seems like the strategy that they are going for here, Zach, is very much so reliant on River finding that space, finding that aggression early on, and the A team have just been shutting her down.
Yeah, she's had almost no opportunity to find anything to work with. She did find that first blood early on, and now with the help of the smoke, perhaps they're looking to possibly deny some space here. But A team, they seem to have again read that counterplay perfectly. You know, the fast lane comes through on the arcade area, but there's just no presence at all from the A team. Instead, looking towards mid, and Shura already able to find that first pick. What a beautiful shot there. No Rolling Thunder, that means for the rest of this round, and it's just going to be so much more difficult for River to do anything at all.
That should not have happened. Zadias has been one of the key components for Foot in stalling out the pushes of the A team as well with that fault line. But again, aggression to come out here, re-clear into B main, finds Arano, so that's the flank down. But sure, with the backstab, it feels like the A team, they're either meeting Foot head to head or they're right behind them.
Oh my god. Mizzy gets hit by the stun, just dodging it, and still gets that headshot onto River. Just nasty work. And with Mizzy and Shura already having taken tower control, they're able to push completely into sight here. Once again, overwhelming numbers advantage in favor of the A team. And we've been talking about how they've had so many of these ults for these rounds. They just don't need to use them because they're just in such an advantageous position that it's just been so difficult for Foot to really do anything. Now Lyda will have to get this kill onto Mizzy. Does in fact connect it, and this retake, it suddenly looks a little bit more viable. Seeker's gonna be put through to sniff out the position of these remaining players. First one gonna be spotted out. Cypher does get that kill, and that neural theft going to reveal where exactly the last two are there. However, even if they want to try and defuse the spike, there's just so much soul utility available for these players on the A team. As he finds that kill on the push, looks for the second as well, well connected, and the A team 7-0. Wow.
Okay, I gotta check out the scoreboard because I know right before that round we were looking at Mads 12-1 right now, the young blood here for the A team, right? She's a 16-year-old player, very fresh into competitive scene. and mechanically just doing really, really well right now. But we got the B-roll from this last round to go off of first, but Foot, I was expecting them to honestly be able to find a little bit more here, and I think that something that you can notice, Zach, is that Foot definitely look uncomfortable on Fracture. You can tell that it might not be a map that they've played on much before, at least in officials, has not been the case.
Yeah, I don't think they played it all over the course of the season. Now the Lida goes for the spray down, finds 2 kills, although the A team is quick to trade it out. Rolling Thunder gonna be invested, concusses everybody here, and it is going to be Neo trying to get the kill, but SC
they don't check the corner. No,
they don't check it. Not like this. Not like this. SC in the corner, able to find 2 before being shut down and through the wall. Areno finds that last kill. Unfortunate situation. If that corner had been checked like you mentioned, Ash, it would have been the first round for Foot, but not like this.
That could have been a completely different round now. The only ultimate available here for Foot is going to be that orbital strike that we haven't seen come out yet from Julius. A bit difficult to find impact with it. On the defensive side, you can maybe postpone the plant, but the way that Julius has been playing has been going for those early points of contact with River as well, which is a big part in why we haven't seen that come out. But another shift back in tempo here for the A team, back towards this B side, speeding things up, putting a little bit more into that orbital strike as well to have for the post.
Yeah, just one away. The tripwire hasn't quite been broken, but they managed to surmount it anyway. Once again, taking control of the site without too much difficulty. There is still going to be a player sort of like lurking around towards tower, but again, SE with the W positioning, able to find not 1, but 2 kills here. That orbital strike from the side of Footballers invested doesn't really find any value in the 3 remaining players. This is a buy for the team here, so they have so much work to do on the retake. That save call might just be the answer here if they can't find a kill very soon. And SE has that orbital strike again online, so this retake it's looking to be impossible as Shura and Areno, the crossfire immaculate, they just clean house.
You can tell, oh my gosh, it's just the comfort levels I think that are really coming out here right now between the A team and Foot. Is with Foot, there were even some just like very basic and fundamental positioning mistakes that we saw happen every so often in these rounds where a back might not be covered. You expect an angle to be covered, but it turns out your partner wasn't holding quite that angle where they would get the actual first point of contact. They end up seeing you first. And it's really micro mistakes like that that definitely show that Foot aren't practiced here on Fracture. And I don't want to go too in on that, but that's why I was really shocked to see this come through as that first map. Thought Fracture would have been one of those initial bans, and again, first point of contact there, River gets taken down, and it's either, you know, she's going in really fast on some sort of flank, or it gets taken out early.
Talking about flanks though, that's gonna be Julius. Unfortunately not quite able to find the timing. It does seem like Footballers, they're just having so much trouble really being able to set River up, number 1, like you mentioned, because a lot of the times it's just these really unfortunate dry peaks coming out of either River or Dati towards a main end or arcade, and they're just punished time after time. And the A team, right, they're kind of playing fast and loose with the kind of momentum that they're running. You see them going for these fast executes often, but at other times they're just happy to kind of play slow here. Or, you know, with the camera, able to spot out one player towards CT, the second just sitting in the smoke here, trying to possibly hoping for somebody to push up, but Footballers, a 2v5 scenario in this retake, only a Sheriff in the hands of Leon. It's looking pretty impossible.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in this situation, there's not much you can do. The flashes come through as well. They pull out the shorty. Okay, you get one for your trouble at the very least. You know, you avoid the shorty to death in that situation, but still double digits here for the A team. Foot need these next 2 rounds without a doubt if they want to make some sort of reverse comeback happen once we swap sides.
Yeah, it's looking nearly impossible, I gotta say. But, you know, after looking, one more thing, random point that I'm really happy about personally, not that it's related to this game in particular, is that the shorty is finally being nerfed. I am so sick of people satchelating into my face with that particular weapon in my ranked games, and that might actually change a little bit of how people are setting up in these pistol rounds. But right now, for the side of Foot, once again, they're gonna have a full buy. not much to work with in the nature of ultimates here for them, unfortunately. And Shura, you know, if you do highlight this player, they have been finding these timings so impeccably. Just the hold, the spacing coming out of foot here, finally in their favor. They catch the gaps, they find 2 kills, and with the Seekers, they know exactly where the 3 remaining ones for the A team are going to be positioned.
Oh, the A team also have to recover the spike in this situation, but it's trades back and forth coming out here. Diddy buying a little bit of time, Aftershock to do some zoning to have Duelist follow up, and what a follow-up it is. Foot find their first round on the board at least. You know, we're not going around with the 11-0. Like I said, they need the last one here as well to have the best chance possible, making some sort of comeback. But looks like we're going with the timeout, and it's Foot using their second one of the matchup still in the first half.
The A team, yeah, a little bit of a confusion when it comes to that. But you know, talking about the way that, you know, played that last round, right? They finally were able to find some synergy and timings. You saw that push coming through in that underpass area. There was a player from the A team who was watching that angle, but the double peak was a little bit too much for them to deal with, and just they were able to trade things out favorably. And I think that's probably been the biggest missing component for Foot so far. Even if they, number one, they go for a lot of these dry peaks without setups from their initiators, but more than that, I just feel like they've had very little synergy when it comes to being able to trade things out. Their spacing has been very awkward over the course of this defensive half, and this timeout, it might enable them to really kind of fix that.
It definitely might, because Foot, they get that opportunity to have a conversation as well, like you're talking about, right? But for the A team, I think this is more about stalling that momentum that Foot are trying to build for themselves, seeing, okay, how can we guarantee we secure this 11th round? That means that we get to win the pistol once we swap sides. Could be easy to close out this matchup early on into the second half. Meanwhile, for Foot, they're trying to buy as much time as possible, right? And what's scary into this last round is the A team, they've still got that Rolling Thunder to work with.
Yeah, they've been really good at being able to farm up these ultimates. Already super fast push towards this ace site here. So much space being taken up by Shura. Already caught in the spawn. The tripwire does connect, but Julius taking only a little bit of damage off the back of that. Now the A-team, they've kind of taken over the site once again. Mizzy with a Rolling Thunder as well, willing to push all the way into spawn, catching Shura as well in the ult of the Leon. Able to find a huge kill there, getting the neural depth off the back of it. And Footballers, they have the numbers advantage ×2 here.
Got you.
I love how Shura's always pushing into spawn here, just buying that time, being the aggressive player, try and push back the defenders, but it's advantage into the hands of Foot on this retake.
Yeah, just want to be one player remaining, and Julius quite able to clean that up. Footballers, they finally kind of wake up towards the end of this half here, able to find 2 rounds of their own, but it's going to be a staggering uphill battle for them to be able to come back from this. And like you mentioned, Ash, it starts with a pistol. If they can win it, there's a chance for them on this map, but if the A-team, if they get that, I'm going to say it's pretty much over.
That is for sure. It'll be interesting to see if the A-team continue on with the same sort of aggression that we've seen.
Yes.
So far, it's been really high speed tempos to kick off most rounds for the A-team on the attacking side. Curious to see if on their more aggressive side of the map, on that A site where you've got Mad stacked up with Mizzy, we'll go for that A-Hall's aggression, use that fault line to be able to satchel on up, find that space, even nade through, whatever it may be. But for Foot, they're going with that 4-1 split, very similar to what the A-team was running, very much so leaving their Cypher, in this case it would be Lion, to just guard the other side that Foot's not looking for that aggression on, have a tripwire to watch their backs to play off of as well, and it's dish control that they're looking for. Focusing a lot more on shopping for those orbs this time around, though, here for Foot.
I think that's one of my favorite things about Fracture. When you have 4 ult orbs and you're on attack, you really want to try to get those ults. Yeah, the timing, Shura not quite able to find it. That tripwire does get broken, giving away a little bit of information to Foot that there is something afoot towards that arcade area. Now that they're going to be reconverging towards this A main, where already SE has taken up quite a bit of space here. Pain shows as well coming through, and the Trailblazer doesn't spot SE in the corner, so she might be able to do quite a bit of damage if she goes and checks. And if Foot insists on pushing the issue here,
they're not checking. Are they?
Oh, they still get the kills! They still get the kills despite the corner not exactly being full check. Still a clean headshot coming through on the Ghost. Shura, though, counters back with one of her own, and now the flank comes in to boot. The A-team, they just swarm them from every side, and 11-2, and you know, Ash, I was gonna bring this up, but if you look at the stats for the A team on this map, their defensive percentage on their defensive win percentage is actually better than their attacking. And after the attacking half we saw, I'm just really scared for them.
Hey, it's a valid reason to be scared, right? Knowing that this is a really strong map for the A team, letting that be the map that you start things off on as well here in this best of 3, right? So the A team still starting off on that front foot. Interesting buy that we have coming through. A bit of a mishmash here on the A team side. Early peek coming up from Shura. First blood granted.
I respect the side of Foot for not forcing up here. They're really looking forward to playing for this overtime. If they don't get this round, already though, Shura's still gonna be on site. Gets another kill before finally being shut down though. Between Julius and Dolly, they're able to find at least a couple of kills here. Arena finding one more of their own. That's gonna be a Spectre that could possibly be retrieved. However, unfortunately for Footballers, even though it's a 2v to the spike, it's gonna be dropped in such an awkward angle. Leon having to force the trek and retrieve the spike here so low as well. One wallbang is gonna be all it takes, and Matt gets it without too much ado. Now it's just going to be Julius, a 1v2, Sheriff in hand, has to hit the headshot, not able to connect it, and that's gonna be match point for the A team on map number 1.
Match point.
Almost feels like we just started the map, Zach. It's been fast rounds. You can't lie. It's been fast rounds. When you've got the A team like just going in guns blazing on the attacking side for the most part, like sprinkle in a few like defaulty play for pick rounds here and there, but on the back of this match point, of course, Foot are going to be pulling out that second time out here finally for them to have a bit of conversation. There's opportunity to keep this going for a little bit longer at the very least with the full loadout that we see coming out for the side of Foot. But overall, the A team, their bonus, not looking as good. But the question is, do you think they force and try to get Shura those blades?
I think that they will for sure, because Shura, I think that if she can't get those blades online, it might be even if they can do a little bit of damage to Footballers, because every single gun that they take off, it's going to be something that Foot is going to struggle with in that next round. At this point, they're at a kind of state where they have no real chances to eco anymore. They have to kind of not only win these rounds after round, but they have to sustain their economy in the process.
Yes.
And if Shura can get that Blade Storm, that's going to let her have that operator for that next round if necessary. So it's just going to make it so much more easy to close out.
Opportunity to stretch that money to keep these rounds going, but the A team putting out quite the performance right now. Both their duelists very much so stepping up to the plate. Shura and Mad's going insane right now. Essie very much so doing well as well. The A team just very synergized, looking for Foot. We're gonna want to see a bit of a faster follow-up to assist River here on site right now. She is quite alone, but the Sands follow-up does eventually come through.
Yeah, they have taken control of site and CT. Like you mentioned, the Blaze Storm coming into play for Shura. Essie, though, is able to find one. A quick trade coming through for Lida, so things not too bad for the side of the Footballers here. The spike still hasn't gone down, though, so it's just going to be a little bit more opportunity for the players of A-Team to get this flank coming in order. The flash comes through. Julius still not quite hit by it. Will be that first point of contact, trying to take down these players. Here's a Stinger, still gets the kill. Huge damage there for Marino, and these last 3 players, 2 of them are going to be on site. They're trying to desperately maintain this crossfire here. Lida finds 1, and the rest of Foot, they clean house here. A lot of damage. They do lose 3 players, but nevertheless, they keep themselves alive.
Holding on by the teeth of their skin here for Foot. It's a constant battle up, right? It's going to be 9 rounds in a row that Foot needs to try to take this to overtime. And right now, the A-Team, that's the operator that you're asking for coming out here for Shura into this next round. Nothing super impactful on the A-Team side as far as ultimates go. I'm sorry, Cypher. That's nothing against you in particular with mineral theft. But overall, we're mostly looking at those Seekers here for Foot to help finding an opening for that fast follow-up there for River especially.
Oh, the shot doesn't exactly connect here, and now they know that Shura has an op. That's going to make this retake a little bit more awkward. Arena going to be that player onto site, able to find that first, gets that neural depth to boot, jumping around, playing in their own cage to stay alive and get a second to boot. Suddenly this attack for Foot is just falling apart here. Arena finding another kill to boot, finally being shut down, but I believe the damage has been done. Dati and teammate desperately trying to keep things alive. It's all down to Julius right now. A 1v3. Spike not exactly in her control, just have the orbital strike, but with the positioning of the A-Team players here, it's going to be an almost impossible situation. unfortunately falls at the first obstacle. That's just the brim diff, and a dominating win for the A team here. 13-3 as they take map number 1. Holy.
That was really tough. No smokes either there in the end there for the hands of Julius to be able to lay those down, cut off some of those choke points as we see the prime gaming highlights here for this last match that we just saw. But Zach, what a showing. The A team started things off extremely hot here on their map pick.
They have looked really phenomenal. Number one, of course, I always like teams who farm up those ultimates on Fracture. It's like really, really good sign. But more than that, they were just so coordinated when it came to taking map control. They were, the shot caller, I think it's Anonymo here for this team, doing an absolute phenomenal job of being able to read what exactly Footballs is doing. When they tried to go aggressive, they were stopped in their track. When they tried to kind of hold for a default, it was just kind of like a really quick push coming through. And it just seemed like until the very end of that half, Foot had almost no answer to just the raw pandemonium that the A team were bringing into the play.
Yeah, just needed to play that ebb and flow a little bit more there, I think, for the side of Foot. They were either hitting the A team head on, or when they ended up avoiding them into the retake situation, the A team was meeting them head on again into their spawn usually, or very much so cognizant of that flank. The timings were very on the radar there for the A team for sure. My worry though for the A team though is that despite this very, very insane opening matchup for them, is heading into map number 2 on Split is where things get scary. It could be the same situation, but in the favor of Foot next time.
Yeah, I think that could definitely be a case there, because this is a map that I think, like our AD brought up, it's a map that they've lost 0-13 against BBL Queen, so completely understandable. I will lose 0-13 against the likes of BBL as well. But it's a map that they've proven to falter on, but more than that, Footballers, they have a very strong history on this map.
Yes.
They've gotten some really, really dominant wins so far. And the only problem with that is that if there are any WODs of that out there, it's going to be a little bit of scout work that perhaps the A team could have done. But either way, Split, now the pressure is going to be on Footballers' shoulder, right? They're a map down. They have to like really do their best to keep things going, to push it to that map 3. And I really hope they do, because this series, I feel like if it gets to that point, it's going to be absolutely phenomenal.
Well, we'll have to see how things end up panning out there. We're going to have to see what the AD has to say as well, right on the other side of this short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
14-3 is the final score line on Fracture. I mean, Anne, you said it yourself coming into this. Expected, absolutely. I mean, Anne did. She said, listen, it's Fracture. It's a map that we haven't seen Foot play before. And also, if the A team wants to even push this or have a chance at securing their spot in Game Changers, this was the map that they needed to win. My oh my, did they win it?
Yes, indeed. I said that indeed with that second map in mind and A-Team's previous performances against BBL Queens on that map. Yes, a map that A-Team have played before with the duel or double duelist and a map that is unfamiliar for Foot, but it still seemed, despite that map being unfamiliar, that the A-Team had so much information on what Foot was going to do. There were some rounds where they would lose the initial gunfight on the side of the A-Team, but they were still able to recover. They had really good utility usage to turn rounds around. There were plans going on a lot very early into the round on the side of the A-Team. It just looked like a lot of confidence, and they were winning rounds in a row. I think they even won 5 rounds in a row after the tactical timeout from Foot as well. That is showing dominance on another level.
To say the absolute least. I mean, Tom, when we're looking at the performance from the A-Team, every single thing that we saw Foot Esports try to throw at them, they had an answer to it.
Yeah, I think it was a mix of a few things. One, you're playing a comp that revolves around like a neon sky. You're going to be getting fairly aggressive, and I think the A-Team were very much ready for that. I think also just being caught in the back quite often was much more of a problem. So I think that there was a mix of the A-Team being very, very good, and also Foot just did not look comfortable at all.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the round 7 specifically, even though Foot manages to get the first opening pick, there's nothing off of it.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we talked about sometimes the A-Team walking into lines of sight where they don't really see the Foot players. They get Foot to get this initial advantage sometimes. Not in this round, however, it turns out. This will turn down into a 2v2 where you eventually get a neural theft from the Cypher. And that is when they have the plan down already. I mean, this is where there is some over-aggression coming out from Foot. They get a good situation for themselves. Eventually, there will be a plant from the A-Team on this side. They will get set up for a good execute. They'll get set up for a good post plant, whilst they're already working on getting that man advantage back. And when it turns down to a 2v2, when they get that plan down, we do see that Leon has the neural theft. She'll use it. She'll try and get some information on where all the players are. Plan's going down, but then that is also countered out by Essie's orbital strike to make sure that when they have the information on where these players are, they can't actually do anything with it because the bomb or the spike is inaccessible.
I think one of the things I really enjoy about this round is the fact that not only do you spot some of the weaknesses of Foot, like a couple of players being caught crossing back over to the site, and even maybe seeing the A-Team getting a little bit overconfident, but then you see that balance. And I think Essie is that balance. Like, we can talk about the double duelists of this roster all day long. They played phenomenally all the way through, but Essie was that backbone. Like, whenever they got into a post plant, whenever there was a moment where they needed to buy time on that clock, that's where Essie stepped up to the plate. And in many cases, whenever they caught that aggression of the opposing side, that was where she really did her work. So very impressed with her on the Brimstone.
And we can even see that in that round, right? It was round 7 and Essie just hadn't died yet. That's just dominance. She was making sure she was staying alive, being a consistent factor for her team, and that really helped us in this map.
Yeah, and while we're in the vein of talking about individual players that have really showed up, I think Areno specifically on the Cypher, Tom, some of the setups were nasty.
Yeah.
Like round 16 is going to highlight it even further.
Yeah, she had a few cool trips that we saw earlier in the game. Obviously, they didn't have much of a defensive side because they were so dominant when it came to the attack, but I just really enjoyed how she sort of managed to play around her utility here, just having that initial kill, having the trip ready, getting the info for her team, and then just popping the cage and hiding within it so that her teammates can support her. Just doing an incredible job to play around her own utility. And the fact is, you actually saw this on the attack as well. She was constantly placing these deep trips within her own smokes to basically just catch free kills. And I'll be honest, Foot fell for it, hook, line, and sinker every single time.
Yeah, on the attacks as well, with trapwires coming for flanks, for example, covering out, and that made the A-Team so aware of the retakes going out from the side of Foot. They knew where it was coming from, they knew where they needed to be focused out. We saw it on the B side multiple times, and yeah, indeed, with their own defenses as well, with those trapwires, it creates a kind of false safety or false security for the side of Foot, thinking you can get onto the side, and all of a sudden you're detected, there is this cage, you don't know where to shoot, and you're getting shot. That must hit the mental as well.
Yeah, I would say that's a little bit of a tilter, but you know, that's just me. And when we're in the vein continuously talking about some of these players that have showed up consistently, Mads is one of them, Tom. We've highlighted her in the pre-show as well, saying that this is a young gunner coming out guns blazing. I mean, talk about making me feel like I've not achieved anything in life.
Yeah, you know, it's always rough. See, I've witnessed this for a while now, being the ripe old age of 28. You see young players come in and just obliterate, but she was doing this from the very beginning of the game. Just came out confident. I think those first few rounds, a lot of it came down to her, and then you see some of the other players like sort of wake up a little bit. But if your youngster is coming out and schooling an experienced team like Foot, you're going to be having a good time for the rest of the game.
Scary.
Yeah.
That, absolutely.
And we gotta keep in mind, Bats isn't always a duelist. She's usually going to be initiator, but specifically on Fracture, she will be the duelist. She has the raise with the blast pockets, for example, to get herself out of bad situations, back in the tower, and will that actually peek back to get kills as well? We highlighted it in the beginning at the pre-show, saying she was one of the best performing players for Contenders. She is, in fact, showing that up. It took Shura maybe a little bit longer to wake up next to the side of Matt, but eventually she was super consistent as well. She was really good on that first plot as well, and delivering just a really high combat score. That's great.
Yeah, and that's a really scary thing that you're looking at right now, Tom, because it's not just one or two players from the side of the A team that have shown up. It was every single individual on the roster, coupled with the fact that Foot just felt like a fish out of water when we're throwing them onto Fracture. Now we're heading into Split. This is going to be Foot's pick, so we're expecting them to at least feel more at home in that regards.
Well, the fun thing about this one, I know we're going to be getting into Agent Select in just a moment, and that's going to be my focus, because although we haven't seen the A team play this map before, I think if they run the double duelist again here, it's a map where both Jet and Raze very popular. We see a lot of teams doing that. Vitality are one of my favorite teams to do it over in EMEA. I hope they do that again.
I feel like every team is your favorite team.
They're also another team that gives me jerseys, so I like them a lot.
Yeah, there you go.
They're very good at doing the double duelist, so that's what I hope we get to see coming out of the A team again.
Ooh, that they usually don't do it.
Well,
okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I mean, one of you is going to have their hopes and dreams crushed. We're going to be heading into Agent Select straight away.
Well, the last time they played it was against BBL Queens during the open quals of Game Changer Stage 1, and they weren't able to pick up a single round. They did play with the dual initiator setup. They had a Sky, for example. On the other side of Foot, they played with a dual Sentinel. For Foot, it was Astra, Cypher, Raze, Sage, and Sky. And for the A team, they played with a Breach, Cypher, Jet, Omen, and Sky.
Yeah, it feels like when we're looking at the A team so far, Tom, they're going to stay consistent to their roots, but no double duelist.
I'm disappointed. Yeah. I think that you definitely could have, like, obviously with the last result, I would have made a change personally. I do think that Sky is perfectly good on this map. I think especially combining with a Breach, you can have these more sort of passive holds, and I definitely think that the composition they're running is absolutely fine. I just would have quite liked to see an explosive one.
All right, well, and looking at both of these comps, looking at the agents that are locked in and loaded, is there a team that you prefer, well, referring to potentially being the ones in favor here? Very similar, but what playstyle are you expecting?
The thing is, I'm looking at whether that result against BBL Queens that A team had was a fluke, because yes, it's a very strong team, and yes, they didn't win a single round, but maybe because this is a different team, they might have a, you know, a bit of a better chance. I am curious to see what Mats is gonna do. She just had a great map being a duelist. She's gonna have to maybe play a little bit more passive now, being an initiator on this map. I like the dual Sentinel on the side of Foot as well. I think the Astra's gonna help them a lot with the ult, for example, to create some safety onto their side and, you know, to get an attack going on.
Well, the agents are ready, the Gambas ready, the casters are ready, so we're going to be heading into the second map of the series, the one that Foot needs to win if they want to stay in the competition. We're going to be heading over to Zach and Ash.
Thank you so much, Jenny. And, you know, our analyst said it, this is Split. This has arguably been the home ground for Foot, and they are under pressure here, Ash, as they need to take this map to push it through the full series.
They definitely do. But again, it's the risk of this being a Fracture story, but in reverse, right? Foot Female definitely are the ones going into this next map with the advantage as far as just looking on pure history for them, right? So I am going to be curious to see, I think, the switch up into no longer going with that double duelist. I'm interested to see how Mads does fare on the Sky pick. We saw that she's really, really powerful on Fracture, playing on that Raze. So it'll be definitely you know, a test to see how she's able to still frag out. I think the Sky does enable her to play for herself in those kinds of ways as well. But of course, we're going to see her paired up with Shura. So that's going to be the guiding light to go out, help set up for Shura, just buy that time, set her up for those first points of contacts, yada, yada, yada. Pretty standard stuff here, right? But looking over towards Foot, they're the ones on that defender side. River and Lida will be the ones keeping an eye on that ramp space, but it's going to be where the lurk is headed. Meanwhile, the A team look for that mid control early on, and it's a great barrier orb. I don't like the mid wall too often on split, but on a pistol round, it's always great because you just don't have the weaponry for it, really.
Yeah, even with the stim beacon, if you're running a brimstone, it's like pretty difficult to break. But
yeah,
now that they have,
you pull it like half your clip in it.
Yeah, and it's just really difficult if somebody decides to peek out, especially. Now, though, after creating that bit of mid-pressure, they're looking to opt towards this A side instead. Camera does manage to catch out Shura's position. Lida tries to go for the push after that, but Matt's more than ready for it. Trades going in the favor advantageously for the A team here as they look to take control of this A side. And despite the tripwire working for Leanne, not able to connect that kill, 2v1, a little bit too much for her to chew off. And now the last two players for Foot, they're under a lot of pressure. Perfect flash coming through, lots of damage being done off the back of that. The shot might not quite connect, but it's just a matter of time. It seems like finally Dali able to find that crucial kill here. And this 2v3 scenario, especially with the heal coming through, it might certainly be doable for these players on Foot. They look to come through main instead, where it's going to be a very awkward crossfire. Beautiful stun coming through. Once again, Mizzy able to not only get the stun, but also the kill here. And it's going to be all down to Dolly. Does have that ghost, gets the dink armor coming in favor, though. All she has to do is really connect these shots. Gets a second as well. Doesn't know the position, though. And Essie, off the back of that corner, will be able to swing through and get that final kill. The A team, they take the pistol once again.
Man, those flashes in the post plant there for the A team just buy so much time, especially into Heaven. Sure, Mads wasn't able to close out a few of those kills, but ultimately those flash points, the guiding lights, just stalled out Foot on that retake. Now, going into this next round, you can expect the buy up to come out here for the A team. It's going to be pretty typical, like, standard eco buy across. Still going for the buy with the two pistols to give you a little bit of that breathing room there into the bonus if things go awry. And had me nervous there a little bit with the glimmer of a tech pause to come through, but I'm glad that it doesn't.
Yeah, it would have just been cursed if it happened at the same time, the different map. Now, B side, it does seem like two players from the side of the A team. They're looking to walk into it. However, this angle being held by Daddy at least lets her get one kill. The trade is going to be immediately moved from Essie, and off the back of that first pick, they're looking to just W key into this B side, and it's going to be a really good call because the rest of Foot, they've just stacked up towards that A side. A bit of a gamble that we saw from them once again. This time not paying off at all, as they're going to be left with like almost no control and a very awkward retake.
Yeah, Trailblazer luckily only catches out one, so it's only Julius that the A team can say is certain is coming from CT right now. Right now, it's just going to be the crossfires being held. You got two players into backside playing that double up, two players into garage doing that same thing, and that essentially means that there's really no opportunity to isolate fights here if you are Foot, other than using those guiding lights, but so far, they're just looking for those exit picks.
Exit picks. If somebody decides to get a little bit aggressive, they're gonna be punished for it. Shura still able to get a kill, though the trade is gonna be there from Lida. And the last players, they're just gonna be happy to die to the spike. Deny any more ultra orbs really coming through for this the A team side here. If you look at them, they're already either halfway through that Rolling Thunder and more than halfway to the Seekers, so we might be seeing some of those come into play next round if they get a couple of kills each.
Okay, my arms are good.
Well, that's why it's important to deny some of those picks as well. Sure, you can argue, okay, when you die to the spike, that also means that you're not getting an ult orb of your own into the next round, but when it's a swing round for you and it's a bonus round for the other team coming through, it's much, much better to play it the other way. But right now, you can see that, at least for those first two rounds even, Dati was very much so prioritizing some of that orb control in towards B main. That's allowed her to get really close to getting that resurrection online here into round number 3. Same barrier orb goes out in towards mid as well. You've always got the Nebula lined up too. Probably a little grab wall or a smoke to be popped just to delay even further, as quiet contact for the A team up towards Heaven at the moment. There is a cam watching here in Heaven off top.
Does catch that first player. Immediately the cage gotta be triggered to prevent further pushing from coming through. There is gonna be a player watching that angle as well. So the A team here, they're just trying to find a pick somewhere. We've seen this before coming out of them. They like to play a little bit slow, take map control across the board, and wherever they do find a little bit of a gap in the defense and possibly a pick or two, they like to go forward for that aggressive push. Now once again with that cam broken, it's gonna be River trying to extend themselves into Heaven, and in the meantime Missy towards this A main finds a crucial kill. However, Lyda goes for the swing off the back of that and finds 2 of her own. Now trying to desperately hold on for dear life, finds another kill on 5 HP before finally being shut down. And off the back of that, the A team, they're able to retrieve that spike. They know that A side is looking relatively easier to take. And Foot, now that they do have that numbers advantage, they're happy to go for a retake.
This timing.
So
just completely falling off of B Heaven, now free here for Essie. We've talked about how important she was for those backstab situations. Another one impending to buy some time here. 10 seconds, need to secure that plant. And it's just that much more dangerous for Mads now. She does have her entire kit to work with, but it's still a tall task to ask for. She's actually going to try and play in towards Hell right now, but it's a one and done angle.
Yeah, especially if they decide to play together, which does seem to be the call here. All of them, in fact, coming towards this Heaven area. They do have some flashes, some utility of their own here. Still managing to find one. Mads does get that, but like you mentioned, Dash, it's one and done, and that is going to be Foot finally finding that round. Really, really crucial one for them, considering it is their full buy, but it was a bit expensive because they lose 3 players in the process.
A little bit expensive, but at the same time, pivotal round for them to earn, right? We saw a very hot start previously from the A team over on Fracture. That was 9, 10 rounds in a row. I can't even remember like the exact number, but before Foot was able to find one. So now that's the swing round, the pivotal round there for Foot to take under their belt, ensure that they have enough money to buy into the anti-eco here of the A team. And Seeker's already up and available here from Mads, but there's also a resurrection to answer. Someone does go down early here for that team.
Talking about early, it's going to be a very, very quick push towards this ramp area. Once again, they're happy to kind of play off the Cypher utility, possibly going for a retake play, and that seems to be the right call because Lyda not only gets that first kill, but also has the Seekers off the back of it. And the A team, you know, they haven't really advanced too much into this A side, and it seems like footballers, they're going to have that information now that there's going to be multiple players stacked up towards this A main area. All of them, in fact, going to be waiting for a possible misplay out of Foot.
Thing is, you got the barrier orb still up in towards mid, has been uncontested, and on the other side of the map, Julius has just been jiggle peeking, right? So for Foot, they know that the read is towards this A side, and the A team don't really have much more space on the map otherwise.
They are trying to take and contest A Heaven here. The Seekers will find out 2 players. At the spray down, though, for Foot is too much to deal with as Mads finds both kills. River gonna be that last point of contact, and despite the stun, it's gonna be Mads finding that huge kill. Only going to be 2 players left. They do have a resurrection, like you mentioned, so if they can get that one, if they can find a pick, maybe get that kill, it might be worth investing it in. But as of now, it's just the crossfire is being held by the A team on site. It's gonna be so difficult for Foot to even break through this. They do get that res invested, like you mentioned. 3v4 scenario now, but it's just such an awkward retake.
Yeah, and time's ticking at this point too, right, Zach?
Oh my god. Anonymo on Heaven, still able to find the kill, and it's gonna come down to just the Sage here. So much damage being done off the back of that flash, and Missy just holding down the angle will confirm that final kill. And the A team on this attacking side, they have really put in the work.
I've got your track.
Okay. A little replay of this Heaven control. So the thing is here for Foot, I really like the read that they had, right? They've been putting up that barrier orb in towards mid, conditioning it so far. Last round, the A team showed no mid presence. Normally, they break a piece of that wall right off the bat. So that left Foot feeling really, really confident, stacked still towards that A side. It's just tough because I feel like Mads got away with so many frags that she realistically shouldn't have. And now the A team, they're slowing things down. They're waiting to see if Foot's going to get aggressive on this eco round for themselves. You've got Julius being that hero rifle as well, pushing up Foot, just looking for some trades with each other. You can see Lida's alone on site, and for the A team, that's always a signal for them to show a little bit more of that presence. But look how this flank is split up.
Yeah, I was just gonna point that out. There's been like a bit of a push towards B. Now River watching, expecting that lurk from the Cypher, looking to get that kill. Unfortunately, Areno finds the perfect timing, and off the back of that gets the neural depth boot. Oh, a really, really nasty shot from Shura with the satchel. Jules just completely caught off guard. And now that they know exactly where the remaining players on the side of Foot are, they're just gonna be running it down towards the B side. Camera still gonna be on site here, but with the weapon disadvantage being so significant, it's gonna be almost impossible for them to hold on. Leon goes for a peek, but Mizzy there for the punish. Lida and Dati, the only two left right now to try and make this retake somehow possible. Already Shura anchoring down mid here. The distraction from Mizzy is gonna be perfect, and Arena off the back of that will find the final kill. Foots, they find one pick, but all things considered, the A team, they are just stomping.
They did not come to play today. Like, they are bringing their genuine A game right now up against Foot. And Foot, for a team that, you know, has that synergy, 4 players aside from Lion who've been together on Supermassive and have had that time to gel, just bringing in one new addition, right, to kind of round out the squad overall. And just don't kind of seem like the Foot that we've seen before. The A team, though, looking extremely synergized, back to the same kind of mid play where they shoot out that wall early on, but Dati finds the opener, which could be a great tide turner here for Foot.
Finally, first blood kind of going in their favor. They've really needed that, so as to speak, the last time around. And on the opposite side, towards this ace site, it's gonna be a bit of a venture coming out, a fishing expedition, so as to speak, out of the Cypher. Leon not finding anybody, not catching anybody in the lurk, but now that the A team know that there's gonna be some pressure on the A side, they're looking to go towards B instead, where there is a 3-player stack just holding it down. So for once, they have like no control.
And that's Mads too, who has been a really important facilitator, but you can see the Rolling Thunder is poised and ready here for this B control.
Should be able to take it off the back of that, hitting not 1 but 2 players here. Dati forced to play in the corner. Barrel gets spotted out. Reno finding a huge kill. 2 players though from the side of Foot, still on the side. River able to find the first, get the second as well before the trade finally comes through. And a lot of work on Jules' shoulders here. Does manage to find a kill. Areno gonna be stuck in a 1v2. Spike drops in the open, and Lida ready for the jump. Finally, Footballers, they find a round here, and they do it quite well, I gotta say.
Yeah, really great response coming out from Foot right off the back of that Rolling Thunder, still somehow finding a way to capitalize on those picks. And now for the A team, they're calling their time out early, still with a 2-round lead. But the economy is starting to wane a little bit now, right? Both these teams starting to equalize a little bit with the economy as Foot start to make it a bit more of a back and forth series here in map number 2. Big ultimate online here for River would be really, really great for both the retake or just completely delaying an aggressive push coming out from TAT that we've seen them run back beforehand. Otherwise, across the board, everyone else is kind of just still trying to build up those ults, have them come through on their own and whatnot. Something to look out for could be Jules if she does manage to find that Cosmic Divide.
I think that the A team, they're really like happy to cycle through them. We've already seen the Seekers and the Neural Depths come out once, if I'm not wrong. So this is gonna be the second time that we're seeing that one on board. Mizzy did invest that Rolling Thunder last round, and it found like immense value. So I think that this round, if Shura can get that showstopper going, it might really be that point, that ultimate that they really need to take space onto site, get an entry in, or just deny that retake coming through. So I think that the raise outs for both of these teams is gonna be quite pivotal. Looking at how they've stacked up, though, I think that, once again, it's going to be the A team just looking for a bit of a default and a bit of control in the beginning of the round, at least.
I do like that the A team are continuing to cycle back towards this mid-control and presence as well. What's really important, I think, for countering the stage pick coming out from Dati is the fact that you want to be breaking that wall basically as soon as possible. Because the longer that that wall is up is just free real estate for Foot, right? Where they just feel very comfortable. Okay, we've got complete control of this area. They're cut off right now. If anyone's gonna hop up, you're either gonna be hearing a TP coming out from Essie, or you're gonna hear the blast pack coming out from Shura. And otherwise, nobody's really gonna be there to actually follow up on those players if they choose to go that more stylish route of getting around the wall, but it's not actually going to come through here right off the gate. Instead, Foot looking to delay to slow things down with the orbs instead. And just quiet contact up here, looking to wall off actually into B Heaven. Still Mill in deep control though, given over towards the side of TAT.
And they'll be happy to take it too. Already Shura having walked up there, just hidden down the wall, perhaps hoping for another peek coming out of Dati like we saw in that last round where she tried to get a little bit aggressive. This time though, it's just going to be very, very slow play coming out of Foot. They know they're giving up space, but they're buying so much time in exchange already. Half the round having gone by here for them.
I mean, it's the ebb and flow, right? So they might be giving up a lot of that space in towards mid, but they're playing for extremities instead. I say that, of course, after they pull, you know, the rotation away from A, but originally they had Lyda and they had River there posted up on ramp. Now, just very much so relying on the setup of Lion to be that signal of a cross on towards site. The guiding light is enough, though, with 30 seconds left for Foot to call the rotation back towards A and play the retake.
Oh, that was a lovely trip, though, off the back of the Lyda, able to take down Mads. Huge kill in the showstopper as well. Tossed in the perfect position. It's just devastation being wrecked by Footballers on the site here. All down to SC, a 1v5.
10 seconds left.
Spike not in control, and it'll be a miracle if she can even hold on to this gun here. Does find that first kill, but while trying to save the gun, is going to be caught off guard by Dati. Finally, a huge round coming for Foot, and that was a swing round as well, because it was a round where they had the ultimates to work with. They're trying to like kind of build up on that economy, and already they're going to have that res almost back in action along with that Cosmic Divide and Seekers.
With how tight this series is as well, I don't like dwelling on economy too much when we talk about Valorant. But overall, both these teams have been going for the light shield buys, just looking to stretch as much as possible to keep rifles in their hands as often as possible here in the first half. But speaking of those ultimates, okay, Cosmic Divide now cycled through here for the side of Foot. But here comes the showstopper for sure, looking to find an opening. Last pack doesn't land her as far as she's expected though. Nobody playing on site.
Go get it.
They kind of expected that, I think, the showstopper aggressive push coming in. Now the Reno in the corner does get checked out. Seekers for Lyda off the back of that. They know that all these players from the side of the A team are going to be stuck onto site here. Essie, though, able to find that first pick. Really crucial shot. Immediate trade comes through, though, and a beautiful Paranoia will buy a little bit more time here. Utility, though, it might be a little bit too much for the A team to deal with as they're backed away to the corner. River already finding that first, looking for a little bit more. Gets a second to boot, and it's just too much for Shura to deal with. Swamped on either side by Footballers players as they equalize 4-4.
This is going to be something for the A team to look out for into the remainder of the next 4 rounds within this half here on the attack for them. Is if they're going to plant on that A site, they do need to maintain some sort of ramps or A main control, because that was just a full util dump coming out right off the gate there from Foot Female in that retake. And part of the reason that it's able to happen is the A team, it's on the rounds where they're not pressuring in towards mid, where you often see those slower orbs being used up early on. You see the grab well being used up as well, some extra smokes coming out from Astra on Foot. So it's really important for the A team to continue on with that mid pressure that is again lacking into this round.
Oh, River holding a really aggressive corner. Gets the first pick, but Shura ready to strike back here. Finds one with the paint shows and a second with the rifle. Resurrection gonna be coming through from Dati here. The wall bang off the back of that Neural Theft. Just gorgeous work coming out of Shura. Still gonna be holding down the corner this time though. Playing it a little bit more patiently. Off the back of those huge kills, it is going to be the Heaven Control being fought for right now. Irina already finding the first, getting the second as well. And once again, Foot, they're gonna be on the back foot here. Julius in a 1v4 scenario. 1v3, sorry. 2 of these players are quite low though, so if she can isolate these fights, it might be what Footballers really need to swing back into this round. Aware of the possibility of that flank already coming through on Heaven. Tries to push for the side, but Matt's ready for it. And the A team, they strike back here. And this is a round where their economy was kind of on its last foot, so the fact that they won, it's huge.
That was a big pivot round there. If Foot had won out that round, that would have been broken economy there for the A team, and here comes the timeout for Foot Female. But want to touch back on that round. That's an immediate response to what I was talking about here. Zach was for success in the A site post plant for the A team, they needed to maintain control of either main or ramps, ideally both. Exactly what they did. They had only one player there on the A site. That was Mads. because she can easily play with herself, using her own guiding lights to get her out of situations, flash out into elbow and whatnot, and it no longer leaves you at risk of the whole team being util dumped onto, and you can set up for much nicer crossfires. So for Foot, it's going to be about trying to pick that apart, right? They've sure been able to cut off mid when the A team isn't breaking down that barrier orb right off the bat, but Foot haven't really been able to also take advantage of that space in a kind of sense.
Yeah, and you know, talking about the A team, I really respect how they were quick to adapt. Like that one round where they decided to all go into site, they got util dumped, they got retaken pretty easily. So immediate pivot the next round if they decide to go for the same hit on the A side, except first they fight for ramps control. And now that they have both heaven as well as side control, there's just so many options that they've had. We've seen the pivot towards that B side as well, if necessary. But more than that, just them being able to take so much bait, it's just a much better post plant that they can set up for. And they took full advantage of that in that last round.
Yeah. Really important to make those quick adaptations here into this series. Again, we're in map number 2 already, right? This is Foot's map pick. The A team are the ones with the advantage after taking out that first one over on Fracture. For Foot, this map is a must-need win if they want to keep breathing here into this upper bracket.
Scout destroyed.
Scout gets taken out early, so for the A team, they know that there is no barrier orb up quite yet. I like how Foot did hold it for a little bit of a later delay, but immediately shot out, right? So more mid presence needed here from Foot. You see a bit of backup coming here into vents.
Oh, sure, gonna be that first point of contact, though. Not quite watching the right angle, and off the back of that, Dottie able to find that opener for the side of Foot. However, Matt's there for the refrag. Still, this mid control being heavily contested by both of these teams. I like how the Sky and the Sage just healed each other up there towards mid. And in the meantime, the remainder of A team, they decide to go for this ramps and A side control. Tripwire working out in favor of Leon there. Huge kill coming through, and that's going to be the spike as well. So now they know, footballers know that the A side is going to be where this eventual hit is going to be coming, and with the numbers advantage and the HP advantage, it's going to be a pretty nice retake that they have in their hands.
Yeah, tough because Mads isn't able to get onto site right now, so Essie no opportunity to get that sustain, that heal back up. Instead, prioritizing that control over into main. But this is going to be a tall ask for Mads with 3 players on foot heading straight into her.
She does find the first, but Dottie immediately there for the trade. Neural Theft coming through as well. Essie's new position gonna be caught out off the back of that, and despite the dark cover, able to get that kill. And Dottie going huge here on this round with the 4K as Foot, they bounce back right into this. This game has been so neck and neck. A really stark contrast from the last one, but Foot, they have got to be feeling that pressure now.
And that's after mid was looking pretty scary for Foot as well, right? Immediate blinds going through, then not able to capitalize off those Seekers too much. I think that's something that has been interesting coming out from Foot. Even on Fracture, we have seen that with the Sky Seekers at the very least, they are pretty gung-ho about them. They'll use them right off the gate, and just for general information, instead of saving them for like a retake moment and whatnot. So interesting to see kind of that mentality about that particular ultimate to come through. But again, barrier orb melted in the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's gonna force Dottie to kind of stick around towards this mid angle, maybe get a little bit of backup. However, that just seems to be a kind of bait play here, because once again, the A team, they have that Rolling Thunder ready to go if they want to kind of like push the issue on this B heaven area. There are gonna be 3 players caught in it if it comes down to that. 1-for-1 trade so far though. Rolling Thunder gonna be invested, but not quite connecting, as it's gonna be heavy mid aggression by Foot between Lida and River. They clean house, and it's all gonna come down to Essie once again in a 1v4 situation. Spike gonna be dropped in a bit of a weird spot. We'll be able to get retrieved, but it's gonna be a really, really difficult round for her to really clutch out.
Trailblazer coming up from Lida doesn't see anything either. It just would be the dark cover. So that information given. Known now that Essie does have the spike in hand. The majority of the Foot are playing together here. 40 seconds left on the clock, and with the money situation on the side of the A team right now, should just be an easy peasy little save decision to be made, but it's also 30 seconds at minimum, plus another like 5-ish seconds once the clock runs out that you have to hold on to this weapon for. So Foot, they're not going hunting. knowing that they do have to play disciplined. They do need to stretch out that economy for themselves as well and guarantee these rounds in case SE is going for something a little bit more stylish in that kind of sense, trying to take on a 1v4, even though it's not the case here.
Yeah, just happy to hold on to that rifle. Kind of necessary if you look at how the economy for the A team is looking in this last round here. Talking about economy though, the ultimate economy for Foot is looking phenomenal for this last round and a half. They still have that Cosmic Divide that they've held on to for so many rounds because they either get the retake without need for it, they have the numbers advantage, but more than that, they're one off the Resurrection, one off the Seekers, have the Showstopper, everything seems to be in their favor, and it's going to be a lot of pressure on Shura's shoulders here.
It is going to be a lot of pressure on Shura's shoulders as well, but a lot of pressure over on Julius too with the posturing of that spike. This time the A team leaning back over towards that B side. A has been really strong hits for them so far. And of course, it's not going to be heavy presence in towards B either, right? Julius has kind of just been playing the anchor game and the rotate game for the most part. They haven't really gone into her setup. She hasn't really had the opportunity to have her kind of fun in that sense, so just some jump peeking, but the Trailblazer forces up the smoke, and then you just gotta wait for the signal for that grab well, and it does come through, and ready with Flash Drive in hand.
Yeah, they're going to be going acid heavy into this particular site. Mads, though, with a beautiful shot onto Dati. That's going to take the Resurrection out of board. The Showstopper, the River, able to find a huge kill. And now it's going to be one player. Shura just stuck towards his backside. Unfortunately, finally being shut down. Julius, though, huge spray down coming down out of her. Finding 3 kills on the board, holding with the shorty. Just a distraction as Leon cleans house there with that last one. And Football, as they take the lead in this half, 7-5. Really, really good holds coming out of Julius. Like you mentioned, Dash, she finally had a chance to show kind of her setup and how she's set up on that B side.
She's finally like, yes, like they finally come to me. I feel like everyone has been there, which is like, guys, I'm not having fun right now, and I'm not seeing any action at the moment. But as we head into the next round, it would be definitely a little bit of a different case. 2 opportunities to have some of those lurk players who are actually playing together here, right? Julius and Lion being the Astra and the Cypher, 2 agents at least that you do tend to see moving into those slower positions. Astra, she's got that Mrs. Worldwide view with the smokes, but eventually she's getting pulled over towards that B side regardless. Actually, no, it's just tops over that spike, so we might see a bit of a slower start outside of A, reconvene over there at the end. Curious to see how this default does pan out for Foot.
The thing to know here for the A team at least is that they're going to have to always be very careful about mid. They don't have that Sage Wall. They don't have that extra 30 seconds that barrier will buys you. So it's going to be a lot of weight on Mizzy's shoulders because, you know, when you do have that breach, you want to be perfect with those fault lines. She's been pretty good at setting up the rest of the team for some executes, for being able to get those kills. But now on this defensive side, it's going to be a lot more pressure on her shoulders. We saw, like, in the matches that G2 played, how Mimi was really able to shine in that regard. So, yeah.
I'm curious to see if they will pull out those same kind of trap plays there in towards mid.
Oh god, don't remind me.
I mean, with where Shura is playing right now, might not be the case, but again, it is pistol round, so not all teams actually fall into their typical default like setups on defense on a pistol. Some like to shake things up just to keep the enemy team guessing. But 6 seconds into the round starts here, and you got some pings coming out. It'll be, you know, 2 cams probably looking for a bit of a smooch. Actually, that one doesn't actually get to see the other camera. I was like, are they going to have a moment where they just like look at each other across the distance? But it's not going to be the case, unfortunately. No love for the Cypher cams this time. It'll be the Trailblazers with that first point of contact here towards mid.
Does manage to completely clear out vents, knows that it's going to be empty, doesn't spot anybody, and River is quick to follow up off the back of the space created by that Trailblazer. It's going to be a push through mid into a heaven possibly, though that concussion and that cybernade. Oh my god, that's a nasty aftershock with the help of that concussion. Mizzy just able to find 2 kills basically for free. 2 more players going to be spotted out by Shura to boot, and suddenly what was a great start for the side of Foot, it just seems to fall apart here. Shura with the frenzy finds 1, though Julius there for the quick trade and refrag. Lyda doesn't even have a heal, so it's going to be very difficult to get her teammate back into fighting shape with her being low as well. Mizzy spots out that first player. Perfect flash coming through, and the right click will be good for the kill. All down to Julius here. 1v3. Gets the first, almost gets a second, but the wallbang just a little bit too much for her to deal with. And the A team, they take a 4th pistol. This is 4 out of 4 pistols we're seeing here, Ash.
Yeah, the A-team pistols have been pretty clinical, but speaking of a trap play, that vent situation is so sad. I don't know if we're actually going to catch a replay of it, but just such an iron grip that Mizzy held in towards vents in A heavens. Man, what a way to do it. Now, we're probably going to see that same typical buy-up that we've seen from the A-team. Nothing has changed. Actually, with it being split defense, they're going with a full semi-eco loadout going into this round. So not going with that 3 rifle, 2 pistol buy anymore. Instead, trying to give as many advantages as possible into everybody's hands.
This might work out in the favor of Foot though, because if they can stack together, you do see a Frenzy and a Sheriff on some of their players. If they can get a kill, that's going to be a weapon that they can retrieve and toss to a more healthy teammate. I think that the Foot players also did hear the Cypher cam towards this B Heaven area, so they're going to be playing a little bit more careful around it. Once again, though, it's going to be a multi-stack pushing into vents. This time around, no Aftershock ready to go, so I think that that's going to be a little bit of PTSD that they're saved, but they're just going to be holding for a possible miss peak coming out of the A team, who are just happy to let Foot walk into their clutches so far.
Happy to, but also making a lot of noise. So that's Daddy with 2 right off the bat, up against the better weapons as well. You got the barrier orb, completely cuts off that rotation into CT spawn. Now Shura all alone on site.
Oh, the spray down though does find 2 kills already before Dati finally trades it out. Numbers advantage still in the hands of the A team. And if they can make, in the hands of Foot, and if they can make this way onto site, it's going to be huge for them. The A team though, they're looking to find the timing here, really get into site alone. Once again, perfect Aftershock out of Mizzy, able to clear out that corner. Oh my god, Leon with the classic, finding a huge kill. Only a Spectre in hand, does retrieve the gun, finds the timing, and now it's going to be a 1v1 here. Julius has a Sheriff in hand, knows the position. With 10 HP, desperately trying to make things work, does quite a lot of damage, but in the end, it's going to be Footballers winning. A Thrifty here. Beautiful work coming out of that Frenzy from Dali. Oof.
Dati did so much in that round. That was just the first 2 picks with the Frenzy as well. Man, and then you get 1 on site too. I got a little bit nervous there for Foot because we saw that both Julius and Lion were up into like mid vents, right? And it was just was not planted for that location at all. I was like, is Arano gonna stick this?
This goes here.
But luckily, we go into the next round. But 2-round lead for them now. And the A team are the ones looking to close that gap with a save coming out into this round. There's no bonus for them to work with, so opportunity for Foot to grow this lead even further.
Yeah, they hear the push coming out of that B main area, so they're happy to just try to commit towards this A site here. Trying to decide where to TP too long. SD will be punished. However, with the Frenzy still able to find a huge kill. Does get shut down immediately after being surrounded on both sides, but nevertheless, Foot, they take the site and keep up the numbers advantage. Now with an open plan to boot, any kind of late lurk coming through, that's going to be in their favor. Lots of work for the remaining 3 players off the A team to really do here. They're looking to kind of re-engage together, go in for a retake scenario where if they can at least pick up a gun, they're going to be much better off. First point of contact going to be Julius here in the corner. Doesn't exactly get checked and is able to find kills off the back of that. All down to just Shura, and Dati just more than ready for the peak. Foot, they find 9 here, and I think the next round it's going to be super important for the side of the A team if they want to bounce back into this.
Yeah, because that's risk of Foot finding the double digits here while the A team are trailing behind by 3 rounds at the moment. And for Foot, that's a cause of revive back up. We didn't see it come out at all on the defensive side of Foot, so I'm curious to see if it will honestly come out on the attacking side. I would hope so, because it provides so much value in cutting off a site, especially towards B, cutting off that B Heaven angle and whatnot, just divvying things up, providing a safe plant, but a great slow to the early B main contact that Foot were looking to garner for themselves with that guiding light. They have to fight for it a little bit more now. The threat looming as well as someone hiding into that smoke there and towards B main. But instead, now Foot decide, let's reconvene here over towards this mid side. But again, Mizzy is playing up into B Heaven. It's a great position here by stairs to pull out some sort of fault line to delay and give those nades even more oomph coming out from Shura.
Talking about that's going to be the paint show's committed. Not quite catching anybody off guard. And Mizzy's stun, it's going to be mistimed as well. Matt's able to find that first kill onto Julius here, though. Lyda is quick for the trade. Now the neural that's going to be coming out to boot off the Cypher. The flank coming through, and this control of B main, it's going to be pivotal. Matt and Arena hold on for dear life, finding 2 kills, and Dati does have the resurrection. If she can find these kills, these 2 players are so low. It is going to be huge. Arena, though, still with minimal HP, able to find the timing. 1v1 now, resurrection into play. Will be able to get a teammate back up, and Essie, so much work to do with 30 seconds left.
Great choice in the resurrection as well, because Lion was all the way backed up, right? But look at this positioning, looking for the spray down, but Lion comes out on top. Double digits here for Foot, and clutch rounds come out for Dati as well. Let's close that one out now. The 18, 4 rounds to go to try and meet Foot where they are.
You know, this was really, really rough because that was a super good play coming out of the A team to kind of hold down B main. They find those 2 kills, but then they just seem to get kind of stuck there. Do we push back into side? Do we try to take more space on the other side, especially considering how low they were? You didn't see the heal really coming through out of Lyda either, so just really unfortunate.
Tough situation for sure, the A team, but a little technical pause gives us a little bit more time to chat about what we got on our screens here, Zach. You got 2 Seekers, 1 for each side. Unlikely to see A team pulling theirs out. Foot honestly might not even use theirs as well, unless they are maybe worried about, you know, the stingers and the shotguns playing those close quartered angles. I think the Seekers are really great on eco rounds for that reason, because it really just finds those ratty players who are trying to just hide on site and catch you off guard. But at the same time, it's a give and take, right? Of do we want to save it for our anti-eco? And Shura pulls out the showstopper early, and the delay to come through. Can't find anything with it.
Unfortunately, that's going to be a major ultimate that could have made the difference, kind of really wasted out here. Gonna be Arena on site, trying to find some value, but the Stinger not exactly connecting, unfortunately, off the back of that. Does manage to try and stay onto site and doesn't really reload either, so not gonna have many rounds in the magazine, though at least she's able to kind of hold on to site. Football is safe advance. They try to get that spike down, though that camera finally manages to at least connect the dart here. So much utility being dumped by the 18 here onto site to prevent the Footballer's plan from coming through. And off the back of it, they try to swing, able to find a kill, but nevertheless, the advantage remains in favor of Foot here. Spike gonna be dropped in an awkward angle. Unfortunately, no weapons gonna be available for retrieval, and with the mural theft being invested as well, these 2 remaining players are gonna be smoked out. They know exactly where you are playing, and it's gonna be just such a difficult task to really retake here. 1 kill comes through for Mizzy, but that's gonna be that, and Foot, they find 11.
They do find 11, but these rounds have still been close for both sides. Foot looking a lot more comfortable here on Split than what we saw on Fracture. Clearer protocols and just a better ebb and flow with this map. So forces out a timeout here for the A team. And for the A team, you've got still Seekers, Rolling Thunder to work with going into this round. Money's in a tight spot as well. You've got to win one before Foot hit match point.
Yeah, this is kind of a make or break round for them. They have to win this, otherwise Foot, they're just at risk at running away. Like you mentioned, Money looking super tight, so if they do lose this in that last round, they're gonna have almost nothing to go up against on a fully equipped Foot, who also do have match point. We did see that showstopper coming out of Shura, so that's gonna be an out that they really don't have to work with in this particular round, unfortunately. And they just seem to have no answers to the way that Football is playing on this map. You do see them kind of going out for a foray across the map. You have Lian constantly holding down that lurk, being able to put pressure towards that A site, and this mid control and B control that Foot is just able to split up towards, they have no answer for it.
And I really think it comes down to how young this team is. I can't really say anything about what comms are going on, but you can tell just by the lack of plays going out in towards mid that there does need to be some adjustment in that kind of sense. You need some stronger comming coming out from the team in towards that mid side, which has really been the struggle. You talked about it before, how the A team don't have a Sage to rely on to watch in towards mid, and they haven't really been taking advantage of the breach play either. And again, these showstoppers just keep getting caught up in trips and finding no value.
Talking about value though, that's gonna be a huge stun coming out of Mizzy, enabling Maz to just swing and get that first kill for the first time in several rounds. I think it is gonna be the A team being able to find that opener and kind of denying this push coming through for the side of Foot. Now Tripwire gonna be broken towards Vent, a little bit of a misinformation play coming out, and it works perfectly as it's gonna call the rotation completely off of this B site here. Mizzy, the only player still in this corner. The Seekers, they do find a little bit of information, and that Rolling Thunder gonna be invested early on to deny the plans coming through. Off the back of that, the flash and the push, it comes through. Dante able to find the first kill in the corner though. The trade still going in favor of Foot, and now it is gonna be a 2v2 once again. Areno with the neural theft knows exactly where the enemies are, and Areno will be the person to try and hold on to sight here. Dante though, up towards heaven, spots out the player, gets the kill, and now Shura in a 1v2. Cosmic Divide finally coming into action. The paint shells work out though, spots the position of that player, but despite the satchel, Jul is ready for the swing and the shot. Foot, they find match point.
A great idea, but also a risky one, repositioning with those satchels when you don't know where the other player is. Match point, like you said, in 6 rounds that the A team would need to try and take this to overtime. It doesn't look like that would be the case, to be honest, from what we've seen so far coming out from the A team. It's really interesting that we genuinely started off this best of 3, Zach, with both these teams playing each other's probably weakest maps overall.
Yeah, and the difference is that the A team look, despite them not being on the best footing here, they've had some really good rounds and plays coming out of them so far. Now they look to go into this site here, a bit of trigger discipline coming out. Shura unfortunately gets punished for it with her life as Leon more than ready for the angle. 3 players already going down for the A team here. And the last 2, their position gonna be cut out. They know exactly where they are. Cypher coming out of Foot this time around, and the last 2 players, they have so much work to do here already. The post plant positioning from Footballers looks almost impenetrable. Heaven control being held by Leon. It's going to be Areno trying to push through that cyber cage, maybe bait out a bit of a spray and pray kind of situation here. Unfortunately, the timing though, they don't check their corner, and River, more than ready for it, will connect those last 2 kills. That's going to be 13-6, and we have a match 3 coming up.
13-6. Fracture ended up 13-3 there for the A team, and Foot Female do it right back, taking us to an even series 1-1. But overall, you can see, okay, this is the Foot Female that we were looking for on Fracture. A lot more synergy. You can tell they're swinging together. They look a lot more comfortable with the util as far as how they're setting up for each other as well. Meanwhile, the A team, a little bit lackluster in that regard. We were seeing some like outstanding pop-off moments individually from a lot of these players, but we weren't seeing the combinations of swings and utility just synergizing together like we saw on Fracture.
Yeah, also I think that even in that first half, it was like kind of neck and neck. Their attacking side, they were pretty prepped for it, but once that side swap came through, they just didn't seem prepared enough. And the thing is, if you look at how they've been running their comps before this, they've been happy to kind of just go in for that breach here. But with that Sky coming into play, it's just a little bit of synergy difficulty, like you mentioned. They haven't had the greatest moments. And on defense, the way that Footballers were playing for map control and the aggression that they were showing, they just seem to have no answer coming in at all.
No, they didn't. I almost wonder what it would have been like to have Mads back on to like the Jet, or Shura on the Jet and Mads on the Raze, right? But a little bit left to be desired there from the A team. I still don't think that, even though some of that synergy was missing, round per round, a lot of those rounds were a lot closer despite what the scoreline tells you at the end. But overall, I'm still looking forward, Zach, to seeing what the AD has to say right after this short break as we get into map number 3.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
but secure their own map pick. And with that, it's a 1-1. We said how important Fracture was for the A team to be able to push to that third mapper. And Anne, it looks like your predictions are right, because we are going to be going to the third mapper.
Exactly. Yeah, it didn't even look all that bad for the A team. We talked about it potentially being a fluke, them not being able to win a singular round against BBL on their previous occasion on this map. Good buddy system. It started out for both teams really on this map. I saw the majority of the gunfights being taken by forcing a 2v1 situation. And Dati on the side of Foot actually having a really good start of the game as well. Shout out to all the battle sages standing up on walls in the middle of mid, making sure they hold on to that control, having a great start of that game. But once it was onto the defense for the A team, it didn't look all that shiny anymore.
Yeah, I mean, for this time around, Tom, it felt like they had an answer to everything that the A team was throwing at them. It felt like they're a bit more familiar with their game, their playstyle.
Yeah, I think also just, firstly, your own choice, you're going to have more of those comfort picks. I don't think they were being pushed and pulled around as much as they were on Fracture, where they were being caught out in like odd angles and basically from positions I don't think they were ready for. In this case, it looked like they had a lot of good setups. Their rotations were on point as well when it came to that second half. And even just like individually, I think we saw some of the players just step up a little bit more.
Yeah, one thing as well that we've seen this time around, we highlighted it for the A-team last map on Fracture. We're now going to be highlighting on Split Ad, and that is a tripwire setup from the Cypher players, specifically from Foot this time around on round 7. Walk us through.
Yeah, exactly. This is good knowledge coming out from Foot to begin with, because it's quite a late rotate from the players of the A-team, where they go on to A after being around mid, being around B. You see the tripwire on site being activated. The rotate from Foot just comes in time where River has the showstopper and kills 2 players on the side of the A-team. Good information, good tripwire setup, and a good knowledge on that late rotate coming out from the A-team, whereas they initially went mid and they then went to push out A. And they also fell for that same tripwire a few rounds later on, where they got onto A and they got the same tripwire stuck on them.
Yeah, all I'm hearing is tripwire's good.
Yeah.
Nice. That's some great information. I mean, when we're talking about the Cypher and the utility that we've seen coming out, round 9, again, another highlight in terms of the utility of the best ult in the game, Tom.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever be the person to highlight a neural theft, but I actually think it was really cleverly used by the A-team in this round, because you sort of have this initial brawl. I think they realized that there's a res on the side and just basically wait a little bit longer to actually use it for that res to come through, and then just ping up the Sage on the other side. Just giving them the freebie kill, the wallbang onto that opposing player. Just a little tidbit. I don't know if they did time it perfectly or if it was just an absolute coincidence in that moment, but it ended up getting them a lot of the late round frags, just having the knowledge of where that player was and didn't allow a wall to get in their way. So a nice little round from the A-team, even if the map didn't necessarily go their way.
Yeah, we're going to say that they timed it perfectly. 5-hand strategy coming through. But one thing as well that we've seen, and from the side of Foot, is that they struggle with one very particular fundamental aspect of the game, and that is pistol rounds.
Yeah, exactly. All pistol rounds, the first 3 ones at least, were won by the A-team. We were talking in the middle of the game, hey, A-team is winning their pistols or winning the rounds after. Makes sense, yada, yada, yada. Until Foot had their own defense, or sorry, Foot had their attacks, and that is where they started to win the first pistol round. They actually started to win rounds after that as well. Sorry, no, I am making a mistake here.
They lost the pistol.
They lost the pistol once again, but they won the round after, when they got onto their own attacks. This is Foot. And after that, they just won every single round as well. So A-team particularly being strong with the pistols, previously as well with the rounds that were coming after, but Foot were having a good recovery in that final half of the second map, and eventually just went on to a winning streak where they won every single attack after.
Yeah, Foot just found their momentum, Tom, and they just kept on rolling. But that also brings the question when it comes to the A-team. It didn't feel like they had what it took to reel it back in, to slow down that momentum from Foot, to find their own pacing in the game. And that could potentially translate into the next map.
I don't know. I think that when it comes to Lotus, it's much more similarly based around a map like Fracture, where you have a lot more entry points, a lot more rotations are a huge part of that attacking side, something I think they were very good at. And it's also another map that we haven't really got much data on when it comes to Foot. So I think that it almost feels like, in terms of the veto, the A-team actually did incredibly well. So if anything, I still feel like they should be in the driver's seat if Fracture is anything to go by. But you have to bear in mind that Foot did allow this map to go through as a third one, so you'd hope they'd have some practice there.
They do. The last time they played it was during the Rebels event, where they won it 13-5. But then for the A-team, of course, they played this map twice as well, and they won it against quite a big opponent. They won it against Excel, for example, with a pretty good score against Amazing. They won it as well with 13-6. That was a pretty decent scoreline for that map. It seems that Foot like to play this with a double controller setup, and seems the same on the side of A-Team. So they're bringing out similar lineups, you could say.
Okay, so in terms of our expectations from the agents have already been set. We're looking at this being a bit more of an equal playground. So let's head straight into agent select and see whether or not the little crystal ball that Anne has had throughout the entirety of the last 2 maps actually comes out to life. And looking at the compositions, and anything standing out to you specifically?
Yeah, well, so Foot like to play this with a Raze, and A-Team like to play this with a Jet. So I'm curious whether that's going to happen again. We do see Foot picking up the Raze again and the Jet for A-Team. So in regards to duelists, no real differences than we've seen in the last occasions.
I would have honestly loved to see another Raze, but Tom, how are we feeling about the double duelist on Lotus?
Which one?
From the A-Team, having the Jet and the Raze again.
You mean the opposing duels? Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, I guess for either side, it's just going to be comfort. I think Raze would be slightly better when it comes to this map, just because you can have the sort of deep control and defense. And Jet is not the most commonly played agent on this map. A lot of the time, you're going to throw in a Neon or something if you want to go for those faster pace rotations. But I think more of a comfort pick for someone like Shura, and she did incredibly well when it came to those entry frags in the last map. So my expectations are, as long as she's feeling comfortable, the rest doesn't really matter.
All right, well, this is the last map in the series to determine which team is going to be heading into Game Changers EMEA for the Stage 2 this year round. It's going to be Foot up against the A-Team on Lotus, the decider, with Ash and Zach.
Whew, thank you so much, Jeannie. And what a breakdown there from the analyst, Zach. I'm looking forward to getting into this 3rd map, and it should be interesting considering the fact that, like the desk mentioned, there isn't much history between, or not between these 2 teams, but for these 2 teams overall here on map number 3 on Lotus.
Yeah, they both managed to win their respective encounters so far, with the exception of that one overtime that we did talk about. So I think that it's going to be pretty even footing, at least when it comes down to it. When it comes down to pass stats, both teams rocking that double controller that I personally love to see on this map. Kind of disappointed that we're getting an Omen instead of the Harbor, but it does let you play around with that little bit of verticality that is on this map. I think that one thing that I'm going to be really interested in is that head-to-head between the duelists that the AD was talking about. And in particular, I want to see Shura really pick up an operator, because I feel like over the course of these last 2 maps, she's had like no chance to really put that into play. And I think that if she can get it going, especially on that defensive half that they're starting off on, it's going to be a huge factor.
It's about getting that economy started fast and early, right? But that's nothing that the A-Team are shy of, considering the 4 out of 4 pistols that they have earned for themselves. See if they can continue on with that win streak here in the 1st round. We know how pivotal it can be into opening up a map and finding that advantage early on, but already aggression coming out from the A-Team. They have full rubble control at this time, and the response from Foot is to actually leave a lurk and speed up on B.
Oh, that's a nasty fadeaway coming out of SC. Just getting that headshot as she's falling back and getting that first kill thanks to that alarm bot. Huge kill, and Foot, they should be able to get the plant down. But the problem with the B side is that there are so many areas that you need to be careful about. You see that they've kind of tried to focus on getting this heaven control down, invest the paranoia. Unfortunately, no player is going to be really holding on to that angle. The remainder of the A-Team, they're going to be trying to swarm down onto side already. Areno just in a position to try and stick the spike through. Already getting it more than halfway, and now looking to finish off the job to boot.
Enemy remaining.
However, footballers, their crossplay is working out. They finally managed to shut it down, and now in a 1v2, Shura, having almost no HP to work with, will be trying to stick the remaining half, but the spray through the smoke from Dati will be more than enough for Foot to finally get that pistol on board and breaking the record.
Yeah, finally getting that pistol on board here for Foot is a great way to open things up. It gives you the advantage into your anti-eco, which we actually haven't had to really get a peek at how Foot like to buy into their 2nd round, and it's Bulldogs across the board. This is a really strong buy if Foot can pull off a flawless or a minimum of like 4 players going into their bonus round for round number 3. But the A-Team, we've also seen how close they're able to make these rounds on pistols alone. And already, we've got that guiding light out here. towards this C side, and for the A team, they're just going to fall back, play behind the one way that's set up here from Foot to gain this long angle control.
Oh, that's going to be a very quick flank coming through already. The A team, they, like, once again, they are happy to just gain control of Rubble, but they're not going to be pushing further, which is a pretty wise call considering that there's a crossfire just waiting for that push to come through. The remaining players on the side of Foot, they're looking to go in for a quick C execute here. They put down the Paranoia, they put down, the Boombot as well, finally able to get that kill here. That dark cover gonna prevent that Sheriff from really finding any value, and Foot, they're just able to kind of swarm the site down. The remaining players from the A team, they're all stacked up towards spawn, looking to go in for a bit of a retake here. And Foot, that's gonna be a spike very comfortably planted for main. All they have to do is really hold on. Messe finds one with the Sheriff. Good opener there. And River, that first point of contact, able to find that kill, gets the nade off the back of that, and it's just gonna be River and Dati between them, decimating whoever remains on the side of the A team. 2 players left, both towards CT, position known, doing a little bit of damage, but River's still standing strong, charging up that showstopper for those next couple of rounds. And Misse, who got that opener, now looking for a little bit more here. Just a second, almost a third, but River with a 4 will be able to convert that anti-eco.
Not the number I would have liked seeing going over, but still a nice anti-eco there for Foot as far as just still being able to carry over 3 of those Bulldogs into the next round there, having a bit of that stronger bonus up against the rifles, but that also means that 2 of those players will be stuck onto pistols to try and do that additional damage to bolster the potency coming out from the Bulldog overall. But for the A team right now, looking towards the way that they have been setting up, you've got... Actually, the wall gets set up there towards that B side into A, but Foot really haven't aggressed that side of the map yet, have kind of let the A team push up, ebb and flow, whatever they like, much so focus more on this C side hit and the lurk over towards B. Lion will be caught out by that guiding light, so some information to be garnered in that situation, but not really doing too much for it. The A team, knowing that they have rifles in hand this time, are going to play a lot more passive on A this time around, not looking to lose any of those guns in towards Rubble and hand them over towards their opponents.
Sure, gonna be that one going for a little bit of shoulder peeking there. Does hear the gunshots, so they're aware that A side is gonna be under contestation. And again, Foot, they've kind of done that conditioning here, caused that expectation of that C and B pressure round and round again. Now it's just gonna be Jet kind of caught in that open angle. That it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade as River goes down, still able to find a kill with the help of those paint shells. Now advantage in favor of Foot here. Dati going huge, finding 2 kills with that Phantom on that upgrade. And now Foot, they have an overwhelming advantage, I gotta say. Only 1 player left. Misse in a 1v4 scenario has almost no information to work off of except for the fact that the spike plant is on A, and pushing through this dark cover is able to find at least 1 kill. Gets the second as well before finally being shut down, and Foot, they convert this bonus in style. Really, really strong work coming out of them.
Great work being done by Foot in that situation. Converting the bonus is massive, and now that's the operator being stifled there from Sure that you were hoping to come out, right? Not being able to find that early economy gain here for the A team and losing out on a swing round for them as well to try and tie things up or have that potential too early on. Just won't come through. Now, with an eco to come out, it would be interesting to see if Misse is able to get that Viper's Pit online into this round, but Foot looking to immediately deny any sort of mound control coming out from TAT.
Once again, you do see that Rubble push coming through on the A side. The awareness from Foot, they know that that's going to be the case. The Trailblazers does spot out the 2 players towards that spawn area, so I thought we're going to be seeing more of a push coming out of the A team off the back of that. Now though, Areno with the only real weapon in hand, trying to get a little bit of control. And talking about control in the meantime, that Boombot possibly saves River's life there as 2 players, they tried to make a play through the smoke and take quite a bit of damage in the process. Misse left with only 29 HP, and now that they made all of this noise towards the C side, looking to go back towards A instead, but look at the control that's being held here, Ash. It's going to be so difficult for them to really aggress into it. Oh,
it's going to be hard. SC has the angle though, Chaff the Stinger, but isn't able to find anything. Mads, at the very least, gets 1. But for the rest of it, it's Foot across the scoreboard. Right now, Areno and Misse extremely low in this situation, looking to just really do as much damage as possible and otherwise don't have too much to show for it.
Only a Sheriff and a Stinger in hand here. 1 bullet, 2 bullets respectively for each of them. With the Stinger, you do see Areno trying to get that little bit of a closer combat approach, but unfortunately not going to be quite working out. Lida finds that first kill, and now Areno in this 1v4 scenario, not even able to find anything. But they get to 4 without too much trouble, and they were time charging up some of these ultimates. If you look at them, I think River has that showstopper. Lida 1 off of those Cougars. That's going to be a lot that comes into play on their side.
Especially on a round where the A team's going to be able to buy up once again, and now that means that it's a perfect time to honestly pull out those ultimates to try and continue to stifle the economy of the A team. They aren't even giving an opportunity really to get going at this point. But sure, there are still also Seekers to answer coming out from Mads. Mizzy does have that Viper's Pit. The Seekers could be saved to push into that as well, as it's such a perfect counter ult. It's an early from the shadows coming out here, and it's stuck in CTC.
Sorry, I just lost my mind. That showstopper completely stopped in its track there, and off the back of that, the 2-player push from C main, it's just Shura spraying them down with the Vandal, completely demolished, and that's a way to win your first round. That's such a dominating way to just take the round. Like, look at this. Like, they had the expectation. They knew that the C conditioning was coming through, and they were just ready for this with the counterplay.
Yeah, the complete shift over, right? You leave just that being Areno to anchor towards that A site as the Killjoy, then you shift over to being a bit more aggressive. Well, a lot more aggressive over towards C-Man. Gonna stick with that same setup going into this one. It's one way being thrown here. And now pushing out towards B, limit testing a little bit. And for that reason, Mizzy's actually gonna fall. Delay from the Nano, not able to come out as it gets shot down.
Huge kill there. However, Mads is able to at least find that trade. Taking down River there is huge. Tries to go for a little bit more. Areno, unfortunately, going to be punished by her counterpart. Now, it's going to be the Seekers coming through for the side of Foot. They know exactly where these remaining players are located, and off the back of that, they're going to be headed towards this A site instead. They know that it's going to be almost completely clear. Have the lockdown to work with as well, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be really seeing that come into play unless it seems to be necessary. Now, with the numbers advantage Foot, they're able to get that plant down, position themselves as always for that post plant, and with the Seekers revealing that there's nobody who's pushed up further, it's gonna be Football is forced to use that lockdown to try and get a little bit more space here.
Yeah, forced to use it. Now the 18 that you just have to full on back off, no opportunity to take it out for Ree going in for this retake situation. Great time that was bought there by Foot.
Really good use of the lockdown. Now the spike having almost ticked halfway through, it should just be a safe call at this point from the A team. Maybe trying to find a few exits here. The position by SE in particular might be pivotal in that, but the spike itself, it's gonna be completely uncontested. SE watching the angle, will hear the door, able to find that first kill, but the rest of Foot, they should be able to save as they get to 5, and a really, really clean round coming out of them.
5-1 here, the A team. We've seen the shift that was necessary for them to get their first round on the board over towards that C side. Still, they went back for that same aggression in the last round, and Foot were like, okay, hands off. We're not even gonna bother. Like, just back up. We're gonna rotate over. We found space over on B, and they pivot on out of there. So now timeout comes out for the A team. So they gotta think, okay, what isn't working for us? The A team, they're finding some early map control on the other side of the map, but it feels like the ebb and flow on the other side has been a little bit of a struggle, almost like trying to keep a hold on both of those extremities instead of giving up one for the other.
I think that it's not a bad call, honestly. It's just that Foot, they've been able to counter it in almost every single round. Like those first 2 rounds, they were kind of like putting really heavy pressure towards the C and B, which kind of made and they knew that there was rebel control being taken early off the bat as well. So they were happy to kind of give it up in exchange. If they could get a pick, sure, they come in towards B and C. Otherwise, they just draw a rotation over eventually, and that's been working out in their favor so far. I think that for the A team, the biggest problem that they're having is really finding success on making these retakes work out. They've been really struggling so far on that count, considering that Foot, they've always had kind of a card up their sleeve, whether it's advanced positioning or like an ultimate that's really crucial. Now though, with that operator coming into play on Shura, that might be a huge factor in this particular round. If she can find that early pick, it's gonna be the answer that the A team have been so desperately looking for.
Blinded. Question is, do they even walk into her? Has double box control, so Nice space garnered here towards that seaside. His foot kind of just waiting, knowing that the A team have been aggressing from honestly all points of the map at this point. Just rotating those around depending on how things go. But the A team, after the back of the timeout, decide to slow things down. They're not getting overly aggressive. They know that they can trust in the operator Shura for the left side of the map. But Foot scaling up here towards that A side. Stairs protected by that alarm bot that we do see coming through here now for sight.
They're going to be just forced to run into sight here, but off the back of that beautiful snake by Mizzy, is able to find a kill with that spray through the smoke. Finally, the A team, they have the advantage as they try to go in for this retake. They do have that Viper's Pit as well as Mizzy wants to put it up. The Bladestorm committed as well to ensure that this operator isn't that awkward gun on this particular retake. Now they're trying to like kind of converge on the post plant being held by Foot's side here. Daddy playing aggressively on side, being caught out. Mizzy finding the second kill on the round already. Now Storm is buying a little bit more time here. Although the space being guarded up is taking too much time for their comfort. Light are going huge there, able to find 4 on the round already. A 1v2 now, and it's going to be the Molly to close things out as 6th round for football is beautiful post plant setup, and the operator finds no value.
And the snakebite said, no ace for you. Julius didn't even like intentionally steal that one away. That's so sad. But overall, very clean post plant there. Lido went insane with some of those picks that she was able to get. Sure, I mean, at the same time, TAT, they were kind of giving their ones in that situation. Mizzy trying to be the one to equalize there. Ran out of bullet, had to pull out the shorty. The Viper's Pit still yet to come out here for the A team, whether just to completely cut off a site or to find that space onto a post plant. But the ebb and flow comes back into play as Arano is the solo anchor here on A, and the remainder of the map is all cleared out. TAT have the absolute read on where Foot is right now.
Early flank though coming out of Mizzy, caught out by the alarm bot though, so at least they're going to be knowing that they have to really be fast about it. A 3-player flank in fact, so that's going to be really, really difficult if they're caught out. River now going to be the first point of contact, finds a huge kill there, and suddenly this has opened up for Foot once again. 2 players still left alive on this attempt at a retake here. 2v3 scenario, SE only with a Sheriff in hand, finally able to pick up that upgrade. And look at the post plant again. Foot, they're aware of this 3-player flank. They're able to plant for CT here, and they just have so much control. Shura trying to go in, possibly stick half that defuse. Does manage to get it through with the help of the dark cover, but now in a 1v3 here, as he has so much work to do. Finds the first, not ready for the push from River though. And Foot, they get to 7. A dominating half coming out of them so far. And the A team, they are just left answerless without a foot to stand on.
No, it's a really great way to just flip that site. Foot very much so much more fluid than the A team have looked at, kind of just responding to the way that the A team are posturing themselves. They know that the A team are going to go for aggression on at least one choke point, and if not, they're also usually pushing out towards B most rounds at the very least. And Foot have kind of just sat back and taken that in, seeing where the aggression's coming from, and then they kind of run in the opposite direction, overwhelm that lone player that has been Arano on the other side. But this one way, much more respected this time around, forces both the Guiding Light and Paranoia to come out here for Foot.
Oh no. However, off the back of the utility, they're going to be able to isolate SE in that corner. The awareness again out of Foot to know that all that utility was used to take up a little bit more space. It just falls apart. Once again, the A team left without their rotating controller here. That's going to be one less smoker that you have on your arsenal. Sure, though, still with the operator not in the right angle, and the chip damage being done is just devastating for the side of the A team. In the meantime, Shura with this operator will be able to at least find that first kill. Huge shot onto Leon, opens up the possibility of a bit of a lurk, but in the meantime, off the back of that information that's garnered, it's going to be Dati who takes control of his A side and should be able to get that spike down without too much trouble.
Yeah, but speaking of trouble, I mean, there's still nano swarms to worry about here. Those about to be popped, delayed really, really nicely. Still opportunity to get that spike plant down and avoids the second one. River's super low in this situation now as well, right? I don't think that poison orb maybe necessarily landed exactly where Foot was hoping. And Light is super low here too, right? No opportunity to even heal up the team at the moment. She's isolated outside of tree right now. Doesn't want to pop that door to get information.
My. Oh, that is such a rough angle. You peek with an operator to 2 players, just holding it down like that. It's going to be very difficult. Now, though, they know the position of 2 of these players on foot. They don't know that all 3 are going to be there. Or the post-spawn utility is still going to be good. Really nice flash. Julius, though, goes huge. Able to find not 1 but 2 kills. Mizzy there for the counter trades. And with everybody being tagged up to that extent, it's going to be a retake that the A team will be able to manage without too much trouble. Mizzy will be able to clutch it up, find that diffuse, and pick up that operator as well. I think she has enough time for it.
Yeah, hop down, picked up, tossed over. Easy peasy. A great retake there from the A team. I think part of the reason why it worked out so well also is that Foot were very much so just all cornered like sardines. That's evil, but also so risky because you can all just like get collided in a blink of an eye at the same time. But to avoid the A team even garnering a little bit of momentum on their side, Foot throws out a timeout right off the gate, still with their 5-round lead.
They also do have some ults to work with in this particular one. The showstopper being that first one. We've seen River being able to take up quite a bit of space off the back of that. But more than that, if they're able to get that spike down, especially if it's going to be on that B or C side, that Viper Spit from Julius, depending on where it's going to be placed, it just makes it so much more difficult for that retake to come through. However, Areno has an answer of her own, which is that lockdown. It's been kind of a rough game for her, honestly. She's taken time to charge it up, but now in round number 10, sorry, I think we're finally going to be able to see that particular ult come into play. She didn't have it last round, but I think that with the advantages that the A team already had, it just didn't really come into play, especially with her unfortunately going down early on while trying to take that operator peak. So I think that this is a round that A team, they have the tools to win it with. It's just going to be whether they can get the same reads that they've been getting the 2 rounds that they've won so far.
See what the positioning says here for the A team. Areno actually might look for that early point of contact. Dangerous. It actually will just be the turret instead watching towards that Viper's pit. And what a shot coming out from Shuro for the first blood. Sneaks right past that toxic screen to guard that push up. And now Spike's wide in the open.
She can probably position herself back on that angle again with that operator. I think that they're going to be forced to use quite a bit of utility to just get that spike back into their hands. And the A team, they seem to have the read on that again. They're happy to let them get the spike back. They have the first pick. They have that kind of that starting advantage here. And they want to be sure that they hold on to it instead of getting greedy and taking a little bit more damage. On the opposite side, it's going to be Mizzy putting down that Viper's Pit early on into the round, possibly expecting that rotation coming through for the side of Foot. And now they're going to be caught on both sides, right? There's going to be no more. You can't push into the Viper's Pit or the operator.
No, and then you've also got a turret watching in the Viper's Pit, right? So that's just the signal that someone's even daring to try it. So you would think maybe some exposure over towards that C side, then the explosion here on towards B, exactly what you would anticipate. But the showstopper shut down once again here. River finds nothing.
Not enough. It was a little bit of a bait play though, as it off the back of that the Viper's Pit will go down towards the site, and they will be able to at least take C. The Viper's Pit comes out of their own as footballers. They are able to get the spike down, and the Viper's Pit itself, it enables them to take so much space up towards the spawn if necessary. All 3 players going to be forced to play within the pit, and with that lockdown having been used so early in the round here, it's not going to be a tool that they really have in their retake scenario.
And that's a counter ult, so the Vipers take here in post play, right? For Julius, sprays do come through, and that means Julius is all alone. 1v1 situation, looking for it, but can't quite find it. At the end, it's going to be SC to clean things up in that 2v1 here for TAT. 3rd round on the board, 2 more rounds left into this half here, Zach, and that means CT, they could bring it 5-7. Meanwhile, Foot are looking for a greater lead.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to extend it, and honestly, they played that almost to perfection. It's just that they got a little bit too greedy. Foot, they go for the push towards CT. 2 of their players, they peek out, they try to swing and trade each other, but Shura and Areno, they are covering down that angle. They have it on lockdown there, and at the end of it, in that 1v3, you do see Julius try to step up and go huge, but that 2v1 was played to perfection by the A team. They just converge on her from either side, and it's just a little bit too much for her to deal with. Operator back in the hands of Shura once again on the C side. Does get hit by that blind. Forced to fall off that angle at least temporarily. And in the meantime, this turret is going to be broken towards mid as well. So every single bit of utility that the A team have to kind of watch their flank, at least. Footballers have to watch their flank. At least A team, they're taking care of it early on.
Well, look at this angle that Shura is still holding. Oh no,
the jump peek, please no. Here.
Oh, not like this. Really nice shadow step coming out of Dante there to be able to kind of pincer down Shura and shut her down. The snakebite does come through, though they're able to just kind of push through it and do their best. As he TPs over with that from the shadows for a little bit of additional backup here. And off the back of that, it seems like the A-team, they are willing to fight for the site. Spike gonna be dropped on it right now, and in this 3v4 scenario, sorry, 2v3 scenario, it's gonna be forced, that Lockdown is gonna be forced out of Footballers to try and get a little bit more space. It does seem like the A-team, they want to get aggressive. Julius holding down this angle, finds the first, and now it's just gonna be a 1-to-1. In fact, Reno might even get trapped in the lockdown here, and does in fact get to so. Leia knows exactly where this last player is, and you see the nose coming out, but KG versus KG, that's just gonna be a knife in the face there as Footballers, they get to 8. What a round out of them.
Last round before the switch.
Okay. All the BM in the world as well in the last round before he swapped sides. Man, you got him caught in a lockdown, detain, knife, and then you're also going to double down on that is crazy. But it's all fun and games here for VCT Game Changers Contenders here in EMEA. Overall, though, Zach, Foot are looking really, really comfortable on this map. The way that they're pivoting around is going really well for them as well. I think the A-team, I wish we saw more slow rounds coming out from them because they're often punished for that early aggression.
Oh my god, the wallbang damage is going to be so devastating here. Shura barely getting away with her life. Will be able to at least get healed back up if she manages to get to her sky. But aside from that, that's going to be some early damage that's quite devastating for the side of the A-team here. Footballers off the back of that, they've created quite a bit of pressure towards the C side. Now looking to possibly contest A or B. Trailblazer does spot at least one player. And off the back of that, Shura looking to get a little bit aggressive. Once again, holding down this corner, trying to make that crossfire work out. And Foot, after they've explored their options, I think they're just going to be happy to go back to C, where it's going to be Mizzy, the only player left on the site to kind of hold it down.
She might be the only one left there to hold it down, but also has some snake bites to work with. So opportunity to delay. The poison orb does come through. Shrouded step across to the other side in case you have a cheeky hold happening. And the delay does come out just a little bit, but Foot just pushed right on past that utility.
Yeah, when you have the shadow step as well as the satchels, it's gonna be quite a bit of damage. However, Mizzy able to punish River, who gets just a little bit too aggressive. The remaining players on Foot, though, they're more than happy to make this damage work out in their favor. Numbers advantage geared towards them. Viat now watching for the flame with the help of Julius. The crossfire once again too much for the A-team to really disrupt here. And Footballers, they find a dominating, convincing 9-3 half here.
Very convincing 93 half. Things are looking a little bit scary when we opened up on Fracture. 13-3. A-team looked so in control of that map. And as time has gone on, as we've gone on maps that Foot are a bit more familiar with, like on Split, you could really see them starting to where the synergies lie, right? Where they do have that ebb and flow with each other. And right now for the A-team, it's been a bit more of that struggle. I really think still just going so aggressively on the defense wasn't panning out for them, but I do wonder if the tempo at which the A-team likes to work with fares a lot better for the attacking side, especially on Lotus, where you have so many doors and walkways to kind of worm your way around through. But right off this contact, immediate rotations being pulled here from Foot to A.
And it seems like A-team, they're sort of like, it's a bit of a fake play. They want to take the spike towards B instead. Foot are quick to re-pivot though, and with the help of that nanostorm, it's been quite a bit of delay that they managed to buy up here. Shura willing to kind of push up, trying to get a little bit of aggression, able to find that first blood though. Little Dottie goes huge with the classic, able to find 2 of her own, and Mizzy caught in the open as well on the lurk. They are able to get the spike down, but numbers advantage remains in favor of Foot very convincingly here. 2v4 scenario. SE looking to find that first kill, get a little bit of damage, takes a headshot in the process, but at least the numbers advantage, it has kind of been reduced here. River going to go for the defuse now. They know the position of both of these players, and the spike isn't exactly planted for them. Erino gonna be caught. The spike gonna be diffused right under her nose, and Foot, they find 10 double digits, 3 rounds away from locking in their slot in the next open. Wow.
Okay. Double digits here for Foot. That means they're also going on to their anti-eco round right off the back of that pistol, right? Question on whether the A-team kind of plays it safe with their buy or if they want to try and catch Foot off guard into this next round. Of course, it is the last map of the series, right? Like you said, but have the opportunity now to secure that spot there for stage 2 of VCT Game Changers EMEA. But whoever loses also has another opportunity to do so in the lower bracket run just after this series. The A team still creeping up here towards that B side, pulling a lot of attention over right now. Waiting for that cycle of the Poison Orb to drop at the very least before doing anything further. But if the A team decide to commit towards this B side, they still have to worry about that KJ util that is set up for the choke.
Off the back of that paranoia, you just see River trying to get a swing, get a little bit of a shot here. Sure tries to dash past that Nano Swarm, get spot out in the open, and through the smoke, Jules in fact able to find another football. Once again, they have that early advantage in these particular rounds. Mizzy on the lurk though has confirmed that A side is clear. At the very least, the A team should be able to get that plant down on the spike. However, the weaponry and the armor isn't the greatest for them, especially with this numbers disadvantage that they're running. They're going to have to go really huge here to be able to capitalize. You do see Mizzy being that first point of contact, looking to open up the side here with the help of the Sheriff. Does get that kill, however, the flank around from Julius is able to connect that kill and get that trade. Now, a Spectre and a Stinger against the world here as the A team look to prevent Foot from getting to 11 in the smoke. SE trying to make this work out. Unfortunately, gonna be a very, very difficult round. However, Matt's able to isolate the 1v1 just a second as well, and the A team, they steal away the anti-eco from Foot as they stay alive. Wow.
A lot of that facilitated by the plant spot that Mads chose as well. Wide open plant for the most part. The only area it's not actually planned for is short overall. Just gives you a lot more opportunity to dance around the structures here on the A site. Exactly what Mads did here in towards tunnel. Provide yourself some cover. Do that ring around the rosy if it comes down to that 1v1 and you need to buy a bit more time. But man, the A team, that is a big round 2 garner for themselves too, because now that's a swing round. But they don't have the bonus that you'd be looking towards, and the A team just bolster up the buy that they previously had.
Oh, that's a nasty shot though. River just walks up with a Sheriff, able to catch Mizzy off guard. And off the back of that, at least the A team, they know that there's going to be at least 2 players pushing up on this A site. C is looking a little bit more juicy, a little bit less guarded, I gotta say, for the rest of this team. You do see the Omen, SE being able to TP into site here. Julius being shut down and gets a second pick as well. Takes quite a bit of damage in the process, but this numbers advantage is going to be overwhelming, especially when you have a Sky with that overgrowth ready to bring you back into action. 2 players left right now towards the site here. Shura looking to take down both of them. A little bit of a run and gun spraying attempts with that Vandal, but when you know your opponent only has a Sheriff in hand, you might as well, right? Lida and Dati, a 2v4 scenario. 4 players stacked up towards the spawn area, so that's going to be a lot of work that Lida has to do here. Dati might be able to make her way onto site at least, and possibly at least try to stick to defusers. However, where the spike is planted, it's going to be pretty much impossible, and it's just going to be a firing squad coming at her right now. Yeah, that's about that.
Can't do too much about that one, unfortunately, if you're Dati, but 5 to 10 here. The A team starting to make that climb back up slowly off the back of stealing away the anti-eco of Foot, right? That buy-up round went a long way, but now we've got to stretch that money a little bit further here. If you're the A team, can't fully find the exact full loadout, instead electing to go with some of those light shields, still carry over some of those weapons overall, and just kind of try and stretch that economy, knowing how big of a climb it does have to be. Shrouded step over towards the rubble here for that team. No presence found, so we'll actually drop down in this situation, but there's still a lurk around the corner.
Yeah, it's going to be that first point of contact. Mizzy being taken down to 10 HP. Now they know that she's going to be low, and they're happy to kind of push her off the back of that snakebite, doing quite a bit of damage in the process, but at least it's going to be a pretty much 1-for-1 trade. Spike itself going to be dropped in spawn as well. I think that it was spotted by the footballers players, but they really don't want to contest that kind of awkward angle. They're happy to kind of just take their gains and fall back and try to hold and play for a possible retake here. Now, though, it is going to be Julius kind of stuck onto site. Lockdown coming through. Shura pushing in off the back of that, able to find and take down Julius here. Huge kill there. And now Leon forced to respect it, forced to fall back. And the A team, they do have the site for themselves.
free plant spot, free opportunity for it, but nothing to watch that flank. So the A team have to be aware that their flank is open. Planter goes down with Arino. Then you've got the showstopper coming out, the updraft, and Shura can't quite dodge it. And all of a sudden, we're down to a 2v2.
Mads is looking so low as well, tucked away in this corner. It's going to take one errant bullet through that wall to be able to shut her down. Light on the flank, looking to find the position, spots the head, and it's just going to be almost simultaneous elimination coming out of the two remaining players on the side of Foot. Finally able to win a round after the pistol on their defensive side. They get the Seekers online off the back of that, and now only 2 rounds away from locking in their spots. So they're definitely going to be feeling the pressure of the A team.
I mean, you want that security early on, right? You don't want to be the team to drop down to lowers, have to play 2 best-of-3s in one day, and then try to secure your spot in a marathon, essentially, right? In that situation. But that was quite the brawl there in C-Main. I'm still getting, I can't believe the updraft happened. Just dropped a little bit too fast. Showstopper still lands, and of course, timeout to be called here by the A team. They've got Seekers are the main ultimate that we're looking towards here in the hands of Mads to find those openings. But again, Lida also has hers, but we know that Foot also actually tends to use it usually in the first half of the round instead of later.
Yeah, these early ultimates, I think that in the case of Lida, at least, it will be a little bit of information if Foot were playing fast, but so far they've been very methodical, very slow about how exactly they want to play this defense. They haven't, you just see some early aggression coming out towards that rubble area with Dati being able to use that teleport alongside one of her teammates, usually River, to push up and take a little bit of space. But overall, I think that the early Seekers, it's better if they try to just hold on to it for the later round, especially considering that Julius is one off that Viper split. I think that the priority for Foot would possibly be trying to get that online and maybe getting that down early on into the round so that they don't have to worry about at least one side of the map.
All important things to consider here. Guiding Light for Guiding Light. Doesn't really pick up anything here for either team. Just jump spotting for Lida. We'll spot 1, so that's the call now to fall back a little bit. Knowing that Shura is looking to scale up here on the A team. Waiting for that next cycle to drop as well. A bit of pressure with the rotating door. Get the Trailblazer going in, trying to clear out. Sees 1. Now it's a question of, okay, if you're the A team, do you pop the Seekers now? At the same time, you've made so much noise that Foot could have pulled more rotations, which they have in a sense. There. Bit of scouting to be done there over towards that left side of the map. Actually pulls another rotation away as the A team, they scale up.
I've got your trail.
That's a nasty shot coming out of Shura with the help of the Blaze Strip. Dati able to find one of her own, River with the second, and that's going to bring things back down to a 3v3. The site itself has been taken as well, and this fight between Leon and SC, it might be the game changer here, pardon the pun, if you will, but whoever wins this kind of fight, that's going to be a lot of potential, a lot of pressure that's going to be put on the opposite side. Leon, aware of that lurk possibility, gets caught by the paranoia, and Essie able to find a huge kill there. 2 players remaining right now. Mizzy, one off of that Viper's pit, does manage to get it online here, and suddenly it is just going to be Julius trying to convert this 1v3 somehow, unaware of the positioning of any of these players. Almost walks into Reno's crosshair, but instead will be just trying to take that fight onto Mizzy, who knows exactly where, seems to know exactly where Julius is, and the A team, they stay alive after this timeout, 7-11, 4 rounds away from catching up.
Yeah, it's just a little jiggle happening over in tree there. Just trying to jiggle peek, check to see if anyone's going to come and backstab in towards Arino. But overall, the A team making some really nice adjustments to come through so far. Foot stacking over here towards that B side, push onto an eco round now. So this is opportunity that the A team have to seize. If Foot earns match points some here somehow, it's essentially almost over for CAT, I would say, in that situation, especially considering the ultimates that we do have stacked in the online here for Foot.
Talking about stacks, they've kind of gambled heavily towards this B and C side of the map. However, it just seems like every single player on the A team is just trying to go towards A, which has worked out in their favor a few times before. Now with the help of these smokes, they're able to at least make their way onto site, but they're going to find almost nobody to really try and hold on to it. They know they have it completely for free, and it's going to be a very, very difficult retake for Foot, considering the weaponry that they have in their hands. Only one rifle, a Bulldog, that too, going to be in the hands of Leon here, as the rest of them, they look to go forward. Arino tucked away in the corner. Oh, it's the shot, unfortunately, and that's going to be a weapon that's easily retrievable. Now, on the flank, Essie, though, able to take down River, at least was playing on site. Seeker is going to be invested, but this is going to be known, and the fight's not exactly going in the favor of either side. Essie looking to push up once again, holding down this corner, creating that crossfire. Oh my god, the right click too much for her to deal with, and this eco is falling apart. Foot fully on the track to convert it. Only a sliver of HP left on Lyda, but it doesn't matter. She holds out the fort, holds out the angle, and Foot, they get to match in series point. A thrifty.
There is no way that Foot don't close it off the back of that round.
A thrifty.
I know. The pistols were insane going out there. I can't believe River even lived as long as she did. The right click coming out from Lyda right around the corner onto Essie as well, which I thought was a great repositioning, but what a read to come through. And now that's the operator in the hands of Lyda. Sky up, Zach?
I mean, we've seen literally almost every single agent up over the course of this game coming out, so I don't mind, honestly. Oh my. Now it seems like Foot, they smell blood in the water. They're going to be putting that early Viper's Pit down towards B to shut down that area of the map. The A team themselves, they're looking to run into C here. Killjoy does get spotted out with the help of the Trailblazer. Now, off the back of that, control of the C site has been taken by the A team, but Foot, they have that lockdown for a retake. They're happy to kind of play off the back of that and wait for the rest of the team to get the spike down.
Yeah, nice and easy play here with the Viper's Pit activated just to block off into Waterfall, which I really like because it denies one avenue for that KJ ultimate to come out from Lion. That lockdown is going to be pivotal for the retake here for Foot, who are going to look for the CT control to get it in.
They do still have CT control, like you mentioned, and they're going to be able to put it down. Now, it's going to be a question. Do we push the ultimate? Do we push these players, or do we just try to hold on for dear life here? They have them isolated on every single side. Messe able to at least find that kill. However, two players are still going to be detained. Spike itself planted for main, and now it's just going to be the players trying to deny that defuse. Nanostorm already buying so much time. There's just going to be no time for the defuse to really come through unless Leon manages to somehow stick it. And the trying to deny it will in fact succeed. And that is going to be every single player taken down, but the A team at least getting to 7. 5 rounds away from overtime, and such a long road for them to really climb towards.
That was such a scary and scrappy round 2. You have 2 players detained in towards like Waterfall area. As that pops, they're trying to fight for their lives to get a pick before they get out. Just so messy across the board from both sides. Counter ultimate for counter ultimate. And now, okay, sure. From the shadows for both Ovens. Whatever. What I'm looking at is the lockdown in the hands of Arino. She's been a bit more quiet into this game. The IGL here for the A team popped off in those first 2 maps. Now we've got to see value.
One dead. It's going up.
Exterminated. Oh, huge kill there. The lurk coming out of Mizzy, just walking past that alarm bot and able to find that kill. And now side control has been completely taken over. 2 remaining players, Lyda and Julius. They do have 1 hero rifle, but only a sheriff in the hands of the Viper here. I think this might be another round where footballers, they might just have to save whatever they have in their pockets or at least do a little bit of damage. But the A team, they should be able to keep this going.
They should. Seeker's online here though for Foot. So opportunity. Julius now picks up the Bulldog as well, right? Looking to move in. Nice snake bite to deny that drop area, but you got Arino looking to peek out. Trickle in and out here. Turret does find some information. So the way that Foot's playing this right now, looking to play for these exit frags, trying to take out as many weapons from the A team as possible,
enemy remaining.
considering the economy situation that they're in. Foot know that they can just try and run the A team kind of dry in that kind of sense, as the A team really have to work to stretch out their money situation to make this full comeback.
They're able to at least find those final few kills, which leaves Shura only one off the Bladestorm, so it's holding onto that rifle as well. She will be able to at least drop that to another teammate, but I think that this play from Mizzy, it is going to be the play of the round, I gotta say. Being able to use that smoke to just walk past that alarm bot, take up so much control towards that spawn area and find that kill onto Lian there. Huge work coming out of them, and now Foot, they're kind of at risk of letting this slip out of their hands and go to a possible overtime, which is why they're gonna be calling this timeout. Momentum is kind of sliding in the favor of the A team, and they want to put a stop to it and figure out what they are doing on this buy run, because they have the cards they need to win. They have the Seekers, they have that Showstopper, which River has been using time and time again to really good value, and the A team themselves, what are they going to do?
I mean, the A team, they've got that lockdown, got 2 away from the Seekers as well. Therefore, Mads could be really potent to try and fight for the orb control here, considering that Lotus does have 3 to play with. So if I'm Foot, it's kind of a tough call. I think that you do try to deny some of that orb control that the A team do favor towards, which would be more in towards Mound and in towards A as a put. They don't really, they've leaned B sometimes, but it hasn't really been a main focal point there for the A team. So Foot, instead actually, B is going to be the one that they're looking at right off the bat. And I guess what you could say is that from this B positioning, you could quickly pivot into denying either of the other chokes, whether through that broken door or through the rotating one in towards Mount. I am curious though to see how far Foot choose to extend out, if they do even at all here with that B main posturing.
I like that little bit of a jump peek coming out of Shura. They're floating on, being able to catch out that one player. Now though, it's going to be Mizzy who spots this push from B, will be able to deny it and stay alive in the process. And I think that both teams, they have each other's number. However, this rotation from the A team, it might be a little bit of perfect timing being found as they look to get aggressive onto this A side. The ultimate from Dati going to be denied. Just at least catch these players going towards the A side though. And with this lockdown, they should be able to take it without too much trouble. However, that's going to be a very, very early lockdown that's going to be invested. So that's not going to be available to buy time once that spike goes down.
No, use it to clear out the site that, I mean, to be fair, the A team don't know it's completely free, right? You want to do your due diligence when you're fighting this uphill battle to try and find overtime. SE pulls out from the shadows. Will be a TP into deep spawn behind, but it's all about buying time now here for the Boast plant. The A team need to buy enough time for SE to make the rotation back over.
Oh my god, Shura barely staying alive with that Showstopper now. Sprays coming through, not able to find a trade. Although Irino and Mizzy, between them, are able to clean up the attempt of this retake to spawn. Now it's just going to be Julius and Leon left in a 2v3 scenario. Spike gonna be tapped, trying to find a bit of information, though SE is good for the kills. Now Julius in a 1v3, time having ticked out all the way, and Mizzy with a 3k on the round will keep the A team alive in this. When it was 6-12, I was kind of skeptical, Ash, but 9-12. Economy in the dumpster for Foot. I think we're seeing a comeback.
I don't want to call anything too soon. I don't want to call anything too late. All I will say though is the fact that the A team took down a giant earlier on. That being, it's slipping my mind right now. That being Excelsius, I believe. Yes, Excel. I knew it started with an EX, but my goldfish brain, despite being a color caster, does lack sometimes.
Get out of my way.
It's really showing how this free agent team with fresh players into the scene as well, very, very green players, are standing up to top tier teams like Foot.
Yeah, experience playing together as a roster is one thing. Footballers have that in spades, but the A team, they've had some very individual crack plays coming out, and I think that with time they'll be able to work on some coordination. Now they're talking about coordination. That play towards door and C main is going to be catching SE off guard, and that's going to be SE shut down. A lot of damage being done to Areno as well, so at least that can be kind of healed up with the help of that Sky utility. Lida holding down this off angle. They do use that Trailblazer to try and clear it out, and off the back of that, it's going to be the crosshair taken off guard. Areno capitalizing and finding that kill. Once again, numbers advantage swinging back to a neutral setting. A site having not available this time for free. I think that the conditioning once again for football is whether it's voluntary or involuntary. It is that this A site is going to be available for free, but instead the A team, they make a quick rotate over towards B. Instead they have that they're one off the Viper split. If Mizzy can get that spike down, it might be a little bit of a ultimate that they can use, but instead it's going to be a Reno getting that plant. And this retake from Foot is definitely viable because of how the post plan is set up here.
No, it definitely is. Interesting post positioning right now. For Foot, they're gonna have to still break through and come in through this small choke point where you have it up. I don't know, it's a double up down setup here. This is gonna be tough.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's just too much for the remaining players of Foot to really bite off. Now Julius in a 1v4 tries to at least find a little bit of damage, but Mizzy will deny even that coming through, as it's going to be 10-12 right now. And remember, that was a bit of a buy coming out of Foot. They did invest quite a bit in that round.
That's an expensive loss because money's not looking too good right now. Foot are not going to be able to buy for a full loadout into this round. Instead, they have to save and actually play for the OT round, essentially, right? Which is exactly the spot that the A team want to put Foot in, but instead still forcing up with light shields instead. If Foot fall here, the A team have a chance to take it to overtime.
I mean, Foot and their thrifties, they are very, very scary on those, I gotta say, especially after the one we saw that to get them to match point. But I agree with you there, Ash. They definitely do have a chance. The momentum is firmly in their favor more than anything, and Foot, they seem to have answers to all those set plays that Foot have been cooking up over the course of this half. Now it's going to be a solo venture, in fact, by Dati to try and go forward here. Two players outside the C. The Paranoia Immaculate. Reno checks the corner as well. Will be able to finally connect that kill. That's going to be a huge first, but coming out in the favor of the A team. A little bit of orb farming being done as well in the meantime. The Lyda able to find the trade on the opposite side of the map. That is at least going to be a 1-for-1. Seekers now invested by Mass to figure out the positioning of the remaining Foot players. They know that C side is looking a little bit empty, a little bit tasty as they try to swing onto it, and they will be able to get control of it for free. Leon going to be that only player, the one watching the cross, hit by the Seekers, caught slow, trapped, and taken down here. Now the remaining 3 for Foot, they're on the back foot when it comes down to this retake. The Flash Immaculate, Matt's able to find 2 kills off the back of that, and now it's all down to just Julius here. A 1v2 to try and clutch out. Knows the position of both the players, not able to get the spray transfer though, and the A team, they get to 11, 1 away from overtime.
Okay, listen, I know that was an insane round for the A team in the way that they're fighting for CT control, but that got too close for comfort.
I agree.
Right down to the wire there. These rounds, ever since the rounds have gotten a lot more scrappy, is where we've seen, I think, the A team actually thrive a lot more. Foot, when they were on the attacking side, more on control of the pacing, the momentum, that kind of thing. But now that they're on defense, they're kind of at the whim of the scrappiness of the A team that they like to bring to the game. So first point of contact is found here towards that C side. Forces Julius to fall completely back because Foot, they have to play super careful to try and close out series point here.
Rita also does have that lockdown, which is going to let them at least try to take that C site without too much trouble. I think it will be forced to get respected. No utility or plays that the players on the side of Foot really have to try and break it. In fact, Julius still playing in the corner, looking to find a little bit of early value before getting detained, caught in the open. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and it might not be the best one because Julius did have that Viper spin. So that's going to make things even more difficult. Now the spike itself attempting to go down, a really crack shot coming out of that Guardian, and Footballers, they're able to swarm back onto site and deny the spike plant. Now a 3v3 scenario, a 2v3 scenario, sorry, as the 2 remaining players, they do have control of spike. They should be able to get back into this. However, 2 of the players on Foot are looking so low. The heal will really have to come into play, and it's going to be a bit of a fake door, possibly saying that, hey guys, we've rotated, come and pick up all of these nice rifles on site.
I like the idea, but at the same time, yeah, that alarm bot watching towards B, right? So Foot's not going to be sold on it. They can still play for this up, down. Guiding Light finds one, and the jump peak finds both.
Again, they're looking quite low here. Mad's able to find and capitalize on this kill. It's going to be again a 1-for-1 trade though, and now all the pressure is going to be on SE's shoulder. No from the shadows, no time to really fight with. Will be trying to stick the spike in their own smoke, and the classic just waiting on the outside. River doesn't push for it. Nevertheless though, it's going to be River with a classic, cleaning things up, denying overtime, and Foot, they're gonna be that first team to qualify off of Contenders. Congratulations, 13-11. It was difficult, but they do it, finally.
The first team to qualify into stage 2 of the main event there for VCT Game Changers EMEA. I was so nervous. There you see the plants just being full on stuck, and I was like, hey, River is surely maybe just gonna pop into the smoke with Classic. But no, it was the patient play that comes out on top. The safer play as well to play the double swing in the 2v1.
That was really, really well done. But while footballers, they might have won the A team, that was a phenomenal performance. A really nice attempt at a comeback that we saw coming out of them. They almost make it work. In fact, I feel like if, I believe it was the Omen, Ezzy, if Ezzy had been a little bit more patient, if she had been able to kind of not panic and go for the sprays that I do win my ranked games, that might have been a fight that she might have been actually able to clutch up considering how low both of those players were. But nevertheless, a commendable effort coming out of the side of the A team. Foot, they were just a little bit of the stronger team. Sure, they looked a bit scrappy in that second half on defense. You saw a bit of misplays coming out of them, but overall, especially towards that end when they were able to play together and trade each other out, they was just able to keep up the advantage after getting it right off the bat.
That's after a super dominant map number 1 as well, right? That came out from the A team, who now, they're not out quite yet, you guys. They are knocked down to that lower bracket run where they will be playing against Tiger and Anonymo. But overall, Zach, I feel like this just is a testament as to how far the A team has to go if they're already showing up so strong right off the bat. But I also want to hear what the analyst desk has to say about that. Let's go and head over and say hello to Jeannie, Tom, and Anne.
Aw, thank you. I love how you remembered every single one of our names. It's really lovely.
3 people.
Expect from me.
Yeah, wow. Well, let's take it away and break this one down because there's been quite a lot going on in the last 2 maps. It feels like, and after that first loss that they had on Fracture, they took it personally.
Yeah, they had us in the first half, not gonna lie. Felt like that for the side of Food as they suffered a loss indeed on their first map, but then eventually came back. It almost looked like another comeback from the A team in the very later half of this map, but they just fell short, which must be a heartbreaker to finish out this game. And Ulyss, the MVP of this matchup, someone who's maybe had a bit of a quieter performance, not really standing out that much during those previous few maps, but now really topping the scoreboard for the team. Light a consistent performance throughout map 2 and map 3. Really the top 2 performance of this team where they just pull a victory over the line.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at the side of Foot, Tom, TAT, they still have a game though.
Yeah, but I kind of want to talk about Mizzy. That 5 first bloods when being on a Viper almost just shows the impact she had sort of on the defensive side, being able to find some openers, but also just those lurks on the other side of the map. I feel bad for them because they brought it incredibly close, especially having the resilience to come back in that second half there. Like, we talk about this map being attack-sided a lot of the time, but it was definitely one of those things where I think the experience just about got it over the line, but I'm still incredibly impressed going toe-to-toe with Foot and being able to win that one out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Best
And they still get another chance, but they have really managed to pull this one over the finish line and go toe-to-toe. Lovely jacket, by the way, Tom.
Thanks, I've been wearing this the whole time.
Looks great, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Number 1 cheerleader. Let's have a look at some of the players individually that stood out from the side of Foot this time around. Starting off with round 7, because Lyra kind of carried that one on her shoulders, Tom.
Oh, this ace was thieved. Stolen by a snake bite. This was unbelievable. Like, honestly, just the trigger discipline as they round the corner and just first bullet accuracy, just absolutely disgusting. And yeah, it was literally, well, she gets an assist on the final kill as well because the snake bite steals it, but this was utterly disgusting. And I think it almost just showed the sort of interplay as well of how they sort of had this dirty little crossfire, and it made all of those retakes incredibly difficult every time the A team attempted it.
Yeah, the A team really struggling on the defensive side of things. But when we're talking about players that consistently showed up and had their great performances over not just this only map, but also the last the first two maps that we've seen, it was Lyda kind of once again coming to mind.
Exactly, yeah. We talked about it in the pre-show even, how Lyda is the consistent factor on her team, how she's always showing up and helping her team towards that victory. Now, we see that in game one, she had a strong performance. It took her a little bit to wake up in that first game, if I recall correctly. Game two, quite a stable performance too. And in that last game, an ACS of 255, really stepping up, not even being the top fragger or top performer on her team, but she's really being that consistent factor, always putting up numbers on the board, making sure she gets active in those first kills or first bloods as well, really benefiting her team there.
Yeah, talking about the team and talking about Foot and how they have prevailed over the last couple of 3 maps in total. It felt like the first map, Tom, not a lot of maybe discipline or strats coming out and how they want to play it. It felt like some of the rotations maybe not up to par with what we have been expecting, but especially this final map, when we were looking at Lotus, when we were looking at the second map as well, Foot just found that magical button, they flipped the switch, and everything fell into place.
Yeah, no, I think especially on their attack side, you see a lot more of that interplay, a lot more comfort on a map. And that was the main worry coming into Lotus, is we looked at it more comparably to Fracture, because it was one that they didn't really have any maps played within the Contenders. But I definitely don't think you can have those same comparisons. They looked much, much more comfortable and much stronger even just individually on this map in general.
Yeah, also when we're looking at the performance from Foot, and the first map was not at all what we might have expected. It was 13-3, and it's very heavily in favor for the A team, which also brings the question of how much prep realistically can you do against some of these teams when there isn't that many VODs out there. So that first game, you're really kind of just soaking it in and trying to understand how they approach their
Exactly,
game.
yeah. It does make it really difficult because there is very little information on how these teams play other than, well, stat lines. There haven't been that many VODs, for example, to look back on. And then if we talk about, for example, Fracture as well, that is a map that Foot don't really play. So, I mean, it would have either been a curveball from them all the way in that first map, or it would have been just the A team having a better performance and better storyline history on that map, for example. That worked out well, but then for the A team right now, there is some more information on how they play. I'm pretty sure Tiger and Anonymo have been watching that game as well, and they will see some of the strats and some of the ideas that the A team will be bringing out in the game right after this one.
Yeah. Always sticking on strats and ideas, I think round 8 specifically, Tom, is a round that you wanted to break down because it does show that development that we've seen from Foot in terms of their strategical side over the last couple of maps.
Yeah, I just quite like this round mainly because of their post plants. Like, they get flanked quite heavily by the side of the A team, and you can just see the instant adaptation. They go, okay, we've lost our normal post plant, which would be much deeper. We saw that many a time. And so they just plant a little bit further forward and then just have a beautiful little crossfire just waiting to try and catch these players off guard. It meant that the remaining 2 had to basically take isolated duels, Dat even going for the spam, and it just meant that SE didn't really know where the remaining players were coming from. So those just sort of mid-round calls where they make that realization of, okay, we can take this extra space. We know there aren't going to be, or we know there are going to be players behind us, so let's just alter where we're going to play our post plant and use that to our advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it worked to their advantage, and they were able to secure the win, which means that when we're looking at Foot Esports Female, they're actually going to be heading into Game Changer Stage 2. So that's absolutely incredible. But if we're sitting here singing their praises, let's have a chat with Leon from Foot as well to see how they're feeling and just how everything has been going over the last couple of days. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much. Well, congratulations. You guys are heading into Game Changers. But before we let you go, we have a couple of questions. Mine specifically being in terms of the adaptations of the team. So River joining, bringing maybe a little bit of a different perspective from when she was initially with the core members. How has that been in terms of integrating everybody?
I mean, we all have ideas, and I think kind of mixing them and combining them, we had a great opportunity. And this is our coach, by the way.
Hello.
We just like connected really very well, and we all have ideas, and we are very happy what we are achieving right now.
So one of the questions I had was regarding map number 1. Obviously, we hadn't really seen you play much Fracture before, and it definitely looked like they caught you off guard a little bit going into that map. Do you feel like you guys just kind of started a little bit slow and you've got a lot more to show on Fracture, or is Fracture just a big no-no, we don't want to play that map?
I mean, it was kind of overwhelming because we didn't really get to play it. But I think now going on to the league, we're just gonna fix our problem. And we know that it was their map. We're gonna give it to them, I think. But we're focusing on our problems, and I think losing that map showed us that we can do so much better. And so we're gonna work on that, actually.
Good mentality.
Love that.
You talked about focusing on problems for when you're going into the actual league. What is your main goal that you have for when you'll be joining the other teams in the league?
I think getting our map pool perfect, that's going to be the best achievement for us going into this league, because we have a month to work and we're just going to use it to the best of its capacity. I think this month is going to be our really working hard month. So we're just ready to show ourselves in the league. I think we know that we are just good, as good as any other teams in the league.
So one question I have to ask, and it revolves around celebrations. I feel like for FUT as an organization, this might have been one of the best couple of weeks they've ever had. The team over in VCT qualifying over into Japan. Now you've made it into Game Changers. Is there a big party planned? Has Sinan spent all of his money to get everything ready? Like what's happening down there? Because it must be a fun week.
Is Tom invited?
Yeah. Sure. Well, we knew that we were gonna win this series, and we had our manager and everybody had ready to party.
Wonderful.
And we just knew, and they've been waiting, and we just gave it to them to win.
All right.
It's all of us. It's all of ours.
I know Tom is dying to join that party.
Yes.
He's just
the
asking
FUT house is
for
amazing.
it. He just wants an invite.
I love the house.
Yeah, they're upstairs singing, dancing, and doing everything. They just left me here.
Oh no. Okay, we'll make it super quick. Final question for me, and that is, now that you're joining Game Changers, I mean, you said it yourself, you're just as good as every team, and you've absolutely proven it with the consistency, with the gameplay that we've seen coming from you guys. But is there a team specifically that you're looking forward to playing against?
I haven't really thought about this actually, but BBL.
I
think we're I think ready to face all of them.
Ooh, I love that.
That's what I'm gonna say.
I mean, it's been absolutely lovely chatting to you. I love the mentality and the positivity. Enjoy the celebrations. We're not going to keep you here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, send Tom the invite, and
I'm on my
congratulations
way. I'm on my
once
way.
again.
I'm getting a flight right now.
Thank you for thanks for having me.
Tom, you're stuck here for another series. Okay,
I'm gonna go put the
no
FUT
flight for
shorts
you.
on, the FUT shirt on, the other FUT jumper on. I'm ready to go. I'm booking the flight as we speak. You don't need me for the second game, do
Fully
you?
decked
I
out.
think you and Anne have got this covered.
Yeah, we'll be fine. It was nice knowing you, Tom. Have a good trip. But that's a joke, guys, because we're gonna stay here because we have another best of 3 coming your way. Because as we said earlier today, there are 2 slots for Game Changers Stage 2 that are up for grabs. The first one has been taken by FUT Esports, and now it's Tiger Anonymo up against the A team to determine the second player. The A team, they're gonna be back. This is their second best of 3 of today, so it's gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna be performing. We'll be back at a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Hello guys, we're back. I hope you didn't miss us too much. But we have another best of 3 coming your way. This time around, Tiger and Anonymo up against the A team. We're down in the lower bracket. The winner takes it all. They're going to be heading into Game Changers Series 2. I'm Ginny, joined by Tom and Anne. And honestly, guys, let's just start us off by talking about the fact that when we're looking at the A team, Tom, they have already played 3 maps, and this potentially could be another 3-mapper coming into this.
Yeah, it's rough. Like I feel like normally the upper bracket is the team that has an advantage, but today, I guess the only advantage they had was they get 2 bites at the cherry. It's still not really that much of an advantage. Their opponents have got to sit there, watch everything they just did, pick apart their opponents, and it's going to be much more difficult for them to do this. The only benefit they have is, I guess, they are warmed up, but they'll probably also be fatigued.
Yeah, warmed up, but one of the players as well that has definitely warmed up today was Mads. Her performance in the last 3 maps and has been formidable, and that's the consistent factor that we're looking to see them carry into this matchup.
Yeah, we talked about Mads in the pre-show, how she's one of the most consistent players on the side of the A team. One of the better players in the whole of the Contenders, actually.
Yeah,
in that first game, she played the double duelist next to her teammate, where she picked up a beautiful ACS. Actually, that second map, she was performing a little bit better, it seems, where she's also been active in that first spot, where she wasn't really doing the duelist part on that first map. But she's been a consistent factor, despite playing 2 different roles, really, for her team. She is helping, and she is putting up numbers consistently.
All right, well, we just got told by production that we have some tweets. So send them our way. We're gonna dissect them live. I have no idea what's gonna be thrown up onto screen, okay? I am just as blind as all of you guys. So we're gonna wait. We're gonna fill it out. There we go. First one's already being thrown on the tweet. We're doing it for the screen time. All right, let's go, the A team. I mean, talk about confidence, Tom. Got it going on.
They said for the screen time. They didn't say they were going to win. They just said they'd be on screen. So they might not necessarily be confident. But no, I think obviously you got to make the best of a not so good situation. I doubt they want this second game to be happening. But at the same time, as I said, they've gone that close versus Foot, who I think were clear favorites in that matchup. They took them all the way, especially winning that first map dominantly, and then the third map literally could have gone to overtime. So I think they've shown they can face off versus anybody. And the fact is, Tiger and Anonymo didn't have the same sort of fight when they faced Foot last time. So I don't think this is a bad opportunity for them. It is genuinely just, is the matchup going to be the same? How much have Tiger been able to learn from that last matchup?
And you say trying to, keep the positive and keep up the good things on the bad sides. I mean, obviously you can be hiding things on social media, but it looks like this way, like they have some sort of mental still going up, because the way they lost that final map where they almost had the comeback must be painful. But it seems like, hopefully the mental is out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has to be in place when you're going up against a team like Tiger and Anonymo. Also, if you can hear my cat, apologies. Tiger and Anonymo, they got knocked into the lower bracket, Tom, and then they have not lost a series since.
Yeah, no, it's been a really good grind back from them, and it takes a lot of sort of mental fortitude to be able to just go into that lower bracket really early after facing a tough opposition. But well, on screen now is actually one of the players I really want to highlight. Medusa has put up some ridiculous numbers all the way through this comeback. I think her on the duelist is going to be one of the clear highlights going into this matchup. Statistically right up there with the best of them, and also involved in an awful lot of those sort of first fights. I think she has one of the best sort of like opening duel stats of like getting the opening versus losing the opening. I think it's like 23% to 13%. So I think she's definitely going to have to be our focal player, and then just how the team are actually going to be setting her up throughout this game.
And this team has a lot of experience in their own domestic country. They've won some Polish Cups, for example, last year. And this year in these tournaments, now they're going to have to bring that internationally within Europe then, at least. And, hopefully win out this single best of 3 that separates them from playing Game Changers next series.
Yeah, one thing as well that we've noticed in those highlights was the agent that Meryl was on in all of the clips.
Yeah, there's a bit of a difference between some of the players on this team, on Tiger and Anonymo. Meryl is the initiator. She plays Breach on all of the 18 maps that she's played. And then there's one player that has a really deep agent pool, if you'd ask me. That's Kaha. She plays 3 different roles in total. She's initiator and controller. And when Lotus gets brought out, she gets to play Sentinel as well. Hence why the Killjoy has a very low usage and low rounds number. That is only when they're playing Lotus, but she does also play Initiator Controller, and she does play those 3 different agents, being Sova, KO, and Astra. Sorry, yeah, Sova, KO, and Astra. So a lot of different agents, very good versatility coming out from her. It's a bit different than what Meryl gets to play, but yeah, it shows that she has a deeper agent pool. I like that.
So like, Tom, instead of like an agent pool, would you like call it an agent ocean?
No.
Agent River. Enemy.
Agent River?
Thought it was
Agent Lake. Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh. No, okay, anyways, that's fine. He doesn't bite the bullet. He's like, nah, I'm out of here. That's all good, because we have Meryl, who is very kind enough to sit down with us and have a little bit of a chat about the team, Tiger and Anonymo, what we can be expecting and how they exactly got here. Hello, everyone. We are joined by Meryl from Tiger Anonymo. Welcome. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to do the interview. You guys have been competing as the 3 core members since 2022. So the addition of IC as well as Natasha, how has that impacted the team environment?
To be honest, there's a mistake, because our core has 4 members, because we used to play with Natalcia before joining Anonymo. And then when Marty left us, we were looking for the 5th one for a long time. And Ichi played against us in Polish tournaments many times. So once we noticed her potential, so we decided to invite her for trials. And then we've been playing with her for 3 weeks, and she fits our team perfectly. And the vibe between us now is insane. So we can finally see huge progress in our game.
Yeah, the progress has been quite there when we're looking at the fact that since you've dropped to that lower bracket, you've obviously won every single series, otherwise you wouldn't be here today, but you've only dropped 2 maps, and both of those maps also happen to be Haven. So it was against Ranked Demons, it was against the Frogs on Fire. What is your main struggle as a team on Haven, or is it just a map that you guys really don't enjoy?
Actually, we love Heaven. It's our main map. So yeah, I don't know how it happened, but I think we started to focus too much on the opponent's game instead of ours, and we started to combine a lot and too much, and we just changed the game unnecessary.
Mm-hmm. And is that something obviously that you've been taking away, looking to implement today as well?
We just have to play our game. That's
all. I love it. People keep saying that. And honestly, if you play your game, it does seem to work out. But when one of the teams that knocked you into that lower bracket was when you guys went up against FUT Esports Female. And they are now playing in the upper bracket. They're up against the A team. So do you have a prediction? Do you have a preference on what team you're going to be playing up against today?
We think that FUT won't allow themselves to lose this game. So we think that we'll face the A team in lower bracket finals.
How are you looking forward to
that? To be honest, it doesn't matter who will be played against, because as I said before, we should just focus on our game, and that's all.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do the interview. Good luck on the server, and we're going to wait and see who you're going to be going up against.
Thank you so much. Kisses.
Well, playing their own game, Tom, seems to be a theme that we've had with every single interview we had so far. But also, when we look at how the game went earlier for the side of FUT, once they actually started playing their own game, it looked much more cohesive, much more comfortable. So they're going up against the A team, and they've already seen them play. So in that regards, they're probably also just put their feet back chilling and pretty aware of what they can be expecting.
Sure, I think the thing is they won't have learned much from Fracture if that map's going to come up into the pool. I think it's one where realistically it was very sort of fast-paced, aggressive play, and it seemed like on the other side FUT really didn't know where they were going on the map. And on Split, again, I feel like it was FUT dominance for the majority. So in most cases, you'd be able to pick apart a few setups here and there, but ultimately I think that they will have only been able to take a few pieces, and by the sounds of it, they have no interest in going in with counters.
Yeah, and looking at their last performance as well, and as we said it, they've only lost 1 series so far, and that was against FUT, which now ends up winning the whole thing, and they're qualified to the main event.
Exactly, yeah. The last result, and in the bottom, you see that O2 lost against FUT. That is a team, as you mentioned, that ID went to win on everything and qualified to Game Changers. So it's kind of okay, you can say, to have a loss against that, but then obviously it puts you in that lower bracket, and within 1 more loss, you're out. So they really had to show up their A game, winning all of those games there, but still, they play
you too.
But still, they play the majority or the most maps of any team still in this tournament. It's, for example, double the maps that FUT have played. So, yeah, there's no real information with VODs or anything, but yes, you've given away some parts of your map pool, some parts of your preferences. So, yeah, there is going to be some more information on the side of Tiger Anonymo.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to have to wait and find out. And we're going to find that out into Map Veto. Tom, when we're speaking to Meryl from Tiger Anonymo, she said, yeah, Haven is a map that we actually like, but unfortunately it didn't really go in our favor. So in that regards, when we're looking at the A team and the fact that they also don't like Haven, never mind. My point was, is it going to be banned out?
Well, I think it's clearly a permaban for the A team, and also their opponents have played it 7 times. So I feel like it's something they're comfortable on. A team pulling out Fracture again, no real surprises there, and I think the Tigers have seen themselves that ultimately Split didn't look fantastic, so I can see that coming in for a bit of a pick of them. It's also one of their strongest maps, so I don't think any real surprises. Landing in a little bit of a middle ground territory to end it. Both teams flawless on Ascent, so if we get there, someone's gonna lose.
Wow, that's some very hard-hitting analysis.
That's what I'm here for.
Get to the 3rd map. It's gonna lose.
Yeah, I mean, it could really be anyone's game if we get to that final map, considering both team stat lines on that map. For Fracture, yes, there was some information on how the A team just played that. We saw that they played it with a double duelist. I'm curious whether they'll be bringing out that once, well, the double duelist once again on Fracture. There might be some information. The Tiger and Anonymo themselves, they play it with a dual initiator, so wouldn't really say there's many surprises on that, but I don't think they'd be surprised with a Fracture pick against him either, considering how well this went for the A team.
So a double duelist in one day. That's a mouthful. Try saying that like multiple times, but that's it from us because we're going to be heading into the first game of the series, Fracture, where we have Tiger and Anonymo up against the A team with Zach and Ash.
Thank you so much, Ginny. And now we welcome back everyone. This is going to be our second best of 3 for the day. And we just saw the A team come back off of a devastating loss. They're going to be heading right back into it. And you're here with me, Zach, and of course the wonderful Ash. Now, Ash, does this map beta look a little bit familiar to you?
a little bit too familiar, maybe. You know, it's interesting because the A team, sure, they had a really great game on Fracture there, Zach, but at the same time, when you're running back the same maps that you've already played earlier today in officials, while some teams are able to kind of like pivot into something new, other teams struggle with that a little bit, and it's a question of which kind of team the A team is in that regard. Fracture definitely wasn't a struggle for them though.
Yeah, 13-3, taking out a team like Foot on that. Sure, they eventually ended up losing that best of 3, but on this map, at least, they look completely in control. And looking at the agent select for their team, it seems like they are making no real changes because, hey, what fixed what ain't broken, right? However, for the side of Tiger and Anonymo, it is going to be a little bit of change around when it comes down to those agents. They are going to be going in for that single duelist, double initiator setup that our wonderful analyst was talking about. And personally, I am very excited to see the KO come back into play because I feel like he's an agent that's really, really good on this map, especially with the pop flashes and stuff. I just wish we saw a little bit more of him.
Especially on top of that, not even just the pop flashes, but just denying like Cypher util over towards the end of the team, right? With Arano being on that Cypher pick, that's huge to kill those trips, especially with explosive entries on site that you're going to anticipate coming out from Shura and Mads. And it's a little bit tough because up against in their match versus Foot that we saw earlier on today there, the A team was all gas, no brakes, because they didn't really need to pump the brakes. So from Anonymo, what we're going to be looking for is to see how they handle that aggression on the forefront and if they can even put the A team on their back foot on their map pick.
Yeah, Foot really seems to struggle against them on this one, and like you mentioned, the main reason for that is the explosive potential coming out of both Shura and Mads. They were able to put on such a strong show in that first map, and if they can repeat that feat, it is going to be them once again being a map up in this series, but we're getting ahead of ourselves here. It's going to be a very quick execute onto this A site. It does seem like this time around, instead of going through main, they're going to be channeling in through the sands area. Instead, turret spotting is out, and they will have the site basically for free because the two players from Anonymo who were on the site, they're going to be stacked up towards the dish instead, going in for a 5v5 retake.
Safe little plant there for a halt as well. Ends up getting secured, but like you said, 5v5 retake situation, 2 flash points available here for Meryl as well, and an aftershock to zone, but she's not even going to get the opportunity.
Yeah, just that crossfire being so deadly here between Shura and her Cypher. However, the push from Drop here is able to at least find some value, taking down 2 kills now, though it's just going to be a couple of players remaining, and the swing through from Sans is more than adequate to clear that up. And once again, it's going to be the pistol round swinging in favor of the side of the A team. They have really brought their A game on these pistol rounds, I gotta say today. Sure, it didn't go their way on Lotus, but despite that, despite losing both the pistols on Lotus, they were still able to like bring it to 11-13, so commendable for them.
That's another big point, though. The A team, this is a marathon for them, and they held up against in the first best of 3 that they're in today, but it's an endurance game here for TAT to ensure that they can keep that energy going, especially if this series goes to a 3rd map. But now TAT onto their anti-eco, already expecting aggression to come out. Look at the way that they're pausing in their response.
My eyes are dull.
Yeah, like I hear like Anonymo just hears all those people running towards her. She's like, yeah, no, I want nothing to do with that. Takes the zipline, gets out of there, and it's gonna be a full-on rotation towards this arcade area instead. I like this. They stopped to get the orb on that dish area. Now it's going to be the orb towards arcade. So a little bit of farming being done by the side of Tiger and Anonymo here as they push all the way through into that underpass area. However, that's gonna be a beautiful one-way that's gonna be put down by the attackers. They're able to find not one but two kills off the back of that, and now they know where the remaining players on the side of Anonymo are. They're just gonna be holding down the fort. A paint shells of all things from Matt's able to find yet another kill, and these last two players make that one as the judge strikes through. Matt's still alive despite all that. It's just gonna be a little bit too much for anyone on Tiger Anonymo to do anything as the second round goes to favor of TAT without too much trouble.
Not too much trouble, but Natasha lived a little, like way longer than I anticipated. Like she's hopping up into the smoke. They can't see her toes, and somehow she's alive until the paint shells take her down. But overall, the A team so far still playing very similarly to what we saw in the first map that they played on Haven today. So you've always got that 4-1 split, with Aerie being the one on the north side of the map or on the south side, depending on how they are choosing to do that default. And then she just falls away using that zip line if aggression does come through. They're on the buy round of Tiger Anonymous, playing things a lot more conservatively in that kind of sense. You've just got the full anchor from the Killjoy and Natasha here over towards that B side, but even that presence of taking the orb was enough to draw 2 rotations over, knowing how aggressively TAT do like to push on it.
They're playing a little bit slow. Of course, Mads armed with that judge, probably looking to get into sight and holding on for dear life. That alarm bot nanos from combo not really going to do much. In fact, Mads got to be that first point to hold it down with the judge. This is going to be devastating if they're not careful about it. With the buy that TAT have in this particular round, they're going to be able to actually defend this plant quite well. And I believe that Mizzy also does have a Rolling Thunder off the back of that plant, so that's going to be a huge ult to watch out for.
Yeah, that's a scary one to think about. And you've got close contact here with Mads. She sees the stim, so she knows that someone's guaranteed here over into Jenny, but doesn't look in the right corner.
That is really unfortunate there. The kills go in favor of Tiger Anonymo as they manage to find that first offensive onto Mads. The second not correct coming through in their favor, and just like that, the retake, it's almost impeccable coming out of them. And this is really unfortunate. A bit of a extremely aggressive post plan where they really didn't need to go for that, in my opinion, from the side of TAT, and they're punished for it quite heavily.
Aggressive post-plant, but at the same time, you have to consider, okay, they were working with some eco weapons, so we're trying to find some of those shorter points of contact to be had, close the gap between them and Tiger Animos in that kind of regard. But now that the full loadout is coming through here now, you've got the Logitech power-up to come in here for both sides. And on the side of Animos, looking towards that ultimate economy, lockdown nearly up here for Natasha. Could maybe go for some orb control in that sense. But for TAT, still back to that very typical 4-1 split that they go for. And actually, the first one to come on is actually going to be the showstopper into this round for Medusia.
Yeah, she's gonna have that ready to go. The party time indeed for Anonymo if they get that shot in right now. A little bit of contestation towards the A site. Dynamic duo off the jet and the reach, trying to find some value, possibly a kill or two, but it's just gonna be patience coming out of Tiger Anonymo. On the opposite side though, this position from Medusia, if they can take her down or if she can get a couple of picks, it might be the difference maker in this round here. Oh, that's a nasty shot. Mizzy able to find that opener. Huge shot onto Natasha. That's gonna be the Killjoy utility taken out offline, and the second to boot as well. Mizzy just absolutely popping off here. That's gonna open up the site for business, and the spike itself, it's gonna be rotating over.
Yeah, no smokes to be laid down by Icy yet either, so I guess the call was to just hold them for the retake situation. Let that KJ util do most of the work, encourage TAT to kind of walk into that trap, but unfortunately not available anymore now, right? Paint shells do go out to try and delay this push back in, and somehow finds Medusia actually behind Jenny.
He was not ready for that, especially I think it was combined with a stun out of Mizzy. So beautiful teamwork coming in. 3 kills on the round already between these two pairs. And while Anonymo, they're able to get a couple of kills for themselves, it's just the number advantage is too much for them to really overwhelm. And TAT will be able to get a 3rd round on the board. Just lovely teamwork coming out of Mizzy and Mads there. The concussion, the pain shells, and that was right before that KO knife hit as well. So really, really good timing.
Man, I still can't get over that paint shell pick. I'm not gonna lie. I would be so sad. You saw she was like getting ready to get out of there and everything.
She was trying to satchel. Yeah, it was really,
exactly. But actually heading into this round though now, Zach, is you can see that the way that we're posturing up here on the Anonymo side, again, on these eco rounds, they really like to go for that aggression.
Yeah, and it hasn't really been paying off for them too much, unfortunately. That 0 point is able to at least detect 2 players, but instead of committing that showstopper, which you so often see, they're going to be playing it just a little bit more slow, which is a good call, because the moment that 0 point's impacted, the A team is just like, yeah, we want nothing to do with this. We know you have a showstopper. We heard that raise utility coming in, possibly, so they're just going to be falling back instead, looking to go towards this A side. Yeah, exactly. Oh, not again!
I can't. The paint shells have been just too good for Matt's. Her utility's been crazy so far today, especially on that raise.
Yeah, what's it called? Abilities don't kill. Well, someone say that to Matt, because it's just been absolutely insane out of her. Now, Erino holding down the angle. Only a bulldog in hand, but that seems to be all she needs. Able to get one before finally being shut down. And there's still going to be multiple players here towards Sands holding down this crossfire. 2v3 scenario. Matt's able to find that first one. And now it's all down to Kaha with the Guardian. Able to find 2 huge kills. Picks up the upgrade to boot. But the problem is that Essie is playing for that orbital strike. Has it ready to go. Molly as well to boot. That's going to be very, very difficult to even touch that diff spike for the diffuse. Essie is so far away that Kaha has no chance to even do anything here. It's just going to be a 1v1. Tries to stick half of it, but no time left on the clock. And beautiful round coming out of the A team once again.
Great positioning from Essie as well. Just playing so far back, knowing that she was going to get pushed in, or the 0 point had maybe opportunity to even recharge in that situation. I don't know how many seconds were left on that, but overall, I honestly was almost like, are we actually going to see like some sort of crazy Molly lineup coming out from Essie as well, like after this goes down? But overall, 4-1 here. Anonymo's kind of struggling at the moment. They do have a very big snowball of ults though coming up. Same story though for the A team as they have just staggered the ones that have come through so far. But early head-to-head here in towards B main, and Medusa actually comes out on top. First blood to be earned by Anonymo this time around.
Quite a bit of damage being to Shura's with 5 HP left, no Sky this time around on this particular map, so no heal gonna be coming through either. Now that they've seen that much aggressive control coming through on B side, they're looking to go towards A instead, but it's just gonna take 1 hit of that turret or nanostorm to really shut Shura down. It's gonna be Kaha instead with the Vandal, just needs to hit 1 bullet, does do so without too much trouble. And now the remaining players, they're trying to like just get their way out to sight here. A lot of those pivotal ultimates that we talked about, they're gonna be unfortunately shut down here. And the remaining players on the side of Anonymo, they're just trying to hold down the fort. That could be a massive showstopper if it connects, but aware of that danger, the stack will be falling back. Counter showstopper, as well as null command coming through right now. Matt's able to find 2 before being shut down. Insane spray transfer, and now Erino here to pick up the pieces. They tried to res that KO, will be able to possibly get it, and that's just a distraction though, as Natasha swings around the corner, able to find 2, the last 2 kills of her own before finally getting that diffuse in. That was such a nice retake off the back of that null command, and beautifully played by the side of Anonymo.
My ult's ready.
Man, that was... Matt should not have even gone 2 there in that situation, though. But the round win does grant the Rolling Thunder over towards Meryl now, at the very least here for Tiger Anonymos. Very much so looking to find their pacing here into this matchup against the team. I think that was a struggle that we saw from Foot, and so far it looks like Anonymos are finding a faster answer, definitely, to the aggression that we see coming out from TAT. Especially considering how they're able to just slow things down as well. It's just that every execution in itself is very explosive, although the tempo leading up to it is not always. Not going to be the story this time, though. They are going to go in just hot and heavy right off the gate.
Oh, 1-for-1 trade though. Sure, able to find that first one. Kaha still holding it down in this tower area, able to find a trade of her own. Now looking to regroup with the rest of the team, possibly push out towards main. The Rolling Thunder connect both players, and in fact won't connect onto Anonymo, so she's going to be able to get that kill. Really, really good ult coming out, and off the back of that, at least the plant should be able to go down through the situation now on this retake attempt here. SC able to dodge that aftershock is huge, doesn't take any damage in the process, and while the side of TAT, they don't have any ults, they still have this really nice crossfire set up.
They do. 2 away for that orbital strike as well for SC as well. But this crossfire, Mizzy's got all the information. Great stun to delay the pushback in, but this lockdown is where it gets dangerous for TAT.
They're going to be forced completely off the spike side here. Areno, though, with that nice tripwire, able to find that first one. Going to be detained in the process. They can't quite chase her down, and the spike itself, it's going to be stuck all the way already halfway through. Now, going to be stuck completely in. Unfortunately, that lockdown just bought so much space that Natalcia is able to not only get the spike, but also the kills. Really lovely retake coming out of Anonymo there.
That's the thing. When you are going for the plants and you know that the enemy, especially on the defender side, has a lockdown to play with, you have to avoid planting in cubby. There's just no time to actually challenge that space if you have no way to break that lockdown or find some piece of util, if it's a lineup, whatever it may be, into the post plant. But SC didn't even have anything left in the tank when it came out to that utility. So timeout to be called here by TAT as Tiger Animos start to slowly creep up on them. I think what has been interesting is that Animos are doing a really good job of zoning out TAT on their site executions. You can see that it's a lot harder than it was in their matchup up against Foot for the A team to actually follow up on their duelists. You're often seeing like Mads or Shura going in dry with, I mean, off the back of utility, but there's no one actually following up with them because they're just in there too fast, and Animos totally zone out the rest of the team.
Yeah, a little bit of spacing issues that we're seeing from the side of TAT. They look a little bit more flustered than they were when they played against Foot, which is understandable. They're just coming off a very, very rough loss. But more than that, Anonymo, they're doing a really, really good job of being able to use their initiators to not just set the rest of their team up, but also just as bait, so as to speak, and to separate and isolate these fights. Like, for example, 2 rounds ago, you saw that null command being pushed through. The KO resurrection off the back of the null command was actually used as bait for Natalcia to be able to swing around and find a lot of value. And Natalcia has just been that player who finds these timings so often.
It's always the KJ players, you know, they got that lurking ticker inside of them, that circadian rhythm, right? But for the Valorant time instead of sleep and daylight. But overall, for TAT, it's a slow, quiet contact up, a shift in gears and style from what we've seen before.
Yeah, and it actually kind of works out for them. All the way to Spawn, Shura is able to push through and get away with their life. So definitely, that's going to be an entry that they really massively needed there. Now through the smoke, they try to spam through, but unfortunately not able to quite connect the shot. Now for this retake, they do have that Rolling Thunder available. And just because of that, I think the post plan will have to be quite different. Oh no.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder, but you're still fighting for spawn, and Meryl's just holding down the fort. Now finding an advantage into this round as well, especially with Arianos being so low.
The spike itself, it's going to be planted kind of for main, but the post plant itself is geared towards this tower and arcade area. Natalcia trying to stick it down, already able to find half of it. The turret giving away the Q, finding a kill as well, and it's just going to be Mads in this kind of 1v1 scenario, able to swing out, connects the kill, 4 on the round for Mads, and just an absolute brutal spray down coming in. I was skeptical of that post plant, but I am wrong. I take my words back. Mads, you are insane.
Okay, Mads, don't get me wrong, Mads looks great on the sky, but she looks fantastic on the Raze.
I agree.
I need to see her worked in on a Raze on more maps, to be honest. And I honestly think that, especially the way that the A team prefer to play, that double duelist looks really strong for them. And into this matchup, Mads has been definitely the one stopping the show here for TAT. Again, like a 15 to, I think that was 4 or 5 in the score line.
13-5.
Very much, yeah, just absolute insane value going out with that. Apparently I can't count or read numbers. It's all good. But yeah, again, slowing things down, trying to keep Animos off guard in that kind of sense, who are very much so conditioned to expect the explosivity.
Yeah, and I think that was a big change of pace that we saw in that last run, right? They've been just kind of satcheling and dashing into side, and instead they just creep up off the back of that stun. Peaks gets a kill. Talking about kills, so it's going to be an a sort of half-buy coming in for the side of Anonymo, and just with the Sheriff, that's going to be all that Kaha really needs to be able to find that first blood. Huge kill there. A little bit of a change around. Usually you see Anonymo go in for that space on Dish, but this time around they're happy to fight for... Oh my god, not again. They're happy to fight for main presence instead, and Mads able to get a kill with the paint shells. How, Mads? How?
I think we need a paint shells graphic after this.
I agree. Please,
because like we need a new name because we've got Timmy the Turret. We've got to get something for the nades. But Showstopper pulls out. Nobody is home here though. Okay, never mind.
Oh god.
Somehow, somewhere, Mads utility. It's like a heat-seeking missile at this point.
Yeah, I think she just caught the tip of the KJ pad through that smoke, and now it's gonna be paint shells of Majusia here, being able to push SE out, isolate that fight, get that kill. 3v3 scenario still, and Mads is super low, so this is still a very much winnable retake for the side of Anonymo as they try to go forward. Arena caught in the open, unfortunately, off the back of that flash. Huge kill there, and now it's going to be a very, very rough scenario for the side of TAT. A lot of work going to be falling on Mizzy's shoulders. Never mind, Mads finds the raise with the back to her, able to find that first kill, and now in this 1v2, a lot of work for Mizzy to be able to isolate these fights. Not even going to get the chance as Kaha takes her down, and Anonymo, they find their 4th round. Wow.
That is something Anonymo have been really, really good about in their retake situations, is just playing off of each other and ensuring that they're protecting the diffuser. There are so many times that in pro play you will see just, you know, someone's holding an angle, it's not quite the right angle, and then diffuser gets taken down, but Anonymo aren't leaving any of those gaps and have been so solid holding those angles, sidestepping as well to just make it a little bit harder to hit them too, buying that time. And TAT though, still, again, it's no issue for them to actually get onto site. It's the post plants that have been a struggle.
Oh my, the timing almost there for sure. If I'm gonna be dashing into Meryl's space, finds the kill as well. That is just illegal. Majusia able to strike back at the very least, although these sheriffs from the side of the A team are doing so much damage here. Orbital strike invested as well to boot, and just gotta be Mizzy finding yet another kill. Majusia alone on site, only 1 bullet away from their demise, and Arena will be more than happy to clean it up. A really, really quick change of pace coming out of TAT, and Anonymo just caught completely off guard. Oh god, not this again. I can't see. I can't watch this.
Sure, taking out Meryl there is just so big because the breach utility is really a mainstay in a lot of the crowd control in the kit of Tiger and Anonymo. So the second that Meryl is out, you don't have nearly as much to work with for that zoning. Her flashpoints even have been so pivotal on those retake situations, finding space for Tiger and Anonymous. And now back onto an eco round here, and TAT, they expect the aggression, they expect the push to come through, always that 4-1 split, and it's always Arena like dashing across the zip line the second she hears even a hint of movement on the flank.
She definitely heard more than a hint there. I heard like at least 3 people, probably a stampede coming towards her. And once again, she's like, yeah, I want nothing to do with this, guys. You know what? You can have it. Really, really nice kill coming out. Really, really nice presence coming out. And Kaha on this little bit of a foray and underpass, able to catch Arena off guard. That's gonna be a weapon that they can retrieve, and they no longer have control of that part of the map. So it's gonna be very difficult. I think this head-to-head between Shura and Meryl might be the decider. Yeah, the timing not exactly in the favor of Anonymo here, although they're looking to do a little bit more damage now. Majusia caught by that stun, does get swung, and Shura able to connect that final kill. The last 2 players for Anonymo on that flank, looking to come through arcade, and it's gonna be very difficult for them.
Yeah, this is tough. It's all about isolating Shura, right? You see her once, she gets it though. Icy takes her down. There's an orbital strike to play with now, but that incendiary buys so much time here in the post point for TAT.
Oh, they had a lockdown as well as an orbital strike, and honestly, I thought it could be a viable round if they go for the underpass control, put that lockdown down, use the orbital strike towards tower. If they had more time, it might have been a viable plan, especially with the weapons drop, but like you mentioned, that molly, it just denied the possibility of them even entering site, and it was an eco round. They did quite a bit of damage, but I don't think the economy for TAT is really struggling here.
No, definitely not. I mean, a little bit of damage done. It's been a pretty solid back and forth for the last few rounds here as well. It's just that the retakes for Anonymo have been really, really strong for the most part. But again, a lot of that is facilitated by ensuring that at least one of their initiators are online for that retake. But again, immediately zoning comes through and it grants the pick as well there to Meryl. That is the value that you see coming up from that fault line, just denying that fast-paced play, slowing things down, and again, that spacing issue that we previously talked about.
Yeah, no more Blade Storm available. They still do have that Rolling Thunder to work with, though, to counter that. That's going to be not 1, not 2, not 3, but 5 ultimates for the side of Anonymo. Now it's going to be the Rolling Thunder invested towards spawn. Counter one put back to try and prevent the spawn push from coming through, and it works out perfectly in their favor. Majusha with the showstopper, if put in at the right time, will be able to find so much value, but she can't see what we see, which is a little bit unlucky for the side of Anonymo. Now, though, off the back of that, they're going to be pushing it through. Gets the kill as well. Reno left without a foot to stand on. Orbital strike as well. So much utility being just pumped in onto these players from the side of TAT, and there's just nothing that they can really do. They didn't even need the lockdown by the end of it. It was just an orbital strike, a rolling thunder, paint shells, no command, the kitchen sink. Am I missing anything?
No, it's a whole snowball round, right? You got everything going into that soup, but made a pretty good, darn good soup as well. But overall, for the side of the A team, now we're swapping sides, right? And you know, very, very much so look very comfortable on that attacking side, slow things down a little bit more onto that defense, but they do still go for that early point of contact, especially with that being Mads and Mizzy, who like to play together here into A halls to isolate a player, try to do some chip damage if possible. So it'll be a 4-1 split here for Anonymous, but they do sacrifice that north side of the map control. So TT, if they choose so, can roam freely as they take that arcade space.
Yeah, they're just looking to, Anonymo themselves, they're just looking to quickly get into this B side. Paint shows towards the back side, making sure there's no pesky Cypher playing around, and there isn't going to be, in fact. They do have the site completely for free. Off the back of that, smokes will go down, and once again, in this pistol round, we're left in a full 5-1-5 retake kind of scenario. Tripwire as well being caught out by Majusha. That's going to be one less free kill that's available in their arsenal. Oh, the first point of contact is going to be Majusha here towards tower. Does spot out Reno. The flash going to be good, buys a little bit more time. The counter flash coming through as well, but Majusha still holding on, being cooked alive, though still gets a kill before finally going down. Now the players from the side of TAT, they're able to swarm onto site. They have the numbers advantage, at least temporarily, able to get those kills as well, and now it's all down to Izzy. A 1v2 scenario, has to isolate these fights, does quite a bit of damage, and will in fact not be able to confirm that kill as Shura stands strong and gets that pistol once again for the side of TAT.
Keeping the lead steady here for TAT. Animo's not far behind though. I really like that setup. You know, you had Erino, she threw out a trip behind her for tower just so she and Shura would know if someone was aggressing and coming in for some sort of backstab, protects in that kind of sense while they focus their attention over towards that arcade side, right? So Animos didn't really have an opportunity to find that kind of space. We're a lot more easily like swarmed around for that reason. And now it's a site flip-flop. You're gonna have Erino now setting up towards this A side, anticipating the Animos want to avoid her.
Oh my god, that's gonna be a 5-player push though towards this dish area. The dash gonna be online for sure, so she will be able to at least stay alive and get off site. Now they have the information, they know that there's gonna be at least 3 or 4 players kind of pushing up towards this dish side of the map. Gonna be falling back, just trying to hold down the side off the back of those tripwires. And with all this noise being made, it's once again, if Anonymo had been able to get a kill early on onto either Reno or Shura, that would have been a weapon and possibly some side control they could have taken. But now, having made that much noise, they're hoping that a rotation has come through, and it kind of has. This A set seems to be, this B set seems to be where the stack is here.
They're making a lot of noise on this rotate though. I think Animos are just shopping around. Like they're going, okay, sewers now. Let's get the B main orb. Why not? Let's get these ults online, you know? They're very much so just like feeding into these ultimates, trying to go on this little shopping spree, get that showstopper up and available if possible into their anti-eco. And okay, there we go. Now, around the world, it's a whole journey. However, with 35 seconds left, you know, they take that pause and they're like, okay, you know what? We probably don't actually have time to go back for the other one. Might as well cut noise and see if TAT has the read to try and rotate back over.
Oh my god.
And Animos, they continue to push on through, and it's a slaughter through the smoke.
They're just spams coming through on every single side with the Sheriff Natasha, at least able to find one pick, but that's just going to be the ghost taken down if I'm not wrong. Mats didn't really have anything else in her arsenal there, and it's going to be a very convincing anti-eco. And I like that. I like that they went for the orb shopping. They were able to farm up some of those ults, but like you mentioned, the time it was just run down so badly that it was just a very easy spray and control coming out of the side of TAT there.
Well, I mean, when you're shopping for those orbs, usually if you're taking like that much time to do it, you're not actually looking for the round win. You're just trying to get as much value as possible. If you can take out some rifles, some weapons, that's like a bonus on top of that, essentially. So now into the anti-eco round, though, here for Anonymous. They have a bigger advantage. Aggression coming out from Shura.
Oh, they're gonna be pincering on both sides of the map here. Shura still trying to hold strong, although Mizzy and Matt on the flank here, able to find 2 kills of their own. Now it is going to be a 3v3 scenario. Spike still in the control. Spike in the control of these defenders, and that's gonna be huge by itself. Because even though the weapon advantage, yeah, exactly, the weapon advantage is still in favor of Anonymo. Not only does TAT get an upgrade, they also still have that spike.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. Difficult choke point as well. Both smokes, though, already used out by SD. She only has one to work with here to block this space. It won't be able to come out, but the stall is still trying to come through. That Sky Smoke can be walked around, though.
Oh, that's such a nice molly. They have to walk through it. They burn alive, and Mizzy and Ezzy between them are able to just get so much damage done. Mizzy with a 3K on the round, and the bonus, the power of going in favor of TAT as they get to double digits. That was such nasty work.
For a second there, I was like, okay, is Shura, you know, was that a misclick with the dash and updraft in towards B main? But I think it was a distraction tactic when you look back on it. She's just buying time. She's like, okay, hey, look at me. Oh my god, I'm a jet. I'm pushing out. This is not suspicious at all. Pay attention to me. And then everyone else on TAT is like, okay, go, 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 go. Use the stim, run them down, and we're going to get this pinch. And now Animo's pushed onto it. Go.
Yeah, 5 sheriffs across the board. They tried to run in towards the site. However, Essie, despite taking a little bit of damage, it's just going to be the crossfire between them. Essie and Mads, they just clean up house here. All 4 of the players just pummeled through. And, you know, I was going to bring up that Shura had an operator, but she didn't even need it. It was just that slaughterhouse on this A-main area of the map. They didn't even get into sight. Brutal work.
No, just a total spray down, right? You don't really have shields or a util to work off of at that point, and you just got a confident spray in, especially when they're pushing through the smoke too. It makes it that much more difficult. Pushing in by like ones, essentially, right? Very, very quite follow-ups almost with those swings to trade, not quite being on time with the calling. Just getting a little bit lost in the chaos. So time out now is act to be called by Tiger Anonymo, and they're back onto a buy round here. They do have a showstopper in hand. It's a question of, are they going to shop for the lockdown, or are they going to shop for the Rolling Thunder going into this one?
Why not both? It's Fracture after all. After all, you have 4 orbs, just get every single one. Gotta catch them all, just like your well, yeah, let's not get caught by copyrights here. But anyways, I think that one round that's still gonna be stuck in my head is that really, really unfortunate buy coming through for the side of Anonymo. They got that kill onto Shura. The only problem was that the spike was stuck in their base. I think after this point, they're just not gonna leave the spike anywhere lying down at all. They're just gonna be keeping it one of their players. Like you mentioned, now they do have that showstopper to work with. A lot of ults for both of these teams that have charged up. One thing that I do have my eye on is where exactly that operator from Shura is going to be positioned, and if Anonymo, they're going to be really contesting it early on, which just seems to be the case.
I mean, the flash is really nice because that also already forces Shura to back up a little bit. She doesn't get as aggressive of an angle, but no one to contest means that she's going to look for that space again. So a lot of information garnered here towards the B side, right? Meanwhile, TAT, they've got a double stack here in towards Dish. It'll be the lurking player, that being Natasha, to keep an eye on. And Mads is just going for it.
She's just taking the turret damage, and she gets the kill as well. Absolutely nasty shot there. Majushia, they're able to find the trade, does get taken offline, isolated by that molly, and that's going to be a huge kill, because not only does that give TAT that weapon, that numbers advantage, it also takes that showstopper out of contention for the course of this round. Now the remaining players from the side of Anonymo, they're just going to be stuck towards this A-main area, looking to find a little bit of control towards Sans. In fact, does find the kill onto Reno, bringing things back down to a 3v3. Oh god.
And keeping this Hall's control sure is playing with the operator though. She gets the pick, and Meryl nearly got the trade for herself, but so unfortunate there. All you need is an elbow with the operator. Free A site for the taking here now for Anonymo as TAT play a lot further back. Still looking to somehow find the spike plants here for Icy. She can do it protected, but otherwise there really isn't too much you can do here in this position.
Comp between People Spring, Vandals, and Matt's paint shows. How would you like to go seems to be the ask today, and Mizzy says he can go down to my rifle instead. Match point for the side of the A team, who are looking very, very convincing on this defensive side. I think that everybody, including the analysts that scout ourselves, were feeling bad we didn't see more of them in this case. But yeah, I think that even if they had started off on defense against foot, it would have been a pretty much same result on this map. They just look so confident. They have their plays in hand, and really, really good work.
They just look really comfortable when it comes down to the way that they're playing here, with the way that they're kind of flowing around the map, the space that they're taking, very cognizant of where they need to give up space to sacrifice the space that they're taking elsewhere, so they ensure that they're not spreading themselves too thin. But a great zoning push there into A halls guarantees that showstopper, forces an early roll defender as well. Oh no, I don't even know how.
Once again,
it's through the door, or through the wall, man.
That was such a nasty, nasty aftershock coming in. The showstopper as well from Mads. Then the 0-point strikes a little bit too late as Kaha goes down, and now it's all down to Natasha. A 1v4, Spike not in her control to keep Anonymo alive on this map, and it seems to be a little bit too much to ask for anyone. 1 kill and she will at least have that ultimate to work with, but now she has to deal with the onslaught of these players from the side of TAT. First that orbital strike, taking quite a bit of damage in the process, does manage to find a Reno, but Mads ready for that counter swing. Swing has been the star on this map for the A team, and the A team will take map number 1.
She's been more than the star on this map. Her utility was the star on its own, to be honest, coming out from Mads. Like, genuinely need to come up for a nickname with the paint shells, because it's almost like having a little turret there if you're Mads. Overall though, the A team, they're just looking really, really great, and I love that they didn't slow down after that very hard fought loss up against Foot.
Yeah, they look as convincing and as confident on this particular map. Though for the side of Tiger and Anonymo, at least on their defensive side, they did manage to put up a little bit of a fight here. 5-7, all things considered, isn't exactly a bad half, but on attack, they just look lost. There were so many set trap plays coming out, and I think in particular, what I want to highlight here from the side of the A team is the fact that they are so good at their utility usage to be able to isolate and cut players off. Like this round, for example, you see that Molly coming in, you see that paint shells cutting off the one player, the duelist who pushes in, and it's just a free kill.
It's very intentful, but even just like the amount of times that Shura was kind of used as a decoy in those situations, right? The one round on the Thrifty where you had the A team pushing out through A halls, it turned it into a 4v2 situation because Shura made enough noise that 3 players on the side of Tiger and Anonymo looked over in her direction, weren't able to play for those picks and to trade those out, but we still have more maps to come here, Zach.
Yeah, we do, but before we head into Split, which is our map number 2, we're going to be tossing it to a short break as our analysts will come back and break down map number 1.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
The A team once again winning Fracture, their own map. Big Tom, it feels like we've seen this movie before.
Yeah, getting a little bit of deja vu. Although I will admit, I feel like the manner in which they won it this time was actually very different to what we saw last time out. Very dominant attack side in the first game, whereas this time I feel like maybe a little bit over aggressive at times, whereas their defensive side incredibly aggressive, but then also very, very successful. And I think it's the M&M first and second on the team that have basically just dominated in Mads and Mizzy.
Yeah, it's a bit different if you look at the side of the A team, right? They have Mads, they have Mizzy that really show up and really put up the numbers for this team. On the other side of Tiger Anonymo, it seems like there's a bit of a more equal performance from the top 4 players almost. Not really that many kills in difference between those 4 players, separating between them. So it feels like more of a consistent performance. I would like to say on the side of Tiger Anonymo, it feels like there are players that will work in shifts of, you know, getting top on the scoreboard and then getting a bit lower on the scoreboard. But on the side of the A team, it just seems consistently Mads slaying.
Slaying. I mean, speaking about Mads and how she's been performing, not just in the series that we've seen against Foot, but we were a little worried potentially running out of steam coming into another best of 3 on the same day, but that's not stopping her. And round 8, Tom, is just another example of the match show.
Yeah, I think what's fun about this one is you kind of have this 5v4 post plant coming up for the side of the A team, and they get a little bit over aggressive, taking some individual fights, feeding a few kills into Meryl. And this is a round where they actually had a bit of a low buy, so it gets incredibly awkward. Luckily, the hero is there to save the day once again. Mads just, wow, goes nuclear. Absolutely obliterates. Timmy the turret can't even stop her at this stage, taking down one.
No.
And it is just an absolute slaughter. And that's the thing, in the early stages of this game, I was a little bit worried for them because the 7-5 half on the attack, it's not the best, it's okay. Yeah. But a lot of the rounds are being won by just her individual brilliance. But luckily, well, firstly, she didn't slow down in the second half, but also you started to get the step up from the remainder of the team and some really cool little deep round executes from them.
Yeah, it's just translating as well into the rest of the team and how they've been performing. I mean, round 15, that's really difficult. Round 15 as well, and I think that just further highlights how over time you have Mads that starts off really strong and that confidence just feeds into the rest of the team.
By the way, I don't know, I think she didn't spot.
It was tactical
No, I think she didn't spot that they were there. She was going to go up on the box, but yeah, just a little bit of madness.
A little bit of panic, but eventually, you know, they got a 2v2 charade going on. As you mentioned, not really much of a buy going on. And eventually, they get control over the spike, and they get control over some upgrades for better guns. They then have these really good positions. They got the players coming back from B, and they have all these smokes. They can't really pass by. There's a lot of information going on here. They just have to play the waiting game. They do so. They get some upgrades to rifles for free, and they actually win this round out as well, winning technically, you know, a bonus round. So Tiger Anonymo, the A team, we talked about how successful they've been with their pistols and with the rounds after that, but even, you know, rounds after that, they seem like they can still pull up a threat and pull up a win streak.
E-code. Chad would probably say when they've seen that one. I think it just also highlights the state potentially that Tiger Anonymo is in, Tom. A couple of rounds that we've seen them being able to win were rounds where they have literally thrown everything in the kitchen sink. I'm talking 3-4 ultimates in that one specific round to be able to close it out. And that's a worrying position to be in because it also just further highlights the dominance from the A team.
Yeah, I think at times, especially when it came down to that second half, the A team were just in full flow state. Like you were seeing Mads basically push all the way out through Dish, kill a player waiting on the other side and having some decent utility coming up. I think that they just knew that they had this map in the bag, and on the other side, they were sort of trying to scramble a little bit. Again, though, it's exactly the same as we saw last time around. This is their map choice. They're very good at it, and Split last time out was a bit shaky.
Yeah, Split was a different story, but before we head into that, we're going to be looking at the head-to-head from Mads up against Medusia. Both of these players, and they have played Raze in this map, and we've sang Mads' praises time and time again today, and it's gonna be no different this time around.
I mean, we'll have to continue for a little bit, because keep in mind, right, Mads isn't the main duelist on the side of the A team. She usually plays Initiator, but specifically for this map, she'll be the second duelist, whereas Medusia on the other side, she is the main duelist. And then Mads step into this role for this singular map, putting up a better performance on the same agent as Medusia is doing. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and pretty impressive indeed, and it also brings the question of when last time, Tom, we saw Split from the side of the A team, it was a little bit lackluster in comparison to their Fracture. So are you expecting any changes to the agents potentially that they're going to be comfortable running this time around?
I said I'd love to see them play the double duelist, but I think if they've not swapped it after a BBL domination, I don't think they're going to swap it here. Like, it's just too small of a turnaround to ever really consider doing any agent changes. Like, they've literally had maybe 30 minutes between the first series and the last one. So I would say if they do change it, maybe they're taking a risk to try and fix things, but I feel like they're probably going to stick to what they know and just hope they can adapt a little bit. And ultimately, I do think they're playing a slightly weaker Split team than the team they played against originally.
All right, well, wouldn't you guys all love to find out? We're going to be heading into Agent Select to see exactly what these teams are comfortable thinking and whether they're sticking to what they're used to. I mean, we're seeing a hover of a double duelist, and I mean, we saw the double duelist twice already, so triple maybe?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Mads has been really excelling in that role of the duelist, but maybe it's not something that they would want to bring out for this.
Oh, they have. Okay.
Let's go.
There you go.
Okay,
I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
I think Shura obviously picking the Jet as well. I think that's a bit more of a comfort pick for her. So I like this. It's going to give them a really explosive style. I would have liked to see Mizzy switch up onto the Sky, though. That's the only change I would have made. I think a lot of these double duelist comps rely around following in the Sky Dog and the Sky Flash. So Mizzy's going to have to do an excellent job setting them up with Breach utility, which can be that little bit harder.
Yeah, also one thing from the side of the A team, Anne, is there is no Sage. So when it comes to that mid control potentially, is that something you're worried about?
Could be, yeah. They faced a dual Sentinel before, for example, when they played Foot. It was a Sage. Anonymo likes to play this with a Breach, for example. But, sorry?
Sage is mid.
No.
He's not a Sage fan.
No, we don't accept that slander here.
As Lothar said, Sages for teams that are not good. I agree with my boy Lothar.
Oh, I love it. Analysts are gonna be going at it. You know what? You guys sound like the two brain cells that I have in my head, just like fighting. And like, yeah, I have two of them. Physical representation here on the desk. We're gonna be heading over to our lovely casters, Zach and Ash, to actually give us some great casting.
Thank you so much. I also feel that sometimes my two brain cells they tend to kind of clash around here. And for the record, I think that Lothar, while he's a great analyst, sometimes he just has some weird takes. Like, for example, he said Reyna sucks, and you know what? VCT Pacific Finals, it was Reyna just slaying out to the end. But the casters, we're gonna be coming back here. It's once again me, Zach, with the amazing Ash, and we are heading to map number 2, Split. And Ash, we talked about this before we headed into the break that we'd love to see a double duelist. What are your thoughts?
We did, and unfortunate for Tom, he called it wrong. It's not too short of a turnaround time here for the A team. Why do you think, they're titled that for their team? I am actually so pumped. Like, I'm so pumped to see Mads back on the Raze here. I thought her Sky was really great overall. It provided really nice sustain, especially when Foot were running double healer on their composition. But overall, it's a lot better to, I think, just let her facilitate herself as this young blood, as this fragger, this zoomer coming out here for TAT, right? And just let her run through it, because otherwise, I don't think having the Sky would have really made all that much of a difference with how much TAT struggled with that mid control there on the defense.
Yeah, they weren't able to really find that space early on, but now with this double duelist, like you mentioned, on this defense, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge here. They look to find some aggressive mid control. Shura pushing up with the help of that dash, not quite able to connect the shots, and this 3-player stack is going to be pushed back off the back of some really nice utility. In the meantime, on this A side, Natalcia kind of playing the creep lurk up game. Let's put that cage down. Now they're going to have to be really careful. Oh my god, the awareness for Mads, that's such a nice paint shells.
Really nice paint shells to come through, and elbow control there for Natalcia. Still have that trip here in mid-sight. That does get taken down, luckily. Still trying to spray there. Unfortunate, not going to connect, but still got to get that spike down. And the thing is here is Meryl's the only one here into A main. Finds actually the first blood to put advantage in the pockets of Anonymo.
Yeah, really nice peek off the back of the flash. Just Mizzy caught in the open, and that's going to be no more breach utility available for the retake. The stun would have come back online, but that's not longer going to be a factor, and it's going to make clearing this elbow out so much more difficult. However, it's still going to be trades going in favor of Anonymo here on the side. Meryl finding another towards main. Mad going to be stuck alone in a 1v3, able to find nothing as Kahal will be more than prepared to shut her down. Anonymo, they take that first pistol on split. A really good start to them, I gotta say.
Really nice start, especially with the fact that they only had one player there keeping that control of A main, right? All the other players here into back site, which usually is a bit of a risk to get like util dumped and whatnot, right? But great opener here for Anonymo to start things off. And that means the A team will be pushed onto an eco round here for round number 2. Anonymo though, because it's split, you got close quartered angles, you get to just play with those SMGs a little bit more. Try to take advantage of that. And TAT, off the bat, they take B main control after the paint shells go through.
That early push though, it is going to be Mads with the frenzy able to find that first kill, although that the trades are almost immaculate, going definitely in the favor of Anonymo here. 2 players left. Mizzy with the sheriff in hand pulls out the knife at the worst time. Oh no, the timing from Matusha just impeccable as she's able to find that kill, and now it's all down to Reno. Frenzy in hand, IGO for the team, knows that B is going to be where that spike is headed, and is looking to just do as much damage as possible, which is looking to be a very rough task right now.
Yeah, this is just going for exit frags, just doing some damage here if you're Erna, or just, you know, just trying to die to that spike, not give anything over to the side of Anonymo. But for TAT, looking towards their next round that they have coming up, they're finally going to have those rifles online. I like the idea of going for that aggression in towards B main. However, with this swap to double duelist, the one thing that I am worried about is if TAT continue forward with that kind of pacing here on the defense and that aggression, it could be a really big risk for them because it's not quite as forgiving here on split when you have much faster rotations from your mid side and those mid players there on the attack to help fight that flank.
I completely agree with you there. There's just some great points made about the pacing. I think that for the side of Anonymo, they've been able to really put some pressure with the way that TAT is playing. They're playing very reactive, but it's been working out in their favor over the course of these last 2 rounds. Now with the buy coming in though, I hope that we see a bit more patience coming out of the side of the A team. They do have the weapon advantage here. Ideally, they should be holding on to it for as long as possible. And unfortunately for them, they haven't really charged up any of these ultimates, with the exception, of course, as usual, of Matt, with only 3 away from that showstopper.
Yeah, fast paced here into that A site though. Narrowly avoiding that tripwire and just gonna clear out in towards elbow. So very passive setup here for the side of TAT. They played more so that retake over towards that A site, the aggression on that B side with the double duelist coming through. The flank isn't gonna find anything here in towards mid, so TAT should feel fairly confident that Anonymo are all here clustered onto site.
The problem is that with them having like no other control towards either CT or Heaven, it's going to be a very convincing retake that comes through for them, because it's just going to take one concussion or flash towards that elbow area. Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be a util jump coming through. Reno already with the Phantom able to find not 1 but 2 as those sheriff shots go wide. It seems like they might not even need the util, although Kaha and Natalcia on side are able to kind of maintain that crossfire, find 2 kills of their own. It's going to all come down to Meryl here. Just get the headshot, but with that Spectre, not going to be a kill, and the defuse will come in just in time, I gotta say. It got a little bit dicey, it got a bit close, but at the end of the day, it is going to be TAT converting a round that they desperately needed to win, and they do so.
Important swing round for them, right? It gives them enough money to buy into the next buy round of Anonymo, who will have that shift over now after the bonus to be able to have that full loadout. And overall, no ultimates online quite yet here. Will be interesting to see if TAT do try to fight for that orb control to deny either that Rolling Thunder or that Cosmic Divide from coming online into this round for the Anonymo team.
Yeah, I think that this round is going to be really, really important for both those teams because it's kind of going to set the pace for how arguably the rest of this half could go. I think that's because of the fact that, once again, the A team, they're looking to get a little bit aggressive, kind of have that crossfire set up towards B main. They have that lobby control as well. And if they can lock down that area of the map, it's going to be huge because they have a Cypher just convincingly managing to play A, going for that retake in. Mid control is going to be the answer here. If Anonymo, they're able to find a pick or two, it might be what they need. And that first point of contact already coming in. Ezzy with that paranoia, in fact, connects to all three players, swings in, able to find 2 kills, huge impact coming through, looking for the third, but that stun from Meryl will finally be able to take her down. The damage, though, it's been done. That's all shown the lurk. That's gonna be the neural theft, and they know that A is clear.
Yeah, A is clear, and it's a mad dash, right? Great positioning, though, coming out from Natasha, able to cut off the rotation here in Vents.
Holding down the angle. I don't think they expect her to still be watching it, and Natasha finds a huge kill onto Mizzy there. Impeccable damage, and the tripwire, it's gonna have to be broken. Once again, they know that it's gonna be up here, that they're coming through. Crossfire between Kaha and Natasha. A little bit too much for them to deal with is what you think, but between Mads and Shura, the duelists, they're able to take down both of them. Shura now looking very, very low. Meryl has to isolate these fights. Does have the Rolling Thunder, so that might be the answer to the questions. Will, in fact, connect onto both of these players. Able to get that first pick. 1v1 right now. Mads versus Meryl. Not aware of the position as Mads manages to tuck herself in. Taps the spike, but in this 1v1, it's gonna come down to who hits the shots here. Mads being forced to stick out half the spike. Will be getting half the defuse, but it won't matter. Meryl with a clutch. 1v2 Rolling Thunder, and they find their 4th round.
That's a phenomenal reposition coming out from Meryl. Especially with the fact that you have that spike planted over for Heaven as well. It just gives so much opportunity that even if it turned into 1v1, you try to buy a little bit of time. You can try to reposition if so desired into the Heaven spot. But even just to wrap around in towards front sight is really, really beautiful. And just the stall to come through is fantastic to isolate those players. Now, for the side of the A team, though, things are looking a little bit tough. It's still a struggle here on the defense for them. And walking now away from that early aggression that you have coming out here onto this semi-buy rounds, it'll be Mads taken out early.
Oh, poor Mizzy tries to go for the peek there, walks right into 3 players, and that was the only rifle on the team as well. Through the smoke is Ixie getting a nasty shot, and now it's gonna be one down to Reno once again. Does have the Bucky to work with. If they don't check this corner, it might be what she needs to at least get that first kill. Almost gets a second, but that's just gonna be a Cypher dip coming in at the end of the day. Natalcia, for once, not being a sneaky little lurk, instead gonna be that full-on run headshot into that Bucky, and that's gonna be the 4th for Anonymo. They're looking very, very convincing on attack so far.
They are, but now it's opportunity for Shura to pull out this operator, right? Which is what I was really looking towards here on Split, was Shura moving away from that raise now enables her to pull out that op. That very much so can help lock down just one side of the map. And then you've got Arano who's locking down the other side, right? Sure, it might not be the delay in towards main. You're going to rely on everyone else's util for that, but it is trips to just kind of guard that plant spot. Try to play for it, allow that false sense of security over to the sides of Anonymo. But already, mid control, respected here. Majusia is pushing up here towards that dark cover, and now it's a quiet contact. Up first shot, though, to be made, and the boombot out tells you that TAT have to prepare for this B Heaven presence.
It's gonna be Mads, though, losing most of her armor to the pain chill. Still manages to stay alive, so that's definitely gonna be something in her favor, especially considering that she does have that showstopper ready to go. Fairly healthy as well, so not too much damage being done. In the meantime, Kaha spots the jump peak, knows that Irino is going to be positioned towards here, so they know where the Cypher is playing at the very least. They're trying to go through vents into that A site, but there's going to be that crossfire between Shura and Mizzy if they decide to go for that. Camera towards Heaven, not quite able to spot anything else, so they do at least catch out a Cypher. And once again, I thought it was going to be a repeat of history with that Aftershock being placed down. Not quite able to catch anybody this time around, though. And with 30 seconds left, it seems like they're gearing for a B execute instead.
Yeah, having to walk through your own slow, though, makes it tough. And now you've got the showstopper out here. Should be good for at least one. Finds one, finds another with the spray to come in here. And now, finally, TAT not looking watching their backs, though. Kaha with the backstab. All of a sudden, it's a 1v2.
There's no time though on the spike. It's gonna be
10
stuck in
seconds
heaven.
left.
With 9 seconds left, it's just gonna be Kaha saying, I don't have the HP, I don't have the spike. There's no way I'm gonna cook this out. I'm just gonna try to hold on to the weapon here. And that's gonna be a huge round, swing round, as you say, coming in for the side of TAT. They managed to hold on to that operator. Bladestorm gonna be wasted, but now that they've converted the round, it's still gonna be huge for them.
3 seconds left.
What a way to do it. That showstopper finds so much value. Sure, it doesn't get the 2 picks, but does enough damage, right, to just slow everything down in that situation. But overall, Zach, finding their footing a little bit more here for the A team on this defender's side. And for the side of Anonymo, though, this is a potential snowball round for them. They've got that resurrection up. They've got that cosmic divide that comes out right off the bat.
Oh, the showstopper into sight here. 1-for-1 trade though. Ashura will peek through that cosmic divide to be able to take that player down. Now though, Neurotheft's gonna be available along with that resurrection. Just gonna be Essie on site here, caught out. They know exactly what weapon she has as well. Still able to get a fade away onto Ixie there. Unlucky, but huge kill nevertheless. And now off the back of that, at least the plan should be able to come down. If you look at the post plan coming out of the side of Anonymo though, they have quite a bit of control to play with.
Yeah, this is going to be rough, especially when you're retaking with an operator, right? So that's Arano already backing all the way up, just trying to toss that over, keep that in play. Meanwhile, the duelists are the one making that noise, looking to see if they can maybe get some picks down or even the retake if granted that opportunity. But the showstopper comes out, forced out here, and still somehow Mad still alive in this situation. Even though they can't find the rounds, that's a really huge ultimate that was forced out.
Yeah, it's going to be taken out of Majusha's hands. And for the side of TAT, they, like you mentioned, they do manage to hold on to the operators. So while Anonymo, they were able to extend their lead further. All things considered, not a bad round for the side of the A team. Now, though, they're kind of facing the pressure. They will be able to barely buy back into this. I think 2 other players are going to be on a little bit of a semi-equal situation here. But apart from that, it's very impressive considering that was basically a 2v4. The damage that Mads and Shura were able to pull off.
That is totally right. That's just, man, so much value to even try to go for those kinds of exits now, right? But timeout to be called here for the A team. Just gotta see what they've got to do because at this point, the money is starting to dry up. They don't have a lot to work with. We're going back and forth between not necessarily the same ping pong economy of like being on an eco and onto a buy round because of how these two teams are leaning into this new economy meta to try and stretch that a little bit thinner. Just be able to use that as much as possible and stretch out that eco with the light shield buys. But you still gotta make as much out of this operator as you possibly can into this round, because if you lose it, you lose out on this buy, you're onto a full save.
Not just that, I don't think they'll have the opportunity to get an operator back for the rest of the game unless they really manage to force her onto like a very bad buy.
My thanks.
But yeah, the economy, like you mentioned, not in the best spot here. At least it's going to be a bit of a forced half buy. They aren't going to be able to afford a buy next round. Maybe even an operator for sure if she goes without armor. It's just going to be basically a save coming through for the side of TAT, with the exception of that operator and 1 rifle in the hands of Mads, if I'm not wrong. Very, very rough scenario. They're playing it a little bit more slowly, and Anonymo, aware of this economic disadvantage, perhaps expecting another judge play coming out of Essie or the rest of the team. They're just taking it slow.
Slow and steady. I mean, the A team have been aggressive on ecos as well, right? So Anonymo probably waiting to see if it might be the case. Boombot doesn't find anything close contact there in towards B main, but Anonymo not gonna actually dedicate a body over there for the risk of being caught up in those close quartered angles instead.
Taking that back.
Interesting, okay. Recalled Star there for the shift back over towards that B side. Also forces a dark cover in towards mid here. Still respected though by Anonymo, despite the fact that the A team realistically have 0 mid presence at this time.
Oh no, that's gonna be a really unfortunate rotate that they're making over there.
Yeah.
They're gambling towards that A side, and in fact, it's gonna be B where the hit is coming. Cypher Cage comes through with the Stinger, still able to get that kill onto Ixie. Huge play there. Reno finally being shut down, but it might be a little bit too late. Rifle drop towards Spawn as well to boot, and almost a lineup coming in for Mizzy. Numbers advantage now in the favor of these players from the A team. As I say that though, Meryl strikes back, able to take down Madser. Huge kill. The operator just missing the timing, doing a bit of wallbang damage, I think, to Kaha, but nevertheless staying alive. And Meryl, a third kill on the round, huge factor there. And it's all down to Shura. 1v2 with the Sheriff, misses all of her shots, and that is going to be Anonymo taking their 6th very convincingly.
Okay, 6th round on the board here for Anonymo on a typically touted defense-sided map, right? But again, this is where we saw the A team struggle up against Foot. I would assume that the reason why they felt confident in allowing Split to slip through the cracks here into this best of 3 was because of this shift in their composition. They decided to shake things up right away, see if they can take Anonymo off guard in that kind of situation. But Anonymo are doing really well to kind of just bob and weave around the map and even get behind the A team in those situations, especially with how weak that mid control is. The A team have really mostly been just dedicating a dark cover there and hoping it's enough.
Right now, you do see a little bit of a fishing expedition coming out of Shura here towards this A site. Does get caught out, will be forced back. The dash is no longer a point of play here. However, like you mentioned, this mid control, we haven't seen the side of Anonymo really try to exploit it too much, because it does seem like the side of the A team, they're happy to kind of just play for the site and be heaven/A heaven control. They leave it free. Through the now though, Gaha on the lurk, able to find that first kill, triggers the rotation. That's gonna be a lot of information that's heard by Majusha, who slips through the cracks. Does get caught by that camera. That's some huge info.
Oh, saw the elbow. That's a huge nade to go out. Erno could just be as soon as dead, and that's gonna be the case. The paint shells doing all the work in that situation across the board. Aftershock as well. It seems like it's all util here for the frags on the side of Anonymo into this round. And Shura alone with the operator. No option but to save it into the next one.
Yeah, 1v4, it's not really going to be happening. You do see that swap over to that rifle coming in. They know her position. And yeah, at this point, it's going to be a question of whether Shura can really hold on to this op for the next round. But the one thing that I noticed is like the way the mid control is being exploited in this round. It was just such a nice convergence of Anonymo across the side. You see Gaha on that lurk towards B, able to find that kill, triggering the rotation towards A, and just a stomp into heaven. It's really good work.
She's been a huge factor for Anonymo, just being able to lurk up and get so much backstab value. It's like the rounds where Anonymo is showing more of that mid presence, they're kind of just drawing away some of that attention from that B side, forcing those B heaven players to pay a bit more attention over towards mid, or to choose to completely fall back into stairs, which is something that we saw the A team do as well. Just give up that space and play a bit more for heaven control and those extremities, and leave the actual like mid section where vents and mail are more uncontested. But the second that all those alarm bells start going off, that's when Kaha makes her move every single time up towards B main or up towards A main, either one of those extremities, and just finds some sort of lurk space up so long as Erno is not set up there.
Also, it's just the way that Anonymo is playing around this operator, right? It's not been that force of nature that you really expect to see when you do have that at the points of contention. Once again, you see Shura looking to get a little bit aggressive early on, but they're just so cautious about it. They just don't want to risk anything, and it's been working out really, really well in their favor so far.
I think also with Kaha, being on that Astro pick, she's able to recall those stars as well, which provides that slim bit of cover, which is allowed for free crosses and also avoidance of that op, right? But now it's going to be Erno playing into her cage here on site.
Oh my god. Does get the first, almost gets a second, but the Bucky's still finding immense value, catches the spike as well. So now they know that it is going to be this A side that is that point of contention. Paincho's pushing Mizzy out of that corner, able to capitalize and find that kill. Another kill towards Heaven. Natalshev, huge value there, with Matt being the one to go down. Shura with the operator, strikes back, finds one once again, pulls out the Blaze Storm. This time around, she's got to be fighting, it seems like. A 1v3 to try and clutch it out. Essie also there for the backup, 2v3, my bad. With Essie as low as it is, it's going to be a very, very difficult attempt at a retake.
Yeah. Yeah, one after left, trying to peek over here, but you're gonna have Essie just taken out. So now Shura, 27 health left. You're just gonna try and find whatever you can. Not gonna be any option. She couldn't even back off and save had she wanted to with the paint shell zoning behind her. But at that point, I mean, you got 2 more rounds left into the half. You honestly might as well just get rid of that operator. You know, that's why we're not seeing it carried over, is we're not finding the value that we're looking for from it from Shura. And on top of that, you can only save so many rounds in a row.
I completely agree. It's not finding value, like you mentioned. This combination of the Astra, Breach, and Raze just a little bit too much for Shura to really counter. I think that the rounds that the A team did when they did have rifles across the board, you saw that swap coming through, and they're looking to do more of the same. Now, once again, early B control being contested for paint shells invested early on by the A team to try and push out with the help of. And once again, because of the possibility of this lurk from B side, it's going to be 2 players from Anonymo forced to kind of play around it.
I like this more passive hold here of B main though. You have 1 player crossed over, Mads has the crossfire. It denies this space without both of these players over aggressing. Of course you want to secure that showstopper, but now that that is in pocket, that's the green light to peek out just a little bit more, see what information you can find. And Icy's gonna run in the complete opposite direction where the spike is postured up.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide coming into play. They have that on the Rolling Thunder to try and make this round work. The Cosmic Divide, the smoke's not quite working out. Arino and Shura between them able to clean up what 1 but 2 kills. Site has been taken, though in this retake situation, it's going to be a 3v5. No resurrection either available. So numbers advantage definitely favor these players now. Oh, that's such a play coming out of Ezzy there. Able to find that first kill, looking for the second. Flash doesn't quite connect exactly. Really, really good timing on Ezzy, and now it's all down to Gaha. We've seen her go huge before in the past, but 1v4, spot 3 players, not able to decide the target, and finally the A team, they find a round once again. And I think that operator being out of contention, a rifle instead in the hands of Shura, that was the difference maker.
That's the flexibility that we need, right? Over on Fracture, the A team, the reason why we saw them just thriving in the double duelist was because both Shura and Mads were able to kind of just do whatever, not whatever they wanted, but they could be a lot more fluid in their gameplay. When you've got an op in hand, there is some fluidity to it. You want to be, okay, you're revealed in one location, you're going to rotate around and try and post up somewhere else to catch the team off guard. But that just wasn't even an option so far on Split. So I really like that changeover. It's not even like the money situation would have allowed it anyways, but as we round out into this last round before the half, Zach, Anonymo calling the first time out.
I think that they really do need it because they've been letting TAT kind of push back here, and if it closes at an 8-4 half, right? Sure, you think at Anonymo they have 4 rounds lead. The thing is, the composition of the A team, it's kind of geared towards facilitating a really aggressive attack, and with their double duelist comp, it might be a little bit harder for Anonymo to like really hold up against it, especially with the amounts of utility that both of these, especially the A team, has in their control. So I think they're just looking to get as aggressive a score as possible, which would be 9-3 for them ideally. But I think they should be able to do it as well if they play their cards right, because look at the ultimates that they have in their pocket.
Yeah, you got the Showstopper, you got the Rolling Thunder. Showstopper is perfect for following up that Rolling Thunder too. You blast back in, try to catch that timing off guard, maybe cluster up some players as well if you get lucky. And then for TAT, they don't really have too much to work with. Again, Neural Theft from the shadows, sure, maybe a little bit of information, but nothing really impactful. Boobot gets thrown out, delayed a little bit by that slow orb. Not gonna find anything here in B main, but
this position from Majusia, it could have been everything. That being shut down though, that's gonna be no more Showstopper available online. Huge kill there. That might be the difference maker in this round. Now Rolling Thunder being invested towards this B side. As he forced to try and be out, maybe get a little bit of information here. Not gonna be impacted by it quite yet. And because of the fact that they don't have B main control, they know that there's still gonna be 2 players around there. They can't quite go into sight quite yet.
No, they also walled off vents too, thinking that they were going to get a quick entry on towards B, and now all of a sudden you're out of options. You have to re-clear back into market. It's a trade for a trade here in towards heaven, and now more bodies invested by the A team.
I know
here
exactly where you are.
Neural Theft comes through as well, and the A team, they're gonna know exactly where they are. You heard Cypher say it first, that it's gonna be the case. Second Neural Theft ping comes through as well. They know that it's gonna be some heavy pressure towards Vents and A site itself. The quick rotation coming through and Spawn, the timing not quite there for Anonymo. Crossfires being held. Essie Gotta be that first contact onto site here. They decide to go for that case. Gets that first headshot, gets the second as well. Holy spray down. It's all gonna come down to just AC here. A 1v3 to try and close out this round. Counter zero depth coming in from Marino. Does catch the player's position. Isolates the first 1v1. With the clock ticking, though, plants will have to come down. Gets the second as well. No way. Still pinging. Consistently pinged by the help of that neural depth. They know exactly where the plants is. Has to get the kill. Off angle from Mats, though. Too much for Ixi to deal with. And that's going to be the 4th round for TAT. I feel so bad for the stage. She almost had a battle stage, as you say, coming in.
Really great attempt coming up from Icy there, but I mean, that was still just too close for comfort, Zach. The fact that they gave their ones in that situation, it could have been a 9th round on the board there for Tiger and Anonymo. Luckily, it doesn't pan out into that favor if you're the A-team fan, but now we're swapping sides. Sure.
The
A-team?
Sorry, I just wanted to say the more unfortunate thing is that right after Ixi got the plan, she had the res, and there was a body like right next to her, but she wasn't sure of the positioning being held by Matt, so no more res, no more play. Just a 1v1 on 30 HP.
Too risky. Too risky in that situation. But now that we're swap sides, sure, the A-team, their composition is very conducive to, you know, the execution. But on the side of Tiger and Anonymo, you've also got an extremely control heavy util kit there in that defender side.
Oh, the combination of the pull and the paint shells, though, it is able to cut off players on side. Matt's though once again so aware. Catches out Natalcia just like that. Trade's going in the favor of the A-team here as they swarm onto site. Should be able to get that spike down, picking up a couple of upgrades in the process as well. I like that, I like that. 3 players left for the side of Anonymo on their retake here. All clustered towards heaven, looking to perhaps find a head or a shoulder poking out, but so far it's just going to be extreme caution being pioneered by these players, except for Matt, who just goes running with the frenzy, finds another kill, 3rd on the round for her, all down to Ixi, once again in a 1v3 situation. No way. Huge kill there coming in. Gets the heal in. Unfortunately, Sage, she's only going to be up to 40 HP, and Mads with the frenzy is able to go on cleanup duty, getting that round onto board. 5-8 right now, and the A-team, they look undaunted by the climb back up.
That was like deja vu back right there. Turns into a 1v3 situation. The ones happen, and it's Mads like to save the day once again somehow. But oh, what a way to kick things off here on the attack here for the side of the A-team. And Mads, okay, it's split. I see the judge. I see you.
God.
We can probably expect some blast pack action into Kaha's face here in B main.
I'm very terrified for whoever Mats decides to blast pack in. Now they were, you know, getting quite a bit of information off the back of that camera. Spots 2 players. I don't know if she caught the shoulder of the 3rd one, but knows that there's going to be quite a heavy A presence here. Off the back of that, they're looking to quickly pivot into B here. Shura with the dash will be that first point of entry. The judge as well coming in, and luckily, I gotta say, luckily for the side of the A-team here, there's going to be... I see there was nobody there, but unfortunately poor Ixi stuck in that corner, takes quite a bit of damage in the process. Spike itself once again going down without too much ado, and it's just going to be coverage across the site here with the better weaponry and that judge.
Yeah, still sheriffs in hand though for some of these players on Anonymo. We've seen what they've been able to do with it in the past.
Not quite getting the opportunity though. The sprays across the map here. Mads with the judge as well. That's just brutal. That's just nasty work. Meryl finally with that sheriff able to find that first kill, but with only 16 HP left, it's going to be a tall task for her to really do any more. And Shura will be able to find that final kill. A little bit of damage being done. I think that was 1 Bulldog taken down, but at the end of the day, the A-team, they still managed to power through and hold on to most of their weaponry. And of course, charge up that showstopper quite a bit to boot.
That's just some prime Raise on Split gameplay. Blast pack, judge, run, frenzy. You know, switch it up sometimes, but you're always moving. But looking into this next round now, Zach, seeing a bit of a flip-flop here. The A-team, now they're shifting over towards this A side, which we know for Anonymo like to play a lot more passively.
You see that judge play coming into heaven here early on. Matt's fighting quite a bit of control, although the trades is still going to be 1-for-1. Matt's still with the judge able to kind of lock down that angle. The smoke comes through as well, and actually this is good for the A-team because they're off the back of that. They're going to be able to fall back if they choose to, maybe get a little bit of more control onto site, which is still going to be quite empty for that matter 4v4 scenario. Weapons advantage in the favor of Anonymo here, but in close ranges, I feel like the Judge and the Bulldog can perform just as well as these Phantoms and Vandals. Oh, the timing though for Medusa is going to be impeccable. Finding that kill onto Mizzy, takes the spike down as well. And off the back of that, advantage once again in the favor of these players on the side of Anonymo. The remaining 3, they're looking to get into sight. Quite a bit of utility still left in the hands of these players on Anonymo though. Pain shells in action, elbow control being taken, Judge in play. Very scary retake.
Yeah, it's a terrifying retake. You gotta try and zone out Mads, right? Who's just holding this close corner on elbow. 3 players up in towards heaven looking for that retake space. You got a paranoia to work with here if you're SC as well. The aftershock is going to be really big for zoning into this elbow location.
Oh, Mads still though holding out the angle. Gets the first, gets the second. Mads, no way. 3 on the round already. And this full buy is just falling apart. Showstopper put in by Mads, but she doesn't even need it. All she needs is a Judge in that angle. And that is going to be the A team taking that bonus in style.
And all of a sudden, Zach, they're 1 away from tying this map up. We started that half, what, 8-4, I think, for Anonymo when we swapped sides, and now it's just 1 round differential here between both these teams. Mads being such a big part of the openings on towards site, very much so facilitated by Mizzy's utility as well to get her up in there. And then you've got her and Shura just like going in as a team. You know, one person doesn't get the pick, the other person follows up.
I think that was exactly what was missing when we saw Split being played the first time by the A team here.
Yeah.
They just didn't have that synergy that they were able to bring in on that double duelist, and now they seem to be back in form, back in control, looking to walk into the stack kind of towards on this A side. However, the shots don't quite connect for Anonymo, and that 2-person gamble towards main is just immediately demolished, brutalized, I gotta say, by the side of the A team, who do have side control now for free. However, towards heaven, huge kill coming out of Ixie. Not gonna be able to retrieve that weapon, but still, that's gonna be some damage being done. Now though, I have my eyes on Medusa, this Judge. If they push in, it's gonna be devastating.
Don't overextend here. Gotta play a little bit patient, but you can see the gears are turning. They'll play the crossfire instead.
1 enemy remaining.
Medusa does find one with the Judge, but that crossfire, like you mentioned, Dash, paying off as he able to find that final kill. And now Ixie in a 1v3 situation, caught off guard, but distracted by that satchel there. And Mads is able to find that final kill. Like you mentioned, equalized 8-8, and this is going to be the swing round, right? Whoever wins this, that's going to be them taking the lead here, taking a little bit of an advantage in economy, though. At this point, I don't think the A team needs an economic advantage. Look at them, they're stacked.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
No, yeah, there's it'll take quite a bit to whittle down that economy. And hold on, even on I'm like scratching my head right now. The fact that Erido is just like, yeah, okay, there we go. I was like, surely we're not sticking with the light shields and you're maxed out in this situation, right? Like, we're not stressing that much. You know, we're not, might be a recession right now, but you're loaded in the bank account.
No recessions for the A team in the Valorant economy at the very least. They are just thriving here. Managed to break that mid wall as well early on. And the camera is going to be retrieved by Areno as well. So in 10 seconds, there's going to be a little bit more information that they can possibly garner. Really nice tripwire as well. So they know if there's going to be a re-aggression towards this mid area of the map. A bit of a stack coming in from the side of Anonymo towards this B side. 4 players trying to kind of hold it down. It's a gamble stack that doesn't seem to be quite paying off though, because the rest of the team, all 5 of them in fact, they look to be grouping up to re-hit this A site.
Yeah, really great read. Natasha's all alone. I mean, again, she is playing a lot more passively than before. Has a trip to watch in case they do try to dash up on her really, really quickly. That's a great paint shell to zone into the crosshairs here of TAT, and Mads gets the trade.
1 for 1. That's going to be the Cypher shutdown though, so no more Pisky traps on that site. Mads getting a little bit too aggressive here. Going to be immediately punished by Mero. Huge kill there. And now this lurk coming in from Areno, it might be the game changer. So as to speak, caught out by that Boombot though. Really, really good awareness once again coming out of the side of Anonymo. 3v4 scenario. Rolling Thunder going to be invested towards that site here. Does manage to catch Essie. Huge kill coming through on Taha here. The last players on the site, they're just going to be stuck, isolated. And the lurk as well from Marino not going to be able to find much impact. Quite a bit of ultimates being invested towards this side by Anonymo, but they're going to be still having so much more for the next round.
Yeah, they still got some to work with. You got that showstopper online now. Ixie one away from the resurrection as well. So, potential snowball going into this next one. It was only the Rolling Thunder that needed to be expended, but THC are also slowly working up that ult economy as well. Right now, it's just going to be that neural theft, though, for that extra padded information. But overall, I mean, Mads is having a map.
Mads is having a day looking at how it's been going.
True, you're not wrong.
How it's been going across all 3 maps, but this entire series, she has just been so phenomenal in finding those openings, being able to trade out the teammate, and just creating so much havoc across the map. Once again, early mid presence being shown, wall being broken down as well. Meryl ready for the stun in case they get a little bit too aggressive, but it's just gonna be a bit of a slowdown after this wall gets broken.
Slow down, but there's also the paranoia that tries to come through. It's an off angle though for Ixie. And now Showstopper pulls out here for Majusha. No one to be found. It's just a tuck into vents that allows Arano to actually narrowly avoid that. But now the remaining 3 players here on TAT quite split up. It's all up to Arano to continue to cause a little bit of chaos. But Anonymo can feel quite comfortable with this crossfire that they have here on main.
Yeah, Ixie still being able to hold down this angle, though Mizzy expecting it, gets a huge kill. Now Kaha alone on site, 1v2 scenario. If she swings out at the right time, it's gonna be a huge kill. Does manage to catch Essie off guard, though Mizzy is once again there for the trade. The timing here from Moreno, it's gonna be so crucial. Unfortunately, Majusha is able to connect that final kill. It's all down to Mizzy, brings it down to a 1v2 here. They know exactly where Mizzy's gonna be playing, and off the back of that neural theft, they're gonna be knowing exactly where she's gonna be going as well. Anonymo, double digits here, and it's gonna be TAT in a bit of a rough spot.
We've genuinely seen some really great neural thefts so far today, to be honest. Like, sometimes it's kind of just like, yeah, okay, we get a little bit of extra information, but like, every single time that we've seen them here on Split, they've gotten quite a decent amount of value and helped close out rounds, or even just been the pivotal point to turn around. But now for the A team, we were talking about them having a very solid savings account of economy built up, right? And Anonymo, with just the 2 rounds off the back of like 4 rounds in a row there for TAT, have actually slowly whittled that down bit by bit. With the 2-round lead, A team have to call a timeout.
They still will be able to buy in for this round and the next one, but the point is that their momentum has been completely broken. They had 4 rounds in a row, and these last 2, they've just been struggling a lot. Part of that, like you mentioned, Ash, is because of the ultimates that Anonymo have been kind of stacking up. They've been able to use them whenever needed. Now, they're still gonna have ultimates remaining because they have that Cosmic Divide for that retake, as well as that Resurrection to bring that numbers advantage back in their favor. So, the A team, they are kind of in a position where they have to win this. If they don't, it's just gonna be Anonymo running away with that lead.
It's a really important swing round for them to just continue on with some sort of momentum, try to close the gap early on, except otherwise it's a harder battle to be fought. But Tiger and Anonymo, it's really great adjustments from Fracture previously. The analyst desk was even talking about it too. The rounds that they won on those retakes were them throwing everything that they've had into it. And it's not the same case here on Split. Anonymo being a lot more conscientious to actually stagger their ultimates in particular to ensure that they have steady flow to kind of work with and output in that kind of sense.
Oh, that's going to be some nice information garnered off the back of that camera. Paint Shell's coming through as well to try and isolate the fight, although Shura was ready to just kind of jump away. Takes quite a bit of damage in the process, but still staying alive. That's going to be a huge possibility there. In the meantime, across on that ace side, it's going to be Erino using those cages to cross over towards heaven. Now Meryl is going to be getting pinched down, still able to find that first kill, knows the position of the second player as well. Matt's forced to fall back, and this timing, it's not going to be entirely there for Erino unless she's not careful. The flash is impeccable, and Meryl able to find that second kill to boot. Now it's just going to be that numbers advantage in favor of Anonymo. All they have to do is really hold on here. 5v3.
Here. Yeah, really great micro reads coming up from Meryl just to keep an eye on her life. Cam gets taken down. It's another off angle being played here on Rafter.
Majusha not able to find the timing, although Matt's brought down to 5 HP here. 30 seconds left. They have to make a choice. Do they want to go A or B? They have complete control of mid. That's got to be all they have as they look to rotate towards this A site instead. With 20 seconds left, they're going to have to go in fast and heavy. Cross being watched. Mizzy with the spike, able to at least make her way on forward. Should be able to get that plant down at the very least, but...
Planted.
Still, this crossfire, it's gonna be everything. Matt has so much work to do on 5 HP.
Yeah, but Spike planted behind Billboard as well. Leaves a lot to be desired considering the heaven control garnered, but I guess it's anticipated with Mizzy needing to dodge around the Billboard. She finds one, finds a second, leaves everything else. That's the Rolling Thunder online here. It's all up to Mizzy. 2 flashpoints to work with now in this clutch situation. It's a breach on breach. Here, and you've got 1 flashpoint left here for Mizzy to work with. She's running down that time, but Meryl finds it. It's the 4K to close out this round after Mizzy put so much work into it. Anonymo maintained the lead.
Could have been the clutch of the day, of the entire Contenders, honestly, the way that Mizzy was pulling it off. Honestly, I see hits of Noya. Noya on the Killjoy is just as devastating, but just towards that end, tries to go for a little bit of a confident swing there. Bit unfortunate, wasn't aware if the wraparound from elbow was coming through or not, and just enough time left on the timer for the defuse to come through. Really, really unlucky there. Off the back of that, economy finally looking a little bit dicey for the side of the A team. They're still going to be able to buy for this and that next, but their momentum, it's completely stalled out. They have to win this. They have the ultimates, but the pressure is on their shoulders now.
Yeah, the pressure is on. 1 for match point here for Anonymo. Great flash point out. You've got Mads, though, here up on Raptors. Finds one, trades herself out here, and it's all up to Natasha to keep a hold here onto A Heaven.
Oh my god, through the smoke, able to find an almost illegal kill, though that right click is good enough to find that trade once again. This resurrection, though, XE staying alive is huge. Never mind that, SE finds it, bringing things back down to the 2v2. XE in that corner, finds that last kill as well, and SE going so huge over the course of this round. 1, 2, 3 kills, just jumping around heaven, being an absolute menace, and the A team, they're not giving up on this map. They want to take this 2-0 and qualify for Series 2.
Between the series up against Foot, in this series now here up against Tiger and Anonymo, Essie has been just consistent with impact frags. Like, she's good to pull up and show up for the team and get those multi-kills. Find openings to find an advantage for her team, and has been a huge difference maker in winning out rounds as your controller, because she's surviving until the late round as well. Your controller player needs to be that player that's essentially alive the longest in any team composition with how valuable their utility is. And it's just really great the way that we've seen Essie kind of play her life, but still able to frag out in that kind of sense. But now, again, pressure's still on and leaning back towards the B side this time. Anonymo set up for a retake situation here.
Yeah, their economy not in the greatest position. You do see that they have a rifle and a guardian, but aside from that, it's just going to be pistols across the board. Now, I wouldn't exactly count them out quite yet, seeing some of the nutty shots that we've seen these players hit. But Meryl looking for that lurk out. Arino just playing it very, very patiently here. In fact, Shura wrapping around as well. The timing not in favor of these players on Anonymo. As I say that, Meryl, never mind. Meryl checks in. Meryl double checks in, gets that kill. The second wraparound is still going to be there, though, on this backside. 2 players holding on for dear life. That smoke coming through as well, letting them cross over. Still, the crossfire is going to be too much for them to deal with. And Shura, that wraparound through heaven, wow, it proves invaluable here as between Essie and Shura. It's going to be double digits for TAT.
Okay, I know TAT won that round. That was, you know, very clean into the post play. But what is that timing that Meryl has? Like, someone check her PC, her internal clock that is ticking, where she's just like, yeah, actually, let me just like jiggle this really quick and pre-fire. And Arino just falls in that situation. She's been so good in those micro positions to just know, okay, you know, I've been focusing on this. I looked away. This has given them enough time to slip by, and she double checks every single time.
Huge round. Now, though, finally a buy coming back into favor for Majusha. If she can get a kill somehow, that is going to be the showstopper that she will have in this particular round. Considering that, once again, the ultimates are kind of stacking up on the side of Anonymo. They are under pressure to win this, because if they don't, their economy falls apart once again. They have the tools with which to do it, though, so I think that if they can convert this, they are looking at a relatively clean end to the map if they can pull it through. However, I think that the A team, they've proven to be incredibly resilient over the course of not just this series, but also today. So many rounds. Remember, this is their 5th map in a row, and they are looking just as strong as when they started.
Yeah, the fact that they have not slowed down at all is just insane. Just so much stamina built up here for a young team that doesn't have that level of competitive experience for the most part, aside from Mizzy, who's been, you know, has the largest resume, but already blast packed in here for Mats. Gets punished off the bat. No one's able to capitalize off those flashes, and SE finally does it.
Oh, huge kill is still coming in. SE taking down that showstopper pick, but the crossfire across that side is just too much for them to really dismantle. Only took that showstopper offline as well, so there's still going to be quite a bit of ultimates in the pocket of Anonymo here in this next round. Match point on map number 2, their pick here. Still though, TAT, they have a chance to jump back into their economy, still looking to be in a decent spot. But Anonymo, they finally seem to have found their footing once again after those last 2 rounds.
I mean, Anonymo, they know that they got to do it now, right? You don't want to risk going to overtime. You've already got that advantage. You're sitting here at match point, and the 18's the ones who have to fight up 2 rounds in a row to take it to OT. If you're Anonymo, you're sitting pretty. You've got a Rolling Thunder. Resurrection still up here. Same with that Cosmic Divide as well.
I think because of the fact that they have those ultimates, look at how they're playing. They're holding this A side so passively. Once again, they're happy to kind of like put down that stack on B, knowing that they have the Cypher utility for the retake. Camera as well, spotting out to Shura's toes here. Doesn't quite get the tag, but nevertheless, off the back of that, they look to get a little bit aggressive. Natalcia able to find that first kill. Has had neural depth as well, but not quite able to get that chance to connect it.
It's a really great trap play that we've seen Natalcia and Meryl kind of cook up in that situation. Hadn't worked out in the past, and you saw the micro adjustments. You change positions a little bit. Meryl plays a bit farther back so that Natalcia's the one to actually swing around. But that flank coming through shuts down Mads. Now entry power nowhere to be found here for TAT.
Yeah, it's gonna be 3 more players left. Remember, there's still going to be a res in play if Anonymo so choose to use it. Neural Depth finally coming through, and now they know that the remaining 3 players for the side of the A team, they're gonna be kind of camped up on this B side. Should be able to get the spike down, but there's just so much utility available for this retake here. Missy though, that's a huge kill coming through. That's gonna mean no more Cosmic Divide available. Ixie and Natalcia though swarm onto site, able to get a lot of frags here, and they know exactly where Mizzy is playing. Expect her to come through heaven though. Now they have the information that B main is going to be that point of contact. Almost gets the lineup, but 1v4 almost pulls it off the first time. Not going to be happening the second, and that is going to be Anonymo taking map number 2.
13-10 here into the favor of Anonymo, but the A team came back a lot harder than we thought they would, all things considered. Very different showing coming out from the A team compared to the match that we saw between them and Foot over on Split earlier today. That one ended out, I believe, in a 13-6. Yeah. So closer scoreline this time around for TAT at the very least.
I genuinely think like they could have taken it all the way. It's just that there was a very nice tactical timeout that came through from the side of Anonymo when it was around like 8-8, and off the back of that they were able to bring 2 more rounds back in. And even though there was a timeout being called by TAT of their own, it just wasn't good enough. And I think the main thing that off the back of the timeouts that the side of Anonymo really able to optimize was like they were really setting themselves up to prevent these kind of really annoying situations that the side of TAT were kind of running away with. You saw those trap plays coming through on A heaven, the sort of stack towards that B side. Really, really good adjustments that came through in that mid rounding.
And I really think that's where the timeouts came out, right? Those were the adjustments made off the back of them, was very much so into those trap plays to utilize that utility a little bit better. But Zach, we do have 1 more map left now that we are at 1-1. So after this, we're actually going to be heading all the way back over to Ascent, a map we haven't seen yet today, and that'll be right after this short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon, El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Just like that, Cougar and Anonymo take their own map pick. Split once again lost by the hands of Team A. Doesn't seem like their favorite map, and no, even though they made some changes to the agents that they picked.
Yes, indeed. They did play with a dual or double duelist. Yes, they made some changes. They also won more rounds on defense because the last time they played it against Foot, they only won one round, which was their pistol round. This time they won 4 rounds, but weren't able to close it out against Tiger and Anonymo, which makes sense because it was their pick as well.
Yeah, Tiger and Anonymo looking very dominant on this map. I mean, it's very obvious why they picked it, Tom, and round 9 as well being a bit of a highlight in terms of how they've played the rotation game.
Yeah, I think the main thing I wanted to point out here is that a lot of what was there for the A team was fairly one-dimensional. Like I mentioned, the one thing I'd swap about this comp is Mizzy onto a Sky. That's something she's capable of. And basically what Anonymo were able to do is play almost a double luck. So they had the Cypher on one side, Astra on the other. They would hold quite patiently. And because there wasn't a lot of information gain coming out on the other side, they had to kind of push and get aggressive. And what Anonymo did very well was basically denying that. You see almost instantly forced back by the cages. They can take their time. And then there's a little lurk push that actually goes through from Kaha, and that just finds an opening pick. And this is what they did throughout the entirety of the game, is just this push and pull, because there was such a lack of information other than that Cypher to really give anything over. And then there was just some good utility usage, like player caught in the cam, caught in some extra utility with an aftershock as well, something that, hey, you're not going to get every single round, but that was the main thing that impressed me, is they were just able to play slow, play patient, and wait for their opponents, and basically spotted the flaw in their opposition's comp almost immediately.
Yeah, when we were talking about the utility in general as well, it felt like when we're looking at the side of Tiger and Anonymo and the Breach, wherever they were, he was there, and the Breach was just continuously throwing out flashes, stuns, whatever you want to call it. It was such a thorn in the side of the A team. Meryl just continuously, she's pushing them to the maximum.
Yeah, well, it's the only agent that Meryl really plays, so she must really know how the breach works. Yeah. I mean, she showed it on this map, right? She had a clutch in round 4, a massive clutch later on into the game as well, which I'm pretty sure we're gonna have a replay of in just a bit. Just defending site single-handedly by herself, making use of the flashes, of the utility from breach, making sure she can hold on to positions very well, getting that clutch post-plant, and, you know, we just wanted to show a little highlight reel of Meryl. She was stepping up in the beginning of the game. She performed that through consistently throughout the end of the game, and really, really stepped up for her team today.
That's something that as well, I think when we're looking at Anonymo, they really needed this time around after that loss on Fracture, Tom. This was really their map pick, and it was theirs to lose. So bringing this closer, pushing this into Ascent, having these individual pop-off performances bring the question of, can they repeat that onto the next map?
Yeah, I think Ascent is almost the perfect middle ground in a sense, so you don't really have that much imagination when it comes to a lot of the compositions. This is probably the one map within their pool where I look at that breach and kind of question it a little bit, because every other map that they have within the pool, I think it makes sense, like Haven, Split, as it's always been played, Fracture, Lotus, like every single one of those maps has had breach played for quite a while, whereas going into Ascent, not so much, not really a particularly common pick. A lot of the time you're going to see the move towards a double initiator that involves like maybe a KO or even a fade at times. So I definitely think it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, when we're looking as well at the agent picks in general, I mean, we're going to throw in round 19 as a little cherry on top in regards to how Meryl has been able to utilize the utility from the breach successfully and how big of an impact that has had on this map specifically, Anne.
Exactly, yeah. We talked about Meryl before, right? And even on Ascent, she does play breach as well, just initiating and helping her teammates step up, but even using the utility for herself will really work well. We saw Mizzy almost getting a clutch here. They're both using quite a fair amount of utility against each other, trying to stun one another or force one another out of a good position. Eventually, though, Meryl comes out victorious. It could have been a really brilliant clutch for Mizzy, but Meryl being the better one in this case. And I think specifically at the point where you are in this game, that being an 8-10 scoreline, pulling it to just 2 rounds away from a map win could be huge for the momentum.
We already touched upon yourself a little bit, Tom, on the fact that this breach potentially is maybe not the best pick when you're going to be heading on to Ascent. So when we're looking at the side of the A team, we know that they like to run the double duelist. We've seen them do it on Fracture. We've seen them do it on Split. Is that something that when we're heading on to Ascent, it's still what we're going to be looking towards? Is it still an expectation that we can see come to life?
They both run Breach, which again it's not the most common in terms of picks on Ascent. So I think we're going to have more of a mirror matchup here, which again, as I said, I think it's a little bit peculiar. Personally, I'm much more interested in seeing a KO because I think KO is so OP when it comes to this map with being able to sort of deny a lot of those pushes, taking away all of the utility. You've got very tight choke points. And this is probably going to mean that we're going to see some more proactive gameplay, which I definitely don't mind. I think there's potential for it, but I'm not convinced that Breach is going to be replacing KO on this map anytime soon.
Okay, when we're talking on the topic of proactive gameplay, and that's something that we've seen a lot from the side of the A team when they were on Fractured. That was a map that they're comfortable with. We've seen them do it against Foot. We've seen them do it now against Tiger Anonymo. They're happy to push out aggressively, so that could potentially be a card that they're holding that could work out in their favor.
Yeah, I think it helped with the double duelist they had on Fracture as well. Now going into Split, they suffered maybe of a little bit less flashes that they had on the side, which you normally would have had if you, for example, have a Skye on your team as well. Both teams don't actually play Skye on this, but they play a mirrored comp where they all play Breach, Jet, Killjoy, Omen, and Sova. So I'm curious to see if that's going to replicate. I do see a Breach on the side of Beryl, and I do hope, Tom, you're not upset about it.
I mean, it's literally what both of you expect.
As long as it's not Sage, you know, that's the main thing.
Ooh. Oh no, he's coming. He's hitting below the belt again.
To be honest, like I think Sage might actually be better than Breach on this map. But I'm always happy to learn. I'm happy to learn what teams have got with the Breach on this map. As said, I don't necessarily think it's bad. It's more so I just think KO is a lot better.
Yep. Well, Breach is the one to be locked in, and also brings a question for me personally, and in regards to mid control. We see a lot of teams just have the Sage, wall off mid, you call it a day. But if that's not
Who does that on Ascent? What?
I've seen people do that on Ascent.
What?
No?
Who have you been watching on Ascent? Oh, no.
Oh, it's Split! Sorry, guys. Wrong map. It's okay. It's been a very long day. But that's fine, because you know what? We're going to take a little break, maybe even a little nap, and we're going to be heading over to our casters, Zach and Ash.
I like how Tom just walks off. Like I want nothing to do with this Sage slander, despite him being the one who's like been kind of sliding it across the board. But it is going to be the last map for the day, the one deciding which team is going to be moving on directly to that stage 2 EMEA series. I'm Zach, and with me here is Ash. Once again, we are bringing you Ascent, and you know we had a look at the Asian compositions. Ash, you heard our analyst desk. What are your thoughts?
I think it's going to be really interesting. Breach has been slowly worming his way into certain compositions for teams here on Ascent. He is really great for facilitating control of the extremities, especially for enabling your duelist to go in. But again, I agree with Tom on this one. You know, for once, I think, between all of the slander that he's been throwing out on the desk. But overall, the KO is just really, really strong. So it's surprising that neither of these teams are actually picking him up. But I guess it'll be more about watching how both Meryl and Mizzy follow up and facilitate both Shura and Medusia to find those picks. And you can already see like the tree positioning coming out here from Mizzy should be that fault line in as Shura goes for that first point of contact.
Doesn't quite connect with anybody. Sure, in fact, willing to get a little bit hyper-aggressive here off the back of that one way, although it doesn't quite exactly go as planned. Nobody really walking into that trap play, so as to speak. Anonymo being quite cautious about it. The one thing I like about mirror matchups is that, you know, it just comes down to gunplay and who's better at coordinating utility together. And I really appreciate this being that decider map and that mirror matchup coming up into play.
It's a true test, right? There's no difference in what you have to play with. You just got to see who's going to come out on top as far as those combinations go. But Owl Drone in is going to be able to tag up Mizzy in this situation comfortably, just sit far back. Shura pushed up here, catching Meryl off guard.
Spots the second player as well, and now it's going to be XC trapped, unfortunately, the one way as well, buying them a little bit more time, although Natasha is able to take down Mizzy. Their huge kill. The problem is that even though Anonymo, they have sight, they have no control of this main area, Natasha still though goes head-to-head with Shura, finding a huge kill there. Now, it is going to be a 3v3 retake scenario. One player still holding down that flank, coming around, in fact, and that is going to be none other than Mads, who has been phenomenal over the course of the map. No recon quite yet. Caught out by the alarm, but although the timing is going to be impeccable, is he able to find that first kill already? Natasha on track, will have to ace clutch this, gets that 4th kill, but unfortunately it's going to be a Reno on cleanup duty to be able to retake that site. And once again, it's going to be a phenomenal pistol coming out of the A team. I think, how many is that today? 11? 9 pistols so far?
Okay, we've gone through this already. Don't ask me math questions. I haven't been doing well with the numbers today.
I think it's
but
9.
Yeah, it's more than half. You know, it's the majority of pistol rounds into the hands of the side of the A team, and that is insane because pistol round is the big facilitator as to opening up a map. Right, you get the early advantage, you get to buy up, and it can set the tone depending on how the rest of the map plays out for you to continue on with that kind of confidence as well.
Once again, Mizzy having rotated over to find the timing. Fault line is impeccable. Shura just gonna be missing that timing. Does spot out the shoulder of Ixie though, so that's gonna be a kill that possibly Shura can get on track. Spots on multiple players, but that's gonna be Meryl in fact, with the help of that Sheriff to get a beautiful headshot. Gonna be that first blood going in favor of Anonymo. Possible snowball coming through off the back of that. Luckily for side of TAT, that's only gonna be a Marshall that's dropped that is gonna be retrievable, so at least that's gonna be in their favor. Now a quick reposition over towards short instead, where once again it's just gonna be an onslaught of utility coming over from Mizzy, who was already rotated over. Still another Sheriff headshot. Huge work coming out of these players.
Speaking of shots, though, Icy able to find one.
Spike down A.
And now Spike down, looking for the Spike to get that plant down. It's just Arino now. Looking to find these frags. Advantage in numbers here for Anonymo. But again, we got to remember that this is the anti-eco run of TAT, and what a way to shut that down. Early 1-to-1 conversion here as Anonymo take away around that statistically should not be theirs.
That was just really, really nice there. Of course, just walk up onto the site here. SC taking so much damage from Kaha. That's gonna be a bolt-up that they could have picked up as well. And unfortunately, a 1v3 scenario, a little bit too much for Arino to really contend with. Does get that first kill, but at the end of it, it's just too much for her to really chew.
Let's take what they have.
Tough. Because now, the 18, they're pushed onto an eco round, right? Stacking heavily towards this B side. Anonymo, very non-committal location with that spike. Like, it hasn't even left spawn in this situation. They're not even moving it like, okay, we're gonna put it like maybe top mid. No, just completely available for any rotation depending on how TAT approach that round. I highly think that is because Anonymo were expecting some mid-aggression to maybe come out from TAT, knowing how aggressive that they have been in the past, but it's been kind of counter-conditioning for the A team. They haven't gone for that signature aggression that we've seen from them on the defender side here on eco rounds, and it forces Anonymo to actually use more utility clear at those angles.
Yeah, they're playing it very passively, and like you mentioned, Dash, on these eco runs, you do see the Vision Striker strat, so as to speak, coming out. Everybody just rushes mid with stickers or frenzy or whatever. It's not going to be the case this time around on Anonymo. They're able to take sight without too much difficulty. Recon Bolt comes through, not exactly spotting anybody out, and now they have not only sight, but also a very, very good coastline, if I say so myself, kind of set up. If Natasha can stay alive in this corner, it's going to be huge. Finally being shut down, Arino will be able to take her out with that frenzy. One weapon that is retrievable at the very least, but Meryl still holding on to his main presence here. That might be a huge difference maker unless they're able to shut that down very quickly. 3 players still on site, still with weaponry in hands. Kaha only one off that recon bolt that will let them get that devastating wallbang damage. And Meryl as well in mid, still doing so much work here. All down just to Killjoy. Not looking at it at a right angle like Kaha will be able to walk up behind her and shut that down as Anonymo they take the lead.
Quick little cleanup situation there, and now that's finally going to be a full loadout here for the 8 team, right? They had to wait extra couple of rounds to actually bring that out, all things considered, which is just the complete shift in direction, right? Anonymo with that first, or that second round, I should say, stolen away for their first point on the board. It's really shifted over this economy situation. Shura not even able to buy shields here with that operator, electing to go not quite glass cannon with it. We'll have light shields to boot. But looking over on the side of Anonymous, they've got that lockdown to work with. One away from that Rolling Thunder as well. Could be huge, huge tools here for Anonymo to maintain their lead and build it even further.
problem is that Arena has the lockdown of her own, so Natasha probably looking to just hold on to her own to kind of use it to counter that first one.
Right
It's going to come down to whoever uses it first. That's going to probably make a little bit of a change here, but like you mentioned, Rolling Thunder are going to be online for Meryl here as she picks up that ult orb onto that A side. Operator in a position on the opposite side of the map, not able to do too much here as Anonymo, they just rush their way onto that A side and they have it for free.
Cypher free, but retake's still possible and impending, right? Again, those lockdowns have yet to come into play for either side. Of course, that Rolling Thunder could be huge to even stall out that pushback in coming in from the defenders. And this is a great cutoff on the rotation here from Natasha.
Able to just walk up and find that ultimate as well, although it's going to be Ixie caught out of position. 1-for-1 trade so far as Marisha finds one onto Mizzy. Now in this kind of retake scenario, it's going to be very, very difficult, especially with that operator into play here. As you know, still able to find these trades. The clock is ticking, and unfortunately, not going to be much left in the hands of these players. It's just going to be a call for Shura to try and hold on to that operator and Anonymo on this attacking half. They look so convincing. 3-1 right now.
What I am worried about, though, is I don't want to see the A team falling into the trap of feeling like they've got to save this operator every single time they have it in their hands. We saw it on Split a little bit. Eventually, Shura did give it up to try and just toss it aside, take a rifle back into the round. But it has very much been something that's slowed down their desire to go for retakes at times. More so being concerned about saving that weapon into the future. Of course, in this situation, it totally makes sense that the operator is carried over. The main thing is that you don't want it to be consistently done, so like round per round, because then clearly something's not working.
Once again, early B control, or at least information trying to get taken out off the back of that Silva drone. Shura is able to push out at the very least. I think that they are expecting that B push coming in because of the presence of that lockdown, but nevertheless, it's just such patience coming out of Anonymo.
Yeah, and look at the posturing here for the A team as well. They have control of both extremities, much more passive mid plays to come through, sure. Closer contact there for Mizzy into tree, but has an alarm bot to play off of, has more stall utility in her belt as well with that fault line. Here comes the Owl drone, though. Kaha actually won't be able to clear out in towards Wine with that. And Medusa nicely tucked there, avoiding that aftershock.
Oh my, a little bit of an early swing here. Paranoia, before that Paranoia connects in fact, and just like that, it is going to be 2 kills coming in favor of Anonymo. However, oh my god, Mizzy with the Sheriff still going huge, finding not 1 but 2 kills, finally being shut down, but the damage has been done. Still going to be a 3v3 scenario right now, 30 seconds still going to be staying alive to boot. Operator online, still in the hands of the Jet, but the HP on some of these players, it's looking a bit rough.
Keeping an eye here on Scaffold as well. Mads will be the first point of contact for the team. Head peeks out. Meryl to punish. Now again, it's 2v3 a situation. Op still in hand here for Shura.
Spots out the elbow and arm of Meryl. Huge kill there. Now it's gonna be the timing though. The swing off the back of that turret. Natasha able to find that kill. Meryl with 21 HP, Sheriff and Hans, not much else to work with. It's going to be a very, very rough task to make this retake kind of work. I think that at this point she's just looking for a little bit of exit frags if possible. Knows the position of Natasha, but there's no ground being given by any of these Anonymo players, and Mizzy, forced to jump down, will deliver that final kill into the hands of Ixie there. 4-1 for Anonymo, operator offline, and I think we might be seeing a timeout.
Yeah, that was really great. That was really great patience being shown by Anonymo as well into that post plant. You're in a 1v2 situation, and usually when you hear a single Sheriff shot like that, you're like, okay, a player just dropped and covered up their footsteps, and they just hold steady knowing that, okay, it might actually be a bait situation. We just gotta tuck and buy time. Don't give anything up for free. And with this 3-round lead here for Anonymo, TT back onto a bye, but look at the ult economy for the attackers.
Yeah, they've been kind of charging them up now. It's going to be just one player on site. Areno able to shut down Majusho. The second as well, just being this pinnacle on this defensive side. Shura as well peeking out, able to find one of her own. Meryl finally finding those trades. Mizzy caught in the open with the flash. Huge plays there. And now it's going to be a 2v3 situation. Both these players from the side of Anonymo, the spike not in their control, unfortunately. They do have the lockdown to work with because they know that multiple players are on site here, and SE has TP'd over to the opposite side, actually. Oh, that's a huge tag.
Yeah, big tag, gonna have to back off. Meryl, though, gives the ones, and as Natasha is looking for something here onto lane. Recon Bolt gives all the information necessary. She's trying to beat the timing here on the one-way. Doesn't know about the off angle, though, and Arno just got to spot out those toes. 2-4 now. TAT looking to slowly close this gap, but you can't deny that momentum's still on that Anonymo side.
Yeah, I think that Anonymo, they tried to change up the pace a bit, perhaps hoping for a little bit of a response coming out of TAT, but they got a response, alright, it just wasn't the one that they really hoped for. Paul walking right into that Killjoy utility, Areno going huge on that site, just being that unstoppable force, 3 on the round, doesn't even get taken down by the end of it, so I think that at this point they're just reconsidering it, like, hey guys, you know, we've been playing slow, we've been getting on that A site late, it's been working great for us, let's just stick with that, you know, we don't have to go for this B at all.
Watch this! No, even maybe a little bit of default action. That's been working out really well. So, you know, the passive hold outside of B doesn't allow TAT to take too much space because that turret's watching in case it push beyond that barrier. And Aldrin gonna spot one out in towards mid. That's SE to fall first as well here on the side of the A team, which is dangerous because now there's no cover for those choke points here for the defenders.
Yeah, no, sure, gonna be stuck in an awkward angle as well. Does find the kill with one onto the Blade Storm here. Manages to get away alive as well, so that is gonna be huge. Well, with Majusia taken out, no more Space Creator really gonna be online there.
Nope, tagged up by that Aldrin, just has to fall back. Natasha has tree control as well. This could be a really potent spot to try to throw down that lockdown.
It could be. Does get them a lot of control, but oh my god, Shura with the Blade Storm almost getting fourth, 3 on the round already, and it's just gonna be an ultimate slam down by the side of TAT to clean things up. Hydrosphere invested they don't even need it though, because between Mizzy and of course just those nasty shots out of Shura, and it's gonna be, like you mentioned, the A team really bouncing back into this. They used every single ultimate they had, but hey, it was worth it.
It was worth it, but at what cost at the same time? The series might be close now because of that, but Anonymo look really comfortable on their attacking side and are kind of doing what we saw on Split, dissecting the defense of the A team here and there, seeing where they can push in, where the A team plays a little bit more passive. This time, it's going to be a deeper peek here towards main, and Natasha is ready for it for the first time, actually holding that angle.
Yeah, I think that for so many of these rounds, it's just been conditioning by Anonymo that, yeah, you have B main control for free. We're just going to be waiting around and spawn. You can't push further than that. And Shura has just been walking up, but this time around, a bit of a change here. And Natasha able to find that huge punish off the back of that. You do see another change coming out of Anonymo as well. So far, a lot of these rounds, they've just been going for a quick A push, but now they're actually playing for that split and taking mid control, and it's just been so huge.
I think it's the mid so weak too, right? Because right now, Arano's stacking over utility here towards that A side, not even watching in towards tree this time. This forces TAT to play all the way into their spawn.
Oh, Kaha though finds the wallbang kill onto SC. That's going to be 2 kills down right now for the side of TAT. Huge kills as well with arguably both of your smokers being taken out of contention. Now it's going to be that B side looking very, very weak, especially since Killjoy has rotated over towards A. They have that information, they have everything they need, and the call might be just for TAT to hold up to their guns here.
Could be. Spike to go down now here, and we've got the operator being held, Majusia. Gonna miss that first shot. There's a second player in towards market though. However, you've already got Arano who's crossed over to front site.
It was a wallbang shot, so Arano did quite a bit of damage in the process, getting tagged out as well. It's gonna be all that Natasha needs to get that spam kill in her favor. Now, Mads and Mizzy versus the world here. 2v5. If they can at least get Majusia, it might be huge here, but more than ready for the swing, able to get that kill. Now Mizzy just trying to find some exits possibly. Hold on to the gun if possible. I think that's another round for... Yeah, that's another round for Anonymo.
Yeah, I mean, the economy in general there for Anonymo not looking as great, so it makes sense to try and take some of those weapons at hand. Doesn't pan out into the favor of TAT though, and Tiger and Anonymo have still just been holding on to these ultimates, have yet to use one. Rolling Thunder 2 away from coming to fruition here. This is a huge snowball round because TAT, they've expended every single tool in their box.
Yeah, Arena is one off that lockdown, but again, like you mentioned, considering that it's 4 versus 1, now it's possibly a 5th ult as well if they can get that plant and that orb or a kill. It's looking very difficult for the side of TAT on this defense. I feel like a lot of these rounds, they're just outplayed by the kind of conditioning and the kind of switching around that Anonymo are doing. You saw very patient default coming out in those first 3 or 4 rounds, and then the next few rounds you saw like aggressive A pushes. After that, you did see the one round that they lost very badly, I gotta say. It was that quick push onto B side, and since then they were able to adapt and reset once again with that mid control. It's just been devastating.
I think that's the scary part too, is Anonymo now, you know, for the first time pressuring it deep into that mid area, into market. Now know that it's largely uncontested. They can kind of just push in, and
swarm grenade.
The TAT will just fall right on back, and that's just like the push-pull relationship that you see with map control, so you don't spread yourselves too thin. And that's immediate adjustment coming out from TAT as well. They set up an alarm butt in towards the market, nano swarm to delay 2, putting a bit more control here into the mid side, allowing the 4 other players to focus on the extremities.
They have been very methodical, that's for sure, about how they're playing, and you do see a little bit of an adjustment coming out of the side of TAT as well. So far, the Killjoy utility, it's been completely stacked up on site, but with Anonymo playing more towards mid, they're happy to invest that Alarm Bot and Nanoswarm combo to try and find some value instead on that mid area of the map, and now they can just focus on holding site control with their 5 players. Once again, you do see the Omen having crossed over into Vines here. I think that Tom had a really good point about the KO. Just the fact that you have that Molly, it's going to be a really, really impactful tool to be able to clear this out without too much risk, but instead they're forced to kind of just play aggressive. Majusha with the Operator though, ready for it, able to find that kill onto Mizzy, and that's going to be first blood once again in favor of Anonymo.
Nice cross back over though towards that A site coming out from Essie, playing for life and playing with the team now. Taking into back Jenny. You've got the lockdown finally coming in here for the side of Anonymous, and there's no piece of util that can actually shut that down. So TAT, they're gonna have to eventually fall back and push back in for the retake.
Oh, they have the lineups as well. Essie, though, taking a lot of damage to try and stay onto site here. Will be left alone, still desperately fighting for her life. Finds a second kill as well. Essie just doing so much work here to hold on.
No way.
Finally gets taken down, but the backup is here. The cavalry has ridden in, and with the Operator, Majusha gonna be stuck between a rock and a hard place as TAT, they bounce back after heroics from their Omen.
That was maddening. You had a player detained too on the side of TAT on top of that. A little bit of a bait play to try to push in and you take that player out. But overall, for TAT, that was a really nice hold here on that A side. I think for Anonymo, the struggle in this particular round was just waiting a little bit too long before getting that lockdown out and ready, because by the time that the fight was even over and you were maybe in a 1v2 situation, I think is what it came down to, you had 15 seconds left to get the point.
Oh my. Shura goes for a very aggressive mid-peek, almost catching Ixie there, but not quite able to connect that fast shot. And Ixie will live to see the rest of the rounds, at least for now. Ultimate still very much in favor of the side of Anonymo. They have that Rolling Thunder to try and take down the site from the shadows as well to kind of maybe go for a bit of a wraparound play. Finally, Kaha investing that drone to clear out Vines instead. A little bit of conditioning of their own that TAT have put into play here.
Still presence being shown though, Majusha. Trying to see if she can maybe bait out some utility. A little jump peek. We'll see the elbow of Mads with that jump peek though in from CT side. Mads doesn't really have anything available. About 10 seconds into the next cycle here for that recon bolt, but snuck in now Majusha right underneath stairs.
I think they do have the information at least that that turret's been broken. Majusha looking to go a bit forward though, off the back of that concussion, able to find a huge kill there onto Areno. That's going to be the lockdown taken out of contention. And now it's going to be the Omen ult to boot, just TPs into that backside area. It's going to be Mutz though, still able to do so much work here. Finds that first kill onto Meryl. Essie getting the second to boot, and this lurk around from Natasha is going to be the timing play here. Finds that first kill, not able to get the second, but numbers advantage still in favor of the side of TAT.
2v2 situation though. Ixie does have that paranoia ready and available in a 1v2. Will throw it out, just has to swing, gets timing on one. We got Mads all pushed up towards the side. The flick comes through here. Ixie 6-4 with the Red Bull clutch.
That was such a nasty flick as well. Mads was expecting it, but was not expecting that kind of a headshot. And just really, really good work coming out of the side of Anonymo to reset and find this round once again. Like you mentioned, Ash, the paranoia was impeccable, but more than that, that flick, it was just devastating.
Man, that's a struggle, right, for TT. I think Anonymo, now that they've realized that as well, for the last 2 rounds, can continue to play slow while working that map control. Just finding some space within the chaos. Some gaps in the armor, if you will. With the smoke, dark cover out towards tiles, it's free real estate here in towards mid. TAT looking to maybe even pinch these A main players. Playing it safe though, actually pull back into their mid spawn space.
We're gonna spot out Natalcia towards the link here. Gonna be investing that aftershock to try and do a bit of chip damage, but not quite connecting anything. And in the meantime, it's gonna be the A side taken for free here. To be fair, Anonymo, they've been kind of, sorry, for the TAT, they've kind of been happy to play this particular side for the retake. They know they have the lockdown as well. That's gonna force out the Hunter's Fury at the very least, so that's one bit less of coastline available. 1-for-1 trades come through so far, although Shura is going to be tagged up quite heavily, I gotta say. Now, Rolling Thunder invested by the attackers to try and catch these players off guard, though SD already having jumped down, able to do so much value here. Natalcia on the lurk to boot, trying to find some value. Awareness coming through. Shura, 20 HP, still able to find the kill here, and now it's all down to just Kaha. A 1v3 to clutch things out. 12 HP left, finds that first kill, but it's going to be too much for her to really manage, and the defuse will come through. TAT, they strike back 5-6.
Really, really nice attempt there for Kaha in the post plant, but not much you can do when you're out of shock rounds and you're still facing up against several players. Last round before we swap sides here into this last map of the day, Zach. You know, this is lower bracket final. There's no dropping back down. TAT already dropped back from uppers. Same thing for Anonymo, which they dropped very early on up against Foot, and then since then have had a super clean run into the lower bracket. So a lot on the line here for both teams to secure an early placement into stage 2 of VCT Game Changers.
Yeah, they can completely skip all of that grueling group stage stuff. Gets them a little bit more time to prepare as well if they do make it right now. Although the nice thing about Game Changers is that, hey, even if you don't make it through Contenders, you can still try to make it through the open qualifiers. But I take risks right now. Early mid presence being taken. Majusia, all alone, cut off by that dark cover. Looking to find a little bit more space. Up drops through, tries to find the shot, does connect, and Mizzy gets shut down in the first 30 seconds of the round. Huge opening there.
Now you're dialing it back. Gotta pick all the way in towards spawn. Mid feeling pretty threatening right now if you are the A team. And it's just Jiggle Peaks here for Shura. Just 1-2 away from the Blade Storm as well. Has a Vandal at the very least. Unfortunately got caught right at the edge of that fault line, so can't completely back off. But he got the Tailwind proc now.
It's also got to be that rotation coming over with that from the shadows. Q being red. Oh my god, Majusia once again with that Blade Storm strikes and gets a clean headshot. Looking for a little bit more if necessary. And while the numbers are still going to be there for the side of TAT, they do have the read at the very least. They expect this A side push coming in. Areno, that only player that's really playing around this side, though the backup is arriving just a little bit too late, I gotta say. Now Spike itself will finally go down. Hunter's Fury invested to try and deny the plan. Catches two players. They both jump and they're desperately trying to stay alive here. Finally though, numbers gonna be equalized here. 10 seconds that the Spike has to go down, but it's just gonna be too much for them to really pull off here. Natalcia trying to keep things desperately alive here. 2v2 scenario. Natalcia looking for a little bit more. Has a lockdown to try and work with, and now it's just gonna be a Reno in a 1v2 scenario. Knows the position of both of these players. Lockdown being invested as well. A little bit of a distraction. So much damage being done. Reno clutches it out, and that's gonna be a 6-6 half. What a phenomenal play coming out of the Killjoy. My god.
1v2 situation to tie things up here at half, 6-6. That means we're going into the side swap, essentially resetting everything. No advantage to be seen for either team, and Reno, I mean, she's the IGL of the A team and was a little bit quiet on some of the maps that we saw earlier today, but very much so looking at home here on Ascent.
I do love Killjoy players on Ascent. I think that even when that chamber meta was in full swing, this is like the one map where Killjoy was like, yeah, you know what? I don't care if you can aim, but I'm just better on this map. And we've had so many moments with Killjoy across every single region to be able to shine it out. And I'm just really happy to see her in action. And as a Killjoy player, a cringe Killjoy player myself personally, whenever I see a Killjoy player doing well, I am here for it.
Hey. Likes like. I don't think that's the saying. I'm doing a really good job right now, clearly. But you know what else? These two teams are doing a great job right now here into the lower finals, duking it out to see who gets to qualify again for VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 2. And it's a straight round the world strat in through spawn, in through garden here for TAT.
Spike down.
Finally, kills going in the favor of TAT here. Areno finding 2 of her own, once again popping off on the Killjoy, and now the numbers advantage is going to be in their favor. Like you mentioned, a little bit of an unorthodox push to get to that A site, you know, going through mid and then to your little bit of a defender cosplay there in spawn, and then coming back to the site itself. But now, oh my god, that shot there did so much damage. They're just tagged up so low. Both of them are full HP when they started. Now it's just going to be 1 or 2 bullets each right now. Counter shock dart coming in does do a little bit of damage to Mads, but I think that at the end of it is just going to be Anonymo looking a little bit less in a good spot here. They do try to go for those peaks off the back of the turret, but now it's just Timmy the Turret being player number 6 on this particular pistol, and TAT, that's going to be 10 out of 12 pistols they've taken today. Wow. I have to say that for the record. 10 out of 12 pistols.
It's insane. The pistol rounds are just so clean. I feel like a lot of their pistol rounds have been very decisive as well, but just a little fun strat to kick off the map, or to kick off the second half of this map with if you are the A team, just completely catch off guard those mid players and run all the way around. But now, when you got the anti-eco on your side, you're gonna play a little bit more traditionally, see if maybe Anonymous makes a plan to push out. You can see kind of the posturing of that turret, even where the alarm bot is right now. That Areno put down was kind of in case Anonymous did try to push out through B and mid. Not going to be the case. Instead, it's this A main control they're going with. That's 3.
3 players pushing out here. And it's going to be Majusia finding that first kill. However, the trade is immediate, and Mizzy didn't have much of a gun to play with. Now, the remaining players, they know that there's at least 2 more here, so they're going to be kind of happy to fall back, regroup with the rest of the team. Meryl, we've seen the kind of damage that she has hit historically with the Sheriff. Looking to get a little bit of a stun, trap play in. But TAT, they're not peeking. They're not really risking it this time around. Instead, it's going to be the shock darts to try and push them off the angle. Not much damage being done, though. Ixie does take a little bit chip in the process, and it does look like this B-side is going to be... Oh my god, what a recon. Meryl just hits that beautiful shot, and while the B-side it will be taken, it was still such damage being done in the process, though. Mads is able to equalize and bring it back down to a 3v3.
Thing is, though, with the threat of that recon and just the smokes that had gone down, that means that market door wasn't able to be closed here. So for the side of Anonymous, they have a lot more opportunities to kind of creep onto that site without giving the sound cues. For TAT, they just gotta bide sweet, sweet time.
They will be able to retrieve a bulldog. Anonymous, they have something to work with. Oh, a nasty shot comes in. The second one as well. Ixie! What? Ixie, 3 with the Sheriff. Once again, the anti-eco stolen away by Anonymo. And can we get a replay of that, please? Because I have to see that again. What? What?
I feel like... How many times has Ixie actually had like a Sheriff when he hasn't gotten it? Okay, because I feel like it's been one time's too many at the very least. Like so consistent here, and this is the player that's new to the side of Tiger and Anonymo, the 5th to round out the core 4 of Tiger and Anonymo, slotting in really, really nicely, coming in with some fragging power as well that she showed off even more so over on Split. Despite having a bit of a quieter game, she's, you know, still right there at the forefront despite it all.
Really nice Thrifty coming through now. Shura looking to get close and personal with a shorty here. Does manage to in fact close the door. Looks to push forward into the sprayer, but unfortunately Majorsha, more than ready for it, will be able to connect that headshot. At least, at the very least, TAT should be able to get that spike down, but nevertheless, it's going to be a very, very difficult really for them to hold on to it because of the sheer amount of utility left in the arsenals of these players. Anonymo already on that retake scenario with these rifles, just wreaking havoc on whoever remains here under heaven. It's going to be just them falling apart. Almost flawless round coming in. In fact, flawless round coming in. They lose a little bit of armor, but that's going to be it. And Anonymo, they take the lead once again.
Very, very clinical retake situation. I mean, huge weapons advantage as well going into that round for Tiger Anonymous. They had the advantage as far as those. They take away that second round from TAT. We saw them do it previously as well, and it's just been insane how Tiger Anonymous have just been able to kind of flip the script in that sense and continue to just take away those anti-eco situations, forcing side of the A team into stickier situations with their money very early on into the half.
Oh, Majusha almost messes up the dash, but still barely getting away with their life. Takes a bit of chip damage, but still looking fairly healthy overall. In the meantime, across on that B side, it is going to be a bit of a fake attempt coming out, so as to say. They break the turret, they put down the recon, hoping perhaps to draw rotation over towards this B side of the map, but instead it doesn't do anything. 3 players still got to be stacked up, 2 towards short, and of course Majusha as that side anchor trying to really make things work out here. Change of pace coming out of the side of TAT. We've seen their fast and heavy hits before, and now they're just playing it super slow.
Just gotta switch things up every once in a while, keep them guessing. I think what's been tough is for Anonymous, you've got the utility from Natasha that's kind of been acting as a 6-man this entire time. TAT haven't really gone for that mid control, shot down that alarm bot to put that additional pressure on, and it just allows them to stack very comfortably towards the safe site.
That's a huge kill though. Mizzy able to take down Majusha there. That's going to kind of open up the side for business. This recon as well prevents that spray coming through on that door. Now it's going to be a 4v5 retake. No retake ultimates are available either for the side of Anonymo. They're going to have to do this just off the back of gunpowder. Neither side has any ultimates, in fact, for that matter. But on the whole, I think that it's just going to be TAT in a bit of a more advantageous position. They have these crossfires set up. They do have some post plants as well available if necessary. And now Ixie looking to walk into the fray here. Crossfire going to be broken by just a sheer amount of utility coming in as he able to find the trade coming through as well off the back of that, and it's just gonna be Ixie in that 1v2 once again. This time around though, not gonna be able to touch it out, and TAT they equalize at 8-8. This game, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this go to overtime at all. I'm calling it now.
No. I mean, you gotta think about it. It's the early start to get this qualifying spot to VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 2. You don't want to give that up, and it's a huge opportunity to just have that kind of secured, and then you just play your own game. You know, you strat up until the next stage comes around, which is really not that far from here. If you're looking at when those group stages start, it's like nearly around the corner, right? Ultimately. But overall, it's just neck and neck so far. What a shot to come out here from Majusha, but a great follow-up from Mizzy as well. That's been the key point here for Mizzy and Meryl, is they're always there, I feel like, to trade out their duelist.
And now they have so many of these ults that they managed to get online here. All 4 of them, in fact, available. First, the lockdown, Rolling Thunder online as well, though it does seem like they're not going to be quite investing that to make their way onto site, perhaps opting to hold on to it for later in the round here. If they can get that spike down, it's going to be almost impossible to defuse here.
Off your feet!
Oh my, that's going to be the Rolling Thunder forced out to try and cast these plays in. The Huntress Fury as well from under heaven. Matt's able to find that first kill already, and it was an expensive round ult-wise, but it's going to be worth it if TAT, they can really swing this in their favor.
Really important to do so. Whittle down that economy here of Anonymous, but retake is still impending. Mizzy finds one up towards Raptors. You got a turret watching as well. Flash comes in, and it's just Arano going flick to flick there. 9-8 now as TAT take the lead.
They take the lead, but more than that, economy, it's in a very dicey spot for the side of Tiger Anonymo here. I think some of their players are still going to be able to buy, but they have a hard choice to make. Are they going to force up and try to equalize here, or run the risk of really letting Anonymo, run the risk of letting the A team run away with it? I think they should be able to force up. I think that with the Blaze Storm in Majusha's possession, she should be able to drop a gun, and they have a lot of these swing ults coming in as well. If they can get those online, it might be what they need to bring it back.
Potential. Lots of things to think about here for Tiger Anonymo into this time out, but also opportunity for the A team to brew something as well. Now, looking over towards the ultimate economy, of course, TAT, they used all of their extremely impactful ones overall into that last round. Likely to see Shura pull out the Blade Storm just because of how that ult economy is faring right now, unless Arano does want to just toss a rifle over. But ultimately, with no KO in play, I feel like the Jets do tend to kind of pull that out and have like an eco second or primary weapon instead, just to facilitate that economy a little bit further, and you get the opportunity with some more fun movement to work with, right? But seems like that'll probably be the case as soon as these barriers do drop here. And with the Blade Storm, that could also be a recipe for sure to take faster mid control into this round.
I mean, we saw the kind of pushes that Majusha was pulling off into the spawn there. This time around, though, it's going to be her instead on this defensive setup, so I don't know if we're going to be seeing that level of aggression coming through. Like you mentioned, TAT, they've kind of slowed things down a little bit, looking to go in through short towards this A side possibly. And if Anonymo, they lose this buy round, it's going to be them in a very, very rough position economically. Paranoia as well as Flash are going to be invested, but the Omen Smoke will let them cross forward into sight, and they do have sight again without too much difficulty. They haven't really had a chance to charge up these ultimates either. No Ruling Thunder or Lockdown going to be available for that retake, and it's going to be a Jet versus Jet battle, anime style, as the knives go out, but neither one quite connects.
There's some shocks up towards heaven as well.
Huge kill.
For something. That's going to be the fault line, though. Denying that still concussed. Shura finds it. And now, Anonymous, they're trying to move back in. We're down to a 1v3 situation.
Oh, and it's just going to be that awareness coming out of Kaha. Just being able to prevent that long flank coming through and really materializing for poor Essie there. Yeah, that's going to be the round coming in. The round that Anonymous so desperately needed, it off the back of that. They're going to have multiple ultimates ready to go into the next one. Natasha was able to find a huge kill down there towards mid, being able to take down Arino, who was coming around for a bit of a lurk play. Once again, the timing just impeccable. That gave her the lockdown, and I was going to be like, okay, yeah, they have the retake already, but they didn't even need it, because everybody just ran onto side and hit headshots. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. 9th round on the board.
9th round on the board. In money situation, from what it looks like, Tiger Anonymo should be able to toss both of those rifles over to the other players, but the A team calling out a timeout. Back-to-back timeouts, essentially, coming out here. So, opportunity for both these teams to do a little bit of chatting, do a little bit of cooking, and it'll be a big question, I think, right now for the A team is how are they going to work around the lockdown and the Rolling Thunder into this next round when it's an important swing round for both these teams, just considering that financial situation overall. The one to win has the opportunity to further grow that gap.
Yeah, but the thing to consider here is that even if they're head-to-head when it comes down to weapon purchases, I think that for the side of Anonymo, they just have that ult economy that's really in their favor. Nothing in the pockets for the A team, with Lockdown as well as the Rolling Thunder going to be a point of contention. And if it does come down to a retake scenario, that's just going to be a basically free retake if they can keep Natasha and Meryl alive for that duration. Now though, the A team looking for a bit of heavy B pressure here, B/mid. You do see Shura going up for a up drop, looking for some mid control possibly, and that is gonna push the Omen out into the open. Mizzy finds that first, doesn't check the corner, though. They're gonna be right next to each other. And,
hello?
Excuse me, hello, that's an imposter there. Finally being shut down. Kaha finds that kill, and hey, the nice thing is Magician doesn't give up her position, so that's still gonna be a 3v3.
It was all the flashes. They couldn't even see each other. But that's not going to stop TAT from moving over towards that B side. 3 players swinging into there. If you're Majusha, Rolling Thunder does come out to facilitate this plant. Mizzy looking to try and isolate. Meryl does find one. And Kaha with the follow-up. There's the Hunter's Fury to come out as well, with 2 remaining players here on TAT hiding on site.
Unfortunately, it doesn't quite connect, and now off the back of the 3K, Mizzy has Rolling Thunder of her own, choosing not to invest it quite yet. It's gonna be the recon coming through. Matt's not really quite spotted out, just managed to jump into safety, but now a 1v2 scenario for the Sova. Both players are quite low though, able to isolate that first kill, and now it's gonna be a breach versus Sova already though. You have the creep up coming in from Meryl, just walks into backside and takes Matt's down, not ready for it at all. And that is going to be the 10th round coming in for Anonymo. Around that, honestly, in the beginning, I was really skeptical after that 3K and a little bit of mid shenanigans coming in, but they win it very, very well. Wow.
Man, Meryl's timing is still just so crazy to me. Just the opportunity she's able to seize. Okay, we got the replay. Hold on, I'm going to stop talking over it right now. You can see, okay. You see her out of the corner of your eye, and then like the flash comes through again, and it's just, man, that was messy. I wouldn't want to be in that situation.
The one thing in the favor of A-Team there is that they got almost every single ult out. Sure, Natasha still has that lockdown, but hey, at least you managed to get rid of the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury and basically whatever else they had here. The recon, though, once again, gonna be perfect from Kaha. The shot's not as perfect, but nevertheless, they know that at least the B side is gonna be where that hit is coming. Rolling Thunder is still gonna be a point of contention, and now you see Shura looking for a little bit more kills and frags here. The call from Anonymo seems to be just to go in for a 5v5 meeting because they know they have that Killjoy ult.
I think the big thing to look out here for is that Rolling Thunder here. It comes out early on. I was expecting Mizzy to maybe save it to deny the pushback in with that lockdown. Uses it early to facilitate.
Oops. That was such a nasty flank though. Majusha able to find that first kill already, bringing things back to a 3v4. Numbers advantage still in favor. Fade away from Shura. Huge kill there, and now these last two players, they have so much work to do. Wallbang shots coming through as well. Ixi though still standing up strong. 2v2 scenario once again. Make that a 1v2, and between Mads and Mizzy, the dynamic duo, we've seen them on Fracture pop off, and now they do the same on Ascent, keeping things head to head.
10 to 10 and a necessary round to do so, all things considered. Just neck and neck down to the wire so far between both of these teams who have overall minimal experience competing in general, let alone just in game changers, right? Zach, on the side of the A team, you have essentially a completely green team going into this. Tiger and Anonymo have a little bit more time together with their core four in that kind of sense as they date back towards the late fall, I believe, of 2022. And then you have that smidge of experience that Mizzy gets to bring to the table to the A team as well to kind of elevate these green players and give them that additional kind of experience level that she brings to the table. And the way that these two are playing, just also being able to go head to head with teams like Foot, with teams like Excel, is phenomenal to see how these teams are starting to close this gap in Contenders as well.
Yeah, they're definitely doing a great job. Concussion comes through, Paranoia to counter it, and off the back of that, it's gonna be Anonymo decide, the A team deciding, hey, we want nothing to do with this site, you know? We went off that lockdown, we're gonna try our chances in B instead. And well, we can see it. We can see that B is completely empty. I know that they can't quite see it, but they seem to have the read nevertheless. 4 players, in fact, coming out for their kind of gamble stack scenario towards this A side. A bit of a half-by round coming in as well for the side of Anonymo, but honestly, I feel like Anonymo, they're just as devastating on these half-buys with the sheriffs as they are with actual weaponry.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. We've seen Ixi with the sheriff many times finding the potent impact frags, right? But for this tide turner around, Natasha does have the lockdown available. Unlikely to see it come out here unless Arano does proc hers first.
Tide out. Still a 5v5. I think that he's gonna have to really hold on to it. Shura able to find that first blood already. Beautiful Paranoia coming through. Spots out multiple players, though as he's only able to get 1 kill. Still gonna be 1 player located towards main, and oh my god, nasty flick coming out of Ixi there. Arano doing her best to keep this alive, hold on, do as much damage as possible before finally being shut down. 2v2 scenario now. Once again, it's gonna be Maryland Ixi versus Mads and Mizzy. It's always these 4 players in these kind of 2v2 scenarios. Mads and Mizzy though, more than ready for it, able to shut it down, get the lead back to TAT, and it's looking like they finally have found their footing on this attacking half.
What a way to do it as well. Off the back of burning out a lot of Anonymo ults, just kind of waiting for them to use those out. However, that ult economy slowly still building back up. These lockdowns, It's like a game of chicken that's being played between these killjoys right now. Like, neither of them wants to put it down first.
It's like, you go first, no, you go first, no, you go first, no, you go first, please go ahead. And it's been, I think Natasha has had hers for what, like 5 rounds now? Arino just got it last round, but still, like, it's just been like, no, please go ahead. I'm just gonna hold on to mine instead. And it's just been the case there. But, you know, I'm really impressed by the way that TAT have kind of bounced back into this. They were down, I think, like 8-10, but after that timeout, they have looked absolutely phenomenal. And hey, you only have to worry about retake ults if there are people left to retake. You just go and kill everybody else.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Iron hold that Mads and Mizzy have had over just like back boathouse on B. So now it's a question of, okay, Anonymo, they're pulling out their last time out here. You have to do it. It's do or die in this situation. Last map of this best of 3 series, the one to decide who qualifies, and the one that decides who's out and has to make a run elsewhere into an OQ to try to make it over towards that main event. So overall, a lot of weight on the shoulders of both of these teams who, at least for the side of Tiger Anonymous, are looking to make their break back into the side of back into Game Changers main event, because they previously made it before when they're underneath the title of Midas. But overall for TAT, these are just these green players really looking to prove themselves. It's players that we haven't really seen before elsewhere at all either, for the most part, aside from, again, that being Mizzy being the one who is more experienced. So really, really incredible to see how Arino is even just slotting into this IGL role overall, being so green.
You should run. There.
Now, though, it's going to be that attacker lockdown invested. Majusha holding down a really, really bad corner. Is forced out by the lockdown. Arino able to find that kill as well. Flash coming through to try and catch his players off guard, but once again, it's going to be Arino finding these kills. And unfortunately, lockdown coming through as well. Kaha just going to be caught in that detention. Going to be the Omen TPing in her face to be able to take her out as well. And once again, it just falls apart for the side of Anonymo. They go for a bit of a stack on that B side, but that lockdown was good enough to just completely push them out. They're still in this, though. Make that a 2v3 instead of a 4v2. Huge kill coming out of Natasha there as punishes Shura for getting a little bit too aggressive. This lockdown, if they put it down towards the switch, it could just trap everybody into side, and that is going to be the call here. They put it down, Huntress Fury though, online, and they're going to be able to break it. Still Natasha finds those 2 kills, and now Mads once again in a clutch situation, not able to isolate the fights, and what looked like a round that Anonymo had no business winning. They pull off a 2v4, and they bring it to 11-11 again. Holy wow.
Really, really nicely done there. You could say that, okay, maybe don't throw down the lockdown because of the Hunter's Fury, but I think it was the perfect distraction to allow Natasha and Ixie to just push on through and pinch on towards site. And it comes down to those mechanics, comes down to that gunplay now. Tied up 11-11. It's a race to match point, and then afterwards, the person who doesn't get there first is following up to try to take it to overtime. That adds the extra pressure on your backs, right? But overall, ultimates that we're looking towards here are going to be the Blade Storm here for Shura. She's already updrafted, trying to find some vertical angles. Doesn't see anything though on it.
Yeah, does manage to take that control for free though. Once again, it does seem like it's a bit of a retake play that Anonymo are opting for, and they don't really have anything else to do it with, so it's going to be just coming down to firepower right now. Natasha catching Arino in the open, doing quite a bit of damage, and Kaha finding a kill as well. That's going to be on the controller as well, so no more smokes available for the rest of the round here. Of course, you do have these cloud bursts available, but they're not going to be able to really do too much. 3 players kind of stacked up towards Generator now, looking to get a bit aggressive, but Natasha there for the punish. Shura picking up a rifle, but the crossfire is going to be too much for them to deal with, and it's going to be Anonymo who wins that race to match point to first. Now it's TAT 1 round away from either taking it to overtime or being knocked out and not making serious too directly.
Man, it's a switch over right from TAT. They were originally very heavily hitting towards that B side, and they make that switch over to A, and Anonymo was like, okay, we got this. Because A's been a harder site there for TAT as well. I respect the fact that, you know, they maybe want to switch it up after the round lost in the post plant, but I also feel like that's an easy read at the same time too, where Anonymo can be like, okay, the B split finally broke. They're probably gonna move their resources elsewhere, but I like this next approach here. TAT now playing a bit more for picks spread out in this default, more non-committal with that spike rotation. You've got the flank being watched as well, and right now that dart pings nothing outside of that B side at the moment. Alarm bot still watching here in towards mid. Shura will shoot that out in just a second to put that additional pressure on. Should draw another rotation back in towards defender spawn to watch into mid. And very comfy positioning here into tree for Anonymo, considering they have 2 swarms watching their back. Easily, you know, detonated off the contact of the turret overall. It's just been quiet util trades here and there for information.
It's also the adaptation coming out of Anonymo. They know for a fact that this B side is weak. They've been opting to play it for retake all of these rounds, but now there's going to be not 1 but 2 players in towards that boathouse. Ixi could also TP in if necessary here. And while the site itself has been taken, this boathouse control, it remains immaculate. As I say that though, Mizzy ready to shred them apart. It's just Majusia in this backside trying to hold it down. In the meantime, it's falling apart for the rest of the team here. A 1v3 for Natalcia. Finds the timing on the first. That's gonna be a huge kill. Spike still hasn't got down. Spawns ahead of Yeoman. Trying to isolate this fight here. Makes their way onto site. Trying to deny overtime as much as possible, but just has no information as to where these players are located. Irino with that 2v1. They played that perfectly, and we are heading into overtime on this decider map. You know, when they said we were going all the way for today, this is what it means.
Variable removed. Hey, you cannot expect anything less between both of these teams. They're playing their hearts out, and more impressively, the A team playing their hearts out even more so. It's been a long day for them. You can't forget, they've already been through the ringer with another BO3 that went to that 3rd map earlier today. They're going into the 3rd one for this one, so that's 6 maps of VALORANT back to back. Last one OT as well, with everything riding on it.
Honestly, if we didn't go to OT, I would have been just a little bit disappointed. We called it right in the beginning, Ash. If this goes the distance, this is going to be the series, and we were right about it. Now it's going to be a little bit of a side swap coming in. Once again, Anonymo back on that attacking side here. Shura with that operator. Still the same angle being held on. Spots out the Killjoy. Not able to connect the shot though. And that's going to be a miss that might haunt them dearly in that retake if it comes down to that.
That's the big thing, right? It's avoiding those retake situations. Haven't really seen success on those rounds where Shura has had that op in play for retake. You can see a lot more heavily stacked here towards that A site, but still, adjustments that TAT remembered from the first half of this map is putting that alarm bot in towards mid to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be broken now, and the rest of the team, they're convening towards this A side instead. Essie still trying to be down that annoying anchor to try and find some damage. Not quite caught, though. Able to find almost 2 before being shut down, but the straights and the kills, they still go in the favor of Anonymo here. 2v4 scenario. We see Anonymo pull off the impossible 4, but especially with that operator in the hands of Shura, it's going to be a very difficult play. If she does swap out to a Bando, they're going to be able to hear it as well. Raptor looking to find that first pick. Arino able to catch it. Takes a little bit of damage off the Nano Swarm, but still, rounds could still swing back in favor of Anonymo. Shura picks up the rifle as well, so this 2v3, if they can clear out these players from Howl, it's going to be everything they need. Arino in a 1v3, though, unfortunately, this time around, not going to be able to pull it off, and Anonymo, they take that first overtime win.
Switching sides.
First overtime win means you get match point back again there. Anonymo now, again, onto the front foot. TAT are the ones looking to fight their hearts out to continue this game, take it the distance. Last time out to come through here for the A team as well. Onto their attacking side, no glass cannon op to be seen. That's something I don't want to see the op come out again if we go to another OT, if TAT can wrap it up here into another tie, but overall, both these teams looking a lot more comfortable on their attacking sides here on Ascent.
Yeah, on defense, it's been a very back and forth tug of war kind of situation. I think that for the A team in particular, they found a lot of success on this B side. So Anonymo, they might have to go for a little bit of an adaptation. They've been running that Killjoy mostly towards mid and short for most of the half, but if they can put perhaps Natalcia on that B side, have her kind of just anchor it down and play a little bit more aggressively, or at least a little bit more together on the other side or mid, Anonymo might be able to close this out.
Always potential. But right now, let's see where we all post up here on the side of TAT. Looking for a bit more of an aggressive... I say aggressive, it's not really an aggressive turret, but it can get shut down a little bit earlier on. We got postured up with that fault line, first point of contact, turret taken down early there from Majusha, denies complete B main info over towards TAT, where that extremity was extremely important for this B split push that they typically go for.
Now it's going to be the alarm bot broken. Once again, it's a bit of a set play that TAT have been doing for the last few rounds that they've been on attack, denying that extra information towards mid. Now Mizzy, this fight is going to be very, very crucial. Alone with the spike, or possibly looking to push in where there are just two players lying in wait for her. This might be a very, very rough task, especially if she pushes forward and insists on the issue. Areno, in the meantime, farming up the ultimate. I respect that.
Hey, if you're going to get one online, might as well be the lockdown for the most part. Mizzy's alone here, though, on Catwalk. Scary spot to be. You're going to wait, see them regroup now. Turret spots that information. TAT, fault line up and in towards tree. You cover the cross. Now it's an explosion towards this A side, but those mollies doing so well to delay. Luckily, a little sliver to hop on over. With 30 seconds left, finally, the plant to go down.
It's going to be a full 5v5 retake, and that's going to be a lot of control that the side of TAT have taken. Short, in fact, completely held down by them. So in the retake, it's looking a little bit more difficult for the side of Anonymo here if they want to get into this. Paranoia and Flash is coming through in conjunction, but once again, the positioning being held by these TAT players is just very, very difficult for them to deal with. Oh, they don't check the corner here. It's going to be huge kills coming out, but the kills, they're still swinging in favor of Anonymo. They don't check their under heaven. Mizzy still there, still able to hold on, and we go again, 13-13. Neither of these teams throwing in the towel quite yet.
Switching sides. Overtime.
That's the thing too. For Anonymous, the most success that they've found here on the defender side have been those retake rounds. You're seeing it at the bottom right now with that timeline. The round wins or retake after retake. The fact that TAT able to stave that off for now is massive. It's now about their own adjustments, and I want to see TAT actually shift into more of that retake positioning, because when they've been fighting for full site control, it hasn't often panned out for them, because Anonymous have just kind of util dumped, and there goes the glass cannon operator once again avoided here by Anonymous. And it's that constant fear of, okay, if they get into a retake situation, having that op in hand just has not panned out. It's very much so slowed things down.
This aggressive hold on A side though, Mizzy's shoulder gets spotted out, get a bit of information garnered. Once again, it's going to be these trap plays coming through. The concussion, the flashes, the paranoia, all ready to go here as they try to swing off the back of it. The aftershock as well doing almost no damage, so it does buy a little bit of time. And in the meantime, short control has been taken to boot. Now these two players on the side here, desperately trying to fight for their life, prevent themselves from being shut down, as the spike itself is looking to go towards an A hit here.
Towards an A hit. Still slow though. First blood on the board actually takes down Short. So that's the operator down. Natalsha's just pushing on in.
Easy. Numbers advantage still in favor of Anonymo, barely. See, anchoring down this A side, the spike itself. They know for now, they know for a fact that B side is completely empty, and they are looking to just take the spike towards there. However, both the spike itself is heading down towards mid, will barely get away, and it's going to be a very, very aggressive TP from SC trying to kind of hunt them down here. Not quite succeeding, and they will be able to get the plant down. 15 seconds left on the clock. I wish there was a shock dart lineup that Mats possibly has to try and deny this, but I don't think that's in the cards here. Spike goes down, and now a 3v2 retake. The nice thing is that Majusha is super low here, so it's actually viable.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, it is viable. Still 2 of those shocks available as well to just send straight into back boathouse. There's also the worry of getting caught out with your pants down at the same time. Right now, TAT looking to actually stick together here, pushing through stairs.
Oh, huge kill coming out of Mats there. Now the remaining 2 players, they have so much work to do. SC finding a second as well, and they know exactly where Ixie is. Super low here, both of these players. All Ixie really needs is one shot. Connects the first. Has to try and get the defuse, and it's going to come down to the timing. No time at all. Talking about timing, SC forces to take the half of the defuse here, and Ixie will be able to once again clutch things out for Anonymo as they once again find themselves at match point. This is the 3rd time in a row
sides
for them. Maybe that's the charm.
Match point.
Yeah, I mean, huge Red Bull clutch coming out there for Ixie. She's just constantly, again, showing up when it matters most in these 1vx situations, finding so much value that puts you back onto match point here and buying perfect amounts of time. Now, Tiger and Anonymo, another timeout to come through. They're like, okay, we've gotten match point like 2 or 3 times at this point. Can we just close out the game? It's been a long one, and they're cooking to see what they've got to do to bring this to an end, because TAT, the last time on the attack 2 rounds ago, they finally shut down that Anonymo retake. So I'm sure that they're probably talking about it right now on the Tiger side. What happened in that situation? How can we avoid it and get back on that retake grind that we've had before?
Yeah, this map has just been neck and neck, and honestly, huge shout out to the A team here, because, you know, this is their second series of the day. The first one also went to all 3 maps. It was incredibly close. I think map 3 was 13-11, almost went to going to overtime as well. And the fact that they're able to just bounce back and jump into the second series is just a really, really strong, not just, you know, when it comes down to aim and being able to play, but mental as well. Because when you lose that first series that close, it has to be a heartbreaker, but they're still back into this. They're still fighting, and even being 1 round away from being pushed back into forced to playing that open, they're still fighting.
They are. One way comes out from Anonymous, delays this information push here in towards A main, and TAT back on this A push. No threat was given over towards that alarm bot though, so very comfortably stacked here. Anonymous have 4 players waiting.
A side itself looking relatively free, I gotta say. 2 players stacked towards heaven, but still, apart from that, they should be able to get themselves in. The recon bolt does spawn out 1 player, and the spam is gonna be good enough for Mats to be able to find that kill. First blood going in favor of the side of TAT, a kill that they really desperately needed. So as to say, that's gonna be Meryl's utility taken offline as well for the retake. And once again, they have this post plant setup into play. 3, in fact, under heaven. And in main, the smoke goes out of the worst side, not able to capitalize and find the kills though. So that's gonna be TAT thanking their lucky stars that they're able to just hold on and not get their Omen taken down in the open like that. Now it's going to be a 5v4 clock ticking. 2 players through short, trying to make their way in towards heaven. Majusia given away by the alarm bot. Mizzy taking down that first kill, and now in that vulnerable position, Natasha though able to find 2 of her own, and now it's going to be a 1v3. Make that a 2v1, and the retake is just impeccable. They were at a disadvantage, but it's gonna be Anonymo to close it out here. Do they have enough time? It's gonna be one that comes down to it. Oh my god, they got it! It was right on the dot, and Anonymo 15-13. They're gonna be moving on to series 2. What a series coming out of both of these teams, but that retake, oh my.
0.37 seconds left on that defuse in the nick of time, and Natasha showed up. Honestly, I feel like we talked about her throughout the series, but I feel like we almost didn't talk about her enough at some points. The amount of micro plays that she's been able to make in clutch situations, where she's been able to completely turn the tide for numbers. You can even see that aggression through that dark cover there to find that pick. Her plays on Cypher were massive as well. Just the timings are impeccable. Always good for her too in those situations, but what a neck and neck way to close out the series.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker for the side of the A team here. They got so close, but they're gonna be denied this time around. But think about it, for a new roster with 1 player with game changer experience, everybody else kind of playing together for the first time, it is so commendable that they managed to get this far, especially considering that they did play 2 best of 3s over the course of the day. They were so close to being able to find greatness, but unfortunately, it's gonna be them just missing out narrowly, being forced to go through that open stage again. But what a game coming out of both of these teams. It went all that distance and a little bit extra in that overtime, and honestly, congratulations to Tiger and Anonymo, because they deserve it after that series. But I would say that the A team, they're no less of a loser, because they put up a show that anyone should be proud of after these 6 maps that they've had in a row, and the 10 pistols to boot.
Yeah. Absolutely, especially with Mads. She is insane. Only 16. Imagine how much further she has to go as she grows into being a more seasoned player. But overall, again, it's been a great, great series between these two. Zach, it was a pleasure casting with you today as well. Big GGs and congratulations over towards Foot Female and to Tiger and Anonymo. But let's send it over to the desk and see what they have to say.
Going all the way to the final map, to that decider, to OT. Here, Tiger and Anonymo Tom secure themselves a second slot that was up for grabs to qualify for Game Changers Stage 2.
Yeah, just about. Incredibly close final map. I think deserving of the series that we ended up watching. And yeah, I feel like commiserations are in order on the other side, but what a match sort of to finish this one off. A crazy game.
The A team here, and they literally gave it their hearts, their souls, everything to be able to qualify. They played 6 maps in total. I don't even want to count the amount of rounds that they've played in Valorant today. And it's not to take anything away from them because of the fact that they've been able to make it this far and throw some of these teams in an absolute ringer, regardless of the fact that they're not even assigned roster. They're free agents.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to make these adaptations to their main or their agent composition, going from one match into the second match, that was great to see. They put up huge performances, very consistent performances as well. Obviously, fatigue comes into play as well if you've already played, you know, a best of 3 and you have to play another one. That's very common for Valorant players that to play that many maps on a singular day. They put in their best. Unfortunately, it's not enough for them for today.
Yeah, unfortunately, but some of the players, again, from the side of both of these rosters have really highlighted their performance and what they're capable of today. And one of those players is going to be HG. I mean, Tom, when we're seeing her performance on this map, specifically on the Omen, round 14 is a great way to start, just to kind of get you guys in the mood of exactly what we've seen from her today.
Yeah, this round in general was just sheer individual force, and probably going to be one of the rounds that ultimately haunts their opponents of the A team for many nights to come, because the first shots were clean as hell, but just the wallbang to finish it off, the solid supportive utility coming out from their breach as well, you know, gotta respect the breach in the end. But yeah, I think just insane ability shown across the board pretty much.
I mean, yeah, you talked about the Sheriff. Indeed, it's in their pistols, well, second pistol round, really. We talked about the A team being so good with winning pistol rounds, and they have, you know, a better eco going into that round, and then faces someone with the Sheriff getting a 3K like that. HG had another huge clutch, really showing the clutch factor today.
Yeah, Tom, I'm gonna have to ask if you've now become a breach believer on Ascent, or if you're still like in the you're not sure camp.
I'd still rather have a KO. 100%. No,
All
not
right,
even
yeah,
not
sure.
even questioning
No,
it. I think KO is just a better agent.
Yeah, well, that's completely fair. We're all entitled to our opinions. Itchy, however, let's have a look at the performance from her specifically on the last 3 maps, because we've said it already, this map specifically, and she had a dominant performance. She was really out there playing her heart out. But all in all, when we're looking at the consistency over the last couple of games, it does seem to be there.
Yeah, and the thing is, we're highlighting Itchy right now, but I don't think really this is the player that you would expect to put up massive performances, to be on that front line, to be the player that's single-handedly carrying the team. But she definitely did that in towards that game too, where she was playing a little bit more of a battle stage, she was playing up front, she was putting up a good ACS for her team. But also to think about that, she's played 3 different agents with multiple different roles as well. That is very flexible, shows she has a deep agent pool, and you know, despite playing multiple roles, despite playing multiple agents, she can be really consistent for her team.
Yeah, consistency seems to be the theme in general that we've seen, not just with Tiger and Anonymo though, Tom. It seems like both of these rosters have had that consistency, but in that final game, that last couple of stretches, those last couple of rounds, it was really Tiger and Anonymo to be the ones taking the lead. But that's not to take anything away from the A team, because they as well have had some really good, solid performance here today.
Oh, for sure. I think the easiest highlight in the world would be Mads. I think the fact that a 16-year-old has come in here, put up absurd numbers in all 6 maps. There hasn't been a map today where she hasn't been unbelievable. I honestly can't rate this player highly enough, and I think although this time it wasn't to be by literally the tiniest of numbers in both matches that she played, I will be gobsmacked over the next year if she doesn't end up either in another team or with this team making it through.
I mean, this is what Contenders is about as well, right? It's a good proving grounds for players that they are worthy of being picked up by a Game Changers team. So for Mads, being as young as you said, this is a really good prospect that she's put up these massive numbers in multiple different roles as well today. A good prospect for her to potentially be picked up by a Game Changers team, because she's proven today that she deserves to be in one of those.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if we give her like few more years or something, what
3?
she'll be able to do.
I don't think she needs 3. I think she
Like,
needs a
not
couple of
even,
months.
like, honestly, I feel like she's just ready
3
to go,
years.
and that's
Where
absolutely
are we
beautiful
going
to
here?
see. I mean, maybe like one of the best players on the server to ever touch the game, who knows? But I think that's, as Anne already highlighted, one of the things that Contenders is about. You're bringing these players to the forefront, you're showcasing their ability, what they're capable of, and how they're able to improve and stay resilient, because at the end of the day, having that ability to play 6 maps in one day and playing them consistently, every single one of them, that is no small feat. But we also need to look at the MVP that we've had to come through. This time around is going to be Natasha specifically. And I mean, when we're looking at Natasha again, Tom, this is one of the players that throughout the entirety of the series has just consistently been able to pull the numbers and has really had some significant impact on some of these really crucial rounds.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you're looking at someone with 287 ACS. I think the numbers pretty much speak for themselves. I'm not going to comment on the headshot body shot percentage, because I honestly think it's not the most important stats. But hey, the hitting 38% of your headshots is pretty good as well. But yeah, I think all in all, we saw, I would say, a lot of depth within this team. I think that's the good thing about Tiger and Anonymo, is that throughout the series, you easily could have highlighted different players. And the fact you go back to Split, she was the one at the bottom of the board. Not that that was necessarily a bad thing, but now really showing that sort of crazy performance in this last map when they needed it most. And those are the players you really want, the ones that are going to be there to take it over the line. And I think she was definitely the player to watch in that last one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think every single 3 of the teams that we've seen today have really showcased their ability, what they're capable of. I'm excited to see these new additions into Game Changers Series 2, and I'm really looking forward to see what they're going to be bringing to the table and how that's going to be changing up the dynamic with the teams that are already in Game Changers. Been told that production has something for us. Last time that was the case, I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't the best. So fingers crossed.
Wow, why are you just... It's the end of the show and you're throwing production under the bus. Like,
I'm sorry, production. No. Oh, I thought it was gonna be like highlights of us doing stupid shit when we're off camera. But never mind, that's not the case. Instead, we're gonna be looking, as a reminder, when Game Changers Stage 2 is gonna be starting. And as you read it, put it in your diaries, because you guys don't want to miss it. 2 new additions to Game Changers, and it's gonna be incredible to watch to see how everything
as well. Just something to add in. Like, obviously, Foot joined the ranks as one of the Turkish teams with BBL Queens in there as well, but there is no other Polish representation as a full team. So the fact that Tiger and Anonymo have managed to do that, I know that the sort of Polish fans, the Polish support is going to be there. Like when it was VCT EMEA, they had a whole bus going down to sort of support full of people.
Really cool.
So I'm very happy to see that they now have a team that they can back within Game Changers as well.
Yeah. So many teams, so many different nationalities, so many different players. It's all coming together, and it's all going to be going down in Game Changer Series 2 before we close out. And anything you want to share?
Well, I mean, obviously, having Foot played earlier today, they said, oh, well, we're ready to take on every single team in Game Changers. I'm going to write down these dates in my data, because I want to see if they can live up to the expectations that they put up for themselves.
Okay, you're going to be keeping an eye on them. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. That's it from us for Game Changers Contenders Series 1. We're going to be back with Game Changers in July, and as you saw it on the dates, you know already it's going to be the 6th, so you do not want to miss it. Take very good care of yourselves until then. Don't be toxic. See you around.
Play has been taken.
One enemy remaining.